As per sources during the meeting in Surat, rebel Shiv Sena MLA Eknath Shinde tells Uddhav Thackeray's emissary Milind Narvekar that for them, Hindutva is paramount and they would not compromise on it. During this meeting, there was a 15-minute telephonic conversation between
अचानक कुछ हो गया है क्या टेररिज्म नाराजगी जताई जा रही है कहा जा रहा है कि इतने सारे एमएलए बाहर चले गए पता नहीं चला क्या है सेना की गलती मानते हैं
मुझे किसके ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है। मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के एमएलए हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे।
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता जाएगी और क्या होता है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगी, महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती।
That the shenanigans that this government does and the way it interferes with elected governments and governments that are stable running governments is a black mark on democracy.
अनरेस्ट है शिवसेना के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है एनसीपी के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है कांग्रेस के अंदर। संभालना हमारा जिम्मेदारी नहीं है
कि जब आपको वोट में मत हासिल ना हो तो तोड़फोड़ करके सरकार बना लो। तो ये तो एक लोकतंत्र के लिए मैं समझता हूँ एक काला अध्याय है जो
अंदर चुन के आए हैं इनको सब शिव सैनिकों ने और पदाधिकारियों ने और मतदारों ने वोटर्स ने एक निष्ठा से उनको चुन के दिया है। आज उन्होंने उनकी निष्ठा बीक दी है, उन्होंने उनकी निष्ठा गहन रखी है। इन गद्दारों का हम हमारी भाषा में निषेध करते हैं। इन गद्दारों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दी जाए और इन गद्दारों को पक्ष में से हकल पट्टी की जाए।
ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट द्वारा इंजीनियर्ड, बल्कि भाजपा द्वारा इंजीनियर्ड डिफेक्शन की कोशिश है। ये कहाँ का प्रोसेस है? ये राज्यसभा चुनाव में हॉस्टिंग करते हैं, पहले मध्य प्रदेश फिर राजस्थान की बारी आई, उस वक्त से ही महाराष्ट्र चल रहा था इनके टारगेट के अंदर ने अंदर षड्यंत्र किया, वो षड्यंत्र बाहर आ गया, देश देख रहा है। ऐसी दुर्गति कब इनकी होगी इनको मालूम नहीं पड़ा ये हो क्या गया है।
बीजेपी पार्टी के तो एक ही मकसद है सारे हिंदुस्तान को कब्जे में लाना, चाहे इसके लिए चुनाव हो या चुनाव ना हो, शिकार की राजनीति किया जाए, दबाव डाला जाए, कोई भी किसी भी हालत से किसी भी प्रकार से ये बीजेपी पार्टी की मकसद एक ही होते हैं कि सारे हिंदुस्तान को अपने कब्जे में लिया जाए। बीजेपी पार्टी के तो
Taking a short break here on Republic TV. Stay tuned for the live coverage. Coming back with the breaking news updates and the outcome of that cabinet meeting. In fact, the Congress leader and minister who spoke, Balasab Turat, said there was not much that was discussed politically. In the meeting, he claimed COVID was discussed and a routine set of issues, but nothing politically. Can that be taken at face value? Stay tuned. We're back with the breaking updates.
And viewers, the ante has been upped on both sides. On one end, Eknath Shinde claims he now has 46 MLAs with him. On the other end, the Shiv Sena, what remains of it, has issued an ultimatum asking all of those MLAs, the rebels, to come back and report by 5 o'clock or they face expulsion. And on top of that, now we are about to hear the BJP's first fully concise view on things. Narayan Rane is set to address a briefing. We'll be back with that very shortly. Stay with Republic.
And in other national news, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde meets two envoys sent by Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to Surat, conveys to them that he is with the Shiv Sena, but that the Sena should form a government with the BJP. Stresses he does not want to sacrifice Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva ideology. Consequent to this, the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena have moved to a hotel in Assam. As the northeastern state of Assam stands battered in the second wave of flash floods, State Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma announces launch of a portal wherein people can register their losses and other complaints to claim respective flood relief.
Round up from the world of sports, Serena Williams came through a dramatic women's doubles contest alongside Tunisia's Ons Jabeur, which marked the 23-time Grand Slam singles champions' first match for almost a year as the pair defeated Spain's Sara Tormu and Mary of the Shares Republic at the WTA Eastbourne International. English Premier League side Liverpool have agreed to sell Japan international Takumi Marimono to French League One outfit Monaco for $18.9 million. French side Monaco were one of the number of clubs interested in the 27-year-old who joined Liverpool from Red Bull Salzburg in 2020.
सर किधर जा रहे हैं सर कहाँ जा रहे हैं के ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है। मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के एमएलए हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे। एमएलए अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
अनरेस्ट है एनसीपी के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है कांग्रेस के अंदर, संभालना हमारा जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। आप सोचिए 2019 में जनता ने वोट दिए किसके नेतृत्व में दिए, किसके
Sunil Prabhu has written a letter to all rebel MLAs and they have been asked to be present in the meeting today by 5 p.m. If they are not present, they will be expelled from the party. There is a possibility of this party being split completely. So things are moving extremely quickly right now. Big Shiv Sena flock deserts Uddhav Thackeray's Rebel 46 now in Guwahati versus the Loyal 12. Mega huddle in Maharashtra with a big meeting saved the sinking ship as numbers are declining by the hour. Out of numbers, out of options, and the Chief Minister has fallen unwell. It's a complete chaotic situation in Maharashtra. Sanjay Raut says, at worst, the government will fall. Is Uddhav's man conceding defeat as numbers continue to topple further?
ज़्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता जाएगी और क्या होता है।
Shiv Sena cracks the whip, issues an ultimatum now to all rebels, says appear before 5 p.m. or face expulsion. Eknath Shinde says undecided on next move, claims support of 46 is the rebel kingmaker weighing in all his options. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. Complete chaotic situation in Maharashtra. Political chaos with the Shiv Sena falling out of numbers, falling out of support, falling out of options. There was a cabinet meeting earlier today between the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, who by the way has tested COVID positive. And as we speak, the other breaking news update is that Uddhav Thackeray is meeting Sanjay Raut at the Chief Minister's residence behind me. Strange, because we were told that the Chief Minister had tested positive for COVID-19 and yet that meeting is taking place. So we are not sure whether it's a physical meeting, whether it's a meeting with a distance, or whether it's a meeting inside the residence virtually. Now, that aside, the cabinet meeting took place earlier today and the leaders who were present in that cabinet meeting, ministers included, are saying that routine COVID issues, battling COVID, etc. were discussed, nothing more than that politically. But of course, that's just for the cameras. Let me go across to Aishwarya joining us, because the situation is developing politically with the Shiv Sena threatening these rebels that if they don't reach Mumbai by 5 p.m. this evening, they will be expelled. Aishwarya, if they are expelled, what are the options? How will the story evolve from there?
Well, if they are expelled, then in that case, Eknath Shinde, who has been saying that he has 46 MLAs, would have to make sure that out of that 46, there are 37 MLAs of Shiv Sena. Because then the 2/3 rule, that is the 2/3 rule, will apply. He has to have, if you have two of the MLAs who are not active in politics, that is one is behind bars and the other one is sick, even if the governor rules them out, you would have to have 35. But according to the rule book, you would need 37. I repeat, 37 MLAs Eknath Shinde would need, including him. And if he is able to touch that figure, then they have nothing to worry, despite the action which may or may not be taken by the Chief Minister. But this 5 p.m. meeting is very important because now, as you just said, that the meeting between Sanjay Rawat and Uddhav Thackeray, which is taking place, what is decided after this meeting, it is going to be very significant because as we speak, amid all this, 4 more MLAs, namely Yogesh Kadam, Gopal Dalvi, Manjula Gavit and one more, are going to Guwahati from Surat with the Maharashtra BJP chief Chandrakant Patil. So Chandrakant Patil from Mumbai landed in Surat with a chartered plane, and from Surat he is going with 4 MLAs. Once again I repeat, Yogesh Kadam, Gopal Dalvi, Manjula Gavit and one more. So the number seems to be increasing. So the trouble for Uddhav Thackeray is rising. This may be seen as the last flexing of muscles by Sena. Because if Eknath Shinde and if those MLAs who are there in huge numbers, and as you yourself Niranjan broke that news, that more rooms are being booked in that 5-star hotel of Guwahati, about which Hemanta Biswa Sarma seems to be very happy about, that the hotels in his city are being booked and that revenue is coming. It suggests that more and more support Eknath Shinde is able to garner, and hence this is being seen as a desperate measure. Suddenly today, right before the cabinet meeting, information came in that the Chief Minister is COVID positive. Now the 5 p.m. meeting, which is between the Shiv Sena MLAs and the MPs. Before that, you have this information of more MLAs going in. I'm getting a very important call, Niranjan. Back to you. Ji.
Okay, let me take this to Ankit, who's joining us from the BJP action point, which is Devendra Fadnavis' residence. Narayan Rane and his son have just met Devendra Fadnavis. They're also preparing for something. Ankit, what are you picking up?
So what I'm picking up, Niranjan, is that at the BJP headquarters here in Mumbai, Narayan Rane was set to address a press briefing that was supposed to be at 2:30, but instead he apparently got a last-minute call from Devendra Fadnavis, and hence he has gone over to Fadnavis' house, and that is where the BJP leaders are in a huddle. So the Maharashtra BJP as well as Union Minister Narayan Rane there, who are having a consultation right now. Meanwhile, we have heard from more of the ministers who were present in the cabinet meeting that was held at the Mantralaya, just where we were reporting at, and all the ministers there, whoever has spoken, Nitin Raut, Balasaheb Thorat, they all claim that there was no political situation that was discussed. It was only run-of-the-mill and routine matters such as COVID management, such as monsoon, that were the talk over there. However, we can tell you that up to 8 Shiv Sena ministers were not present at that meeting. There was a very small representation of the Shiv Sena. One of the ministers did come out and say that the Chief Minister was smiling through the whole process, and so they are trying to give an impression that they have this situation under control, but whether or not that is the reality, that remains to be seen. And of course there are key developments taking place in Assam as well, where Eknath Shinde has claimed, very importantly, Niranjan, that the BJP has had no role to play in any of this, that this is all him working on his own volition and along with the rebel Shiv Sena MLAs who are with him.
Okay, so let me go across also to Piyush Shawri. By the way, getting in some more breaking news updates now, that even after the ultimatum that was issued by the Shiv Sena, the letter that was written by the Shiv Sena to the rebel MLAs asking them to either show up for the meeting or face expulsion, getting in news now that the rebels will not change their decisions. They will stay put in Guwahati, so they're digging in their heels, saying that there is no way that they're going to come back. And Eknath Shinde is firm. No amount of hand twisting or attempt to threaten them is going to work. He's going to stay put there. Also, he's going to hold another round of meetings with all these MLAs at about 5 o'clock, 5:30 later on in the Radisson Blu in Guwahati, where all of them are present now. That's also significant because at 5:30 some more MLAs are landing in Guwahati We were told at 5:30, 4 more are reaching. Now all of them will go to the hotel, and later on, perhaps post 6, there will be a meeting between all these MLAs and Eknath Shinde. He's not backing down because of the threat of expulsion. Let me go across to Piyush Auri. Piyush Auri is also in Mumbai tracking the developments. Along with Piyush, my colleague in Guwahati. Aniruddha is also in Guwahati. Shivangi is also live with us. Let me go across first to Piyush Auri. Piyush Auri, what is your location and what is the latest that you are picking up on the government in Maharashtra?
Yeah, Niranjan. So I'm outside Devendra Fadnavis' official residence, Sagar, where I will just tell you that Narayan Rane and his son have just gone inside to meet him. And as I told you that, BJP may not be revealing its cards of what it is feeling about the present situation in Maharashtra, but its eyes are firmly set on what is really happening. They are discussing the strategies and they are discussing of what can be the next move of them coming ahead and having that possibility of forming the government. Having said that, they have not coming out in open and revealing the strategy of any form of what they can do. It is also very important that there are large number of MLAs now who are coming in and coming in and out of the Sagar residence, the official residence of Devendra Fadnavis. They are discussing about what their analysis of the entire situation is, and they are briefing all their points to Devendra Fadnavis, who ultimately is going to take the decision. I again reiterate that Narayan Rane and his son have just recently gone inside the residence of Devendra Fadnavis to meet him, and as we are speaking, they both are speaking about some things which we will come to know in the coming time. Back to you, Niranjan.
Yeah. Okay, let's also, what we will now do is listen into some of the reactions. Now, what we'd like to tell you right now is the Congress party is confident. The Congress party has sent its own set of senior leaders who are here to just keep their flock together. They seem to be in a comfortable position. The Congress party is not worried. They say that all their MLAs are in check. They have a complete head count. They met. They said that all MLAs were present. NCP is not worried, but NCP is also saying it's Shiv Sena's problem. Saying it's Shiv Sena's problem, it's Shiv Sena's issue. Okay, now it looks like another minister is getting in. That's Subhash Desai, I think. Subhash Desai, one of the ministers. Subhash Desai, who's just gone into the Chief Minister's residence. He was here yesterday as well. One of the ministers, Subhash Desai, has just gone into the Chief Minister's residence right now. He was here yesterday itself as well. And a very senior leader of the Shiv Sena, Subhash Desai, has just gone in to meet the Chief Minister. So Sanjay Raut is there inside the Chief Minister's residence. Sanjay Raut is meeting Uddhav Thackeray. Some more senior leaders are getting in, perhaps thinking at a party level what should be done next. Here are some of the responses coming in today to the big political thriller in Maharashtra.
जी से भी मिलना था, पर वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गए हैं। मैंने लंबी बात उनसे फोन पर करी है और उनको ये आश्वासन दिया है कि कांग्रेस एनडीए गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट करती रहेगी।
हमारा डायलॉग चल रहा है। आज सुबह भी मेरी एकनाथ शिंदे जी से बातचीत चल रही थी। आज सुबह हम दोनों ने 1 घंटा बातचीत की है। यहाँ से जो बातचीत हुई उस बारे में मैंने पार्टी चीफ को बताया है। कोई बात छुप कर नहीं रहती है, ना हमारे मन में कोई ऐसी खटास है, ना उनके मन में कोई खटास है। हम लगभग 35-40 साल से एक दूसरे के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। वो सिर्फ हमारे साथी नहीं है, वो हमारे बहुत ही अजीज दोस्त है, मित्र है।
कांग्रेस में एकता है, मैं तो कांग्रेस की बात कर सकता हूँ। शिवसेना का तो शिवसेना को अपने आप ख्याल रखना है। जिस प्रकार की राजनीति भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने शुरू करी थी अरुणाचल प्रदेश में, उन्होंने प्रयास किया, झारखंड में उन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश में की, पैसा और पोस्ट की राजनीति, ये हमारे संविधान के खिलवाड़ है।
लोगों को खरीद फरोख्त करके और सरकार बनाने का काम किया है। ये प्रजातंत्र के लिए कोई बहुत शुभ संकेत नहीं है
कि जब आपको वोट में मत हासिल ना हो तो तोड़ फोड़ करके सरकार बना लो। तो ये तो एक लोकतंत्र के लिए मैं समझता हूँ एक काला अध्याय है जो
Okay, so those are some of the political reactions that have been coming in since this morning. But as we speak, right behind me, this is the Chief Minister's residence here, where Uddhav Thackeray hasn't left his residence for the last few days at least. I think he's been here for the last few days because all the meetings that took place yesterday were at his residence. Even today, for the cabinet meeting, it was expected that he would be leaving his residence, but then the news broke that he had tested positive for COVID-19. And Sanjay Raut is meeting the Chief Minister. We heard inside the Chief Minister's residence. Whether he's taking precautions while that meeting takes place because the Chief Minister has tested positive, we'll have to wait and watch. Haven't heard an official word on whether he's isolating himself, because if he's isolating himself, how will that meeting happen? Is it happening virtually inside the same residence of the Chief Minister? We'll have to wait and watch. But let me go across also to Ankit. Ankit is at a location where Narayan Rane is expected to address the news conference. He hasn't spoken yet. In fact, even the BJP may be, willing to just wait and watch than make statements right now, because when Narayan Rane speaks, of course, he will target the Sena and target the Uddhav Thackeray government. Now, they're keeping their cards very, very close. Shiv Sena, meanwhile, their threat to the rebel MLA stands. They believe that if they don't turn up by 5:30 today, they will all be expelled. Eknath Shinde is firm. He's not going to back down. He's firm that he will stay put in Guwahati. In fact, more MLAs are reaching Guwahati now at 5:30 when a plane lands. More rooms are being booked in the Radisson. As of yesterday, as of last evening, 36 rooms were booked at the Radisson Blu in Guwahati. Today we had some breaking news inputs that up to 70 rooms are being booked at the Radisson Blu, which means the entire hotel will be sealed off and will only be reserved for political guests from Maharashtra and related political guests from Maharashtra. So let me go across also to, I don't know whether Aniruddha is live with us, Aniruddha or Piyush, Ori or Piyush or Ankit. Okay. Piyush Mishra is with me. Let me go across to Piyush Mishra. Piyush Mishra is in Guwahati tracking the latest developments. Piyush, Eknath Shinde has told ANI that he has 46 MLAs with him. What are you picking up? How many MLAs does he actually have? And how many of them are from the Shiv Sena? How many are independents? And how many are from the smaller parties, Piyush?
Well, if you go by the figure, if you go by the tally, what we are now given to understand is that so far Eknath Shinde has been able to get the support of around 34 Shiv Sena MLAs and a few independents. The tally has now reached to 41, but Eknath Shinde is now claiming that he has got the support of more than 46 MLAs, which is a big, very big claim which is being made by Eknath Shinde. What we are also learning is that at 5:30, more and more MLAs are reaching here to Guwahati, where they will be entering inside this very hotel. There are two different entry gates. Those have been put in place, and media has been restricted to this very point itself. And also on the other side, you can also see, Niranjan, how the security has been beefed up. Assam police personnel have been deployed there, paramilitary forces have been deployed, and the entire area has been completely sealed. There is no entry of any other guest, barring the political leaders like you yourself mentioned from Maharashtra. So amidst this tight vigil, the meeting is also underway. Since morning we are seeing how the meeting is going on, and Eknath Shinde is chairing that meet. We'll have to wait and watch how things are going to pan out in coming few hours from now. Few more developments we can see. A vehicle is now entering. Yes. We do not know yet who is going, but yes, our vehicle has just entered, and the vehicle was being escorted by a police van. And also, if Hitesh can show you pictures of these police personnel, more police officers have now been called in. So fast-paced developments taking place here in Guwahati, where these MLAs are holed up. Eknath Shinde is holding this crucial meet. All the MLAs are inside. Fast-paced developments taking place. If we talk about the total number of MLAs, which Eknath Shinde needs, and that's from Shiv Sena, and that would be 37, because out of these 55, if Eknath Shinde is able to get the support of 37 MLAs, then he would be able to propose that he has now the entire party in his control. What we saw in LGP, similar kind of episode can be repeated here in this case also. So we are seeing the developments taking place. We are seeing the police officers from Assam deployed right outside this very gate, and now we have been asked to move back. Traffic is also stopped here, as and when the movement takes place. Traffic is always halted. But if you talk about the number, like we were telling to our viewers, that 37 is the magical figure to which Eknath Shinde would need if he wants to form his own party. We'll have to wait and watch what is going to happen at 5 p.m. Uddhav Thackeray is also going to chair a very crucial meet where Shiv Sena MPs and MLAs are expected to reach there at Uddhav's residence. Sanjay Raut, like you are yourself mentioning, is meeting with Uddhav Thackeray at 5 p.m. Niranjan. Everything will become crystal clear as to how many MLAs are actually supporting Uddhav Thackeray after this meet comes to an end. Everything will be out, how many MLAs reach there at Uddhav Thackeray's residence and how many MPs also reach there to support Uddhav Thackeray. Eknath Shinde now claims that he is doing so because he wants to take ahead the agenda of Hindutva, which was basically not taken forward by Uddhav Thackeray.
Yes.
And that's the agenda of Bala Saheb Thackeray.
Piyush, just bear with me. Just stay with me. And there's another breaking news update. Narayan Rane is at the Devendra Fadnavis residence. Union Minister Narayan Rane is meeting with Fadnavis as we speak. So that's a quick news update that's coming in from Mumbai. Roughly about 4 minutes from where I am is where the residence of Devendra Fadnavis is, and Devendra Fadnavis is meeting Narayan Rane, and that meeting continues. Ankit, my colleague, is also live. I also have Shivangi joining me on the broadcast. Now Shivangi is outside the St. Regis Hotel, where some of the Shiv Sena MLAs are put up. But first, I'd like to show you how the tone has changed of the Shiv Sena in the last 48 hours. The tone has gone from being confident about the government not falling to admitting that dissolving the assembly could be a possibility, to admitting that there could be a possible change in the government. Here's how the change in tone is looking like.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये राजस्थान आणि मध्य प्रदेश पॅटर्न प्रमाणे उद्धव ठाकरेंचं सरकार पाडावं अशा प्रकारचं एक हालचाल गेल्या काही दिवसापासून सुरू आहे. पण मध्य प्रदेश पॅटर्न, राजस्थान पॅटर्न हा महाराष्ट्रात चालणार नाही. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता जाएगी और क्या होता है.
Okay, so Shivangi is joining me live from outside the St. Regis Hotel now. Shivangi, what's the update there? Shivangi's been tracking the developments over there. Shivangi.
Right, Niranjan, like we have been discussing.
As Eknath Shinde's camp is getting bigger, but that's what it seems like.
I think just lost your frame there, Shivangi. I just lost your frame, so we'll just improve that connectivity and come back to you. I'm going back to Shivangi's frame right now. I think a frame is frozen there, but I have another breaking news update right now that Sharad Pawar has called an NCP meeting tomorrow. I repeat, Sharad Pawar has called an NCP meeting tomorrow where all MLAs have been asked to be present, and Sharad Pawar has also asked his leaders to be present. There is some activity here. Some more cars are moving in. Not sure if they're MLAs or just supporters or just their security. All right, Sharad Pawar has called for a meeting of all NCP MLAs, and one of the NCP leaders has gone on record to say that until Sharad Pawar is standing behind this government, nothing is going to happen to this government. Interesting statement coming in from one of the NCP leaders, Amol Mitkari, who has said, जब तक शरद पवार सरकार के पीछे खड़े हैं तब तक सरकार को कुछ नहीं हो सकता. That's an NCP leader saying that nothing is going to happen to this government until and unless Sharad Pawar stands behind it. He said कल शरद पवार ने MLA की मीटिंग बुलाई है YB चौहान सेंटर में. कल क्या निर्देश मिलता है कल देखते हैं. So he says that there is some direction that is expected from the NCP and Sharad Pawar tomorrow. That's Thursday, when all MLAs of the NCP have been called for a meeting. That's another breaking news update, that Sharad Pawar has called for a meeting of all his MLAs. Let me also go across and get a quick update from either Ankit or Piyush Ori, who are outside the residence of Devendra Fadnavis, where the meeting is on between Devendra Fadnavis and Narayan Rane. Two union ministers have been flown in to Mumbai. Two of them were in Mumbai to keep a check on the situation, to perhaps keep an eye on the political developments. Ankit, if you can hear me, what's the latest development? Is that meeting still on?
That meeting is still on at the moment, is what we are told, because Narayan Rane has not turned up at the BJP office here in Mumbai either. It's almost 45 minutes after he was supposed to schedule the address the media. That was at 2:30, but that's not happened. And that just puts into sharp relief, Niranjan, the fact that we have not really heard from the BJP, apart from a few sporadic tweets. Most notably, we have not yet heard from Devendra Fadnavis since yesterday. All of yesterday he was in Delhi. Late last night he came to Mumbai. Then we found out that 105 BJP MLAs have been called to Mumbai. And now there are meetings that are going on at Devendra Fadnavis's residence. There have been leaders coming there right since the morning. Ashish Shelar has been there, Kirit Somaiya has been there, and so senior BJP Maharashtra leaders have been going to meet Devendra Fadnavis. And accordingly, Nitesh Rane, who was already there, has now been joined by his father and Union Minister Narayan Rane. Narayan Rane has been known to be combative with the Shiv Sena. Both he and Nitesh Rane have been tweeting at Shiv Sena. Nitesh Rane had tweeted at Sanjay Raut's tweet in response to the Maharashtra Assembly will be dissolved claim that he had made, and he had said that the BJP is ready for elections if it comes to that. And so we still await finding out what exactly the BJP's version of this story is, where they see themselves fitting in, because clearly they are the biggest party in Maharashtra, and Eknath Shinde has torn away a large chunk of the Shiv Sena, and so 2 and 2 putting together, it appears as though they are destined to come together. At least that's what the MVA wants us to believe. They're claiming this is another version of Operation Kamal. But really speaking, we await to find out. We are expecting Narayan Rane to come here after his meeting ends with Devendra Fadnavis.
Okay. That was Ankit with a brief update from the BJP. The BJP, Devendra Fadnavis is meeting Narayan Rane as we speak. So fast-paced developments happening in Mumbai, and the action is also in Guwahati, where I'd like to go across to Piyush Mishra and also Aniruddha tracking the developments. But first up, I'll take a short break and come back with the updates after the break. Stay tuned.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
As per sources during the meeting in Surat, rebel Shiv Sena MLA Eknath Shinde tells Uddhav Thackeray's emissary Milind Narvekar that for them, Hindutva is paramount and they would not compromise on it. During this meeting, there was a 15-minute telephonic conversation between Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray as well, where the Chief Minister tried to assure Shinde that his concerns will be addressed. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut says Eknath Shinde was well aware of why the party's alliance with the BJP broke in the state. Says they are trying from our side to establish communication with them. With him, Raut also said that they, that is the MVA, are ready to face anything. Shiv Sena releases official letter announcing appointment of Ajay Chaudhary as Legislative Party leader in Maharashtra Assembly. Chaudhary replaces Eknath Shinde, who is presently leading a rebellion in the state.
मुझे उद्धव ठाकरे जी से भी मिलना था, पर वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गए हैं। मैंने लंबी बात उनसे फोन पर करी है और उनको ये आश्वासन दिया है कि कांग्रेस एनडीए गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट करती रहेगी।
हमारा डायलॉग चल रहा है। आज सुबह भी मेरी एकनाथ शिंदे जी से बातचीत चल रही थी। आज सुबह हम दोनों ने 1 घंटा बातचीत की है। यहाँ से जो बातचीत हुई उस बारे में मैंने पार्टी चीफ को बताया है। कोई बात छुप कर नहीं रहती है, ना हमारे मन में कोई ऐसी खटास है ना उनके मन में कोई खटास है। हम लगभग 35-40 साल से एक दूसरे के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। वो सिर्फ हमारे साथी नहीं है, वो हमारे बहुत ही अजीज दोस्त है, मित्र है।
इसमें कांग्रेस में एकता है। मैं तो कांग्रेस की बात कर सकता हूँ। शिवसेना का तो शिवसेना को अपने आप ख्याल रखना है कि जिस प्रकार की राजनीति भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने शुरू करी थी अरुणाचल प्रदेश में, उन्होंने प्रयास किया झारखंड में, उन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश में की, पैसा और पोस्ट की राजनीति, ये हमारे संविधान के खिलवाड़ है।
लोगों को खरीद फरोख्त करके और सरकार बनाने का काम किया है। ये प्रजातंत्र के लिए कोई बहुत शुभ संकेत नहीं है
कि जब आपको वोट में मत हासिल ना हो तो तोड़ फोड़ करके सरकार बना लो। तो ये तो एक लोकतंत्र के लिए मैं समझता हूं एक काला अध्याय है जो।
And we're taking a short break now in Republic. When we come back, getting you more details of the NCP and Sharad Pawar calling for a meeting of all MLAs. All their MLAs have been asked to be present in Mumbai tomorrow. That's a developing story. Let's wait and watch what happens, because one of the NCP leaders says as long as Sharad Pawar is behind this government, there's nothing to worry. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
के ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है। मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के एमएलए हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे। एमएलए अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
अनरेस्ट है एनसीपी के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है कांग्रेस के अंदर, संभालना हमारा जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। आप सोचिए 2019 में जनता ने वोट दिए किसके नेतृत्व में दिए, किसके ऊपर भरोसा रख करके दिए? मोदी जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, बाद में धोखा दिए। कौन धोखा दिए? हमने धोखा नहीं दिए, जनता के।
Big Sena flock deserts Uddhav Thakure's Rebel 46 in Guwahati versus the loyal 12 who remain. Big huddle in Maharashtra with the big meeting save the sinking ship as numbers are declining by the hour. Out of numbers, out of options, and Uddhav Thackeray is unwell. It's complete chaos politically in Maharashtra.
क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी और क्या होता है?
Out of numbers, out of options, and Uddhav Thackeray falls unwell. It's complete chaos. Sena cracks the whip, issues ultimatum now, says appear before 5 p.m. or face expulsion, but the rebels are not budging. Eknath Shinde says undecided on the next move is the rebel kingmaker weighing all his options right now. Thank you for staying with us on this breaking news broadcast from Mumbai, Guwahati and also in Delhi. Republic TV getting you more details of what is happening in Maharashtra now. As we speak, Devendra Fadnavis is meeting Narayan Rane, Union Minister, who's at his residence right now a few kilometers from here where we are reporting from. This is the Chief Minister's residence behind us where most of the meetings have been taking place in the last 2 days. But Today, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra was part of the cabinet meeting virtually. We are hearing that only 3 ministers from the Shiv Sena were part of that meeting. Now, we don't have a head count of how many legislators actually remain with the Shiv Sena. The Shiv Sena has called for a meeting of all its MLAs. All rebels have been asked to be present in Mumbai, failing which they will be expelled. There's some movement here, so we're just watching. There's some movement here. 1 minute. Just there's some. I think one of the leaders is present here.
बोला साहेब बोला आपलं सरा बोलिए
काही चॅनल्स मध्ये बातमी येते की काही चॅनल्स मध्ये बातमी चालवली जाते की खासदार अनुपस्थित बैठकीसाठी म्हणून अशा पद्धतीच्या बातम्या आता काही या ठिकाणी येत आहेत. तर मी आत्ताच वर्षावर त्या ठिकाणी होतो. आज कोणत्याही पद्धतीची खासदारांची बैठक सीएम साहेबांनी बोलवली नव्हती. जी काही बैठक व्हायची होती ती काल सीएम साहेबांच्या बरोबर खासदार महोदयांची सगळ्यांची झालेली आहे आणि आजच्या या ठिकाणी ज्या टीव्ही न्यूज चॅनल्सवर बातम्या येत आहेत त्याचा खुलासा करण्यासाठी मला सांगण्यात आलं आहे की कोणत्याही पद्धतीची आज खासदारांची किंवा आमदारांची बैठक या ठिकाणी वर्षावर बोलवली नव्हती. आज कई चैनलों पे ये बातमी चली है, न्यूज़ चली है कि जिसमें सारे सांसदों को बुलाने का न्योता यहाँ दिया गया था, ऐसा चैनल्स में आ रहा है. मैं ये खुलासा करना चाहूँगा कि शिवसेना के ओर से कोई भी एमपीज़ को आज क्या दिन का न्योता नहीं था. आज कोई मीटिंग एमपीज़ की, शिवसेना एमपीज़ की यहाँ वर्षा पे नहीं थी. जिन एमपीज़ को मिलना था उन्होंने कल साहब से बात हुई है. सारे मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट्स कल आदरणीय उद्धव साहब से मिल के जा चुके हैं. आज ना विधायकों की मीटिंग है ना ही एमपीज़ की मीटिंग आज के दिन के आज मला सांगण्यात आलंय की खासदारांच्या मीटिंग बाबतीत जी बातमी चालवली जाते त्या बाबतीत खुलासा करण्यात यावा आणि ज्यामध्ये जे काही एमपीज साठी या ठिकाणी बातमी चालवली जाते तेवढाच माझा खुलासा राहील की एमपीज कोणतेही आज मीटिंग अधिकृत या ठिकाणी मेंबर ऑफ पार्लमेंटची या ठिकाणी शिवसेनेनं बोलवलेली नाही. कोणत्याही पद्धतीनं आज खासदारांना इथं बोलवलेलं नव्हतं. त्याच्यामुळं खासदार आले नाहीत किंवा गैरहजर होते हे म्हणणं चुकीचं होईल. आज कोणत्याही पद्धतीची बैठकच नव्हती.
पण लावून द्यायचं ना यार. एक मिनिट.
That's the breaking news update right now. Okay, one of the Sena leaders, they're speaking and saying that there was no meeting that was called, at all of any MLAs or MPs. Trying to clarify, I guess, trying to put out their version, saying that there was no meeting of MLAs or MPs called today. And we're getting in some more breaking news now. Okay, that was one clarification, I guess, that came in from the Shiv Sena. They said they were responding more to some of the local media reports that some meeting of MPs was called and nobody showed up, etc. Well, that was yesterday. But as of now, there is some more breaking news now coming in that Shinde has challenged Uddhav Thackeray. Let me go across and get you the breaking news update with Aishwarya. That with 46 rebels, Shinde has challenged Uddhav Thackeray. Piyush is joining us, but the breaking news is from Aishwarya, so I'd like to go across to Aishwarya, please. Let's go across to Aishwarya. Eknath Shinde has responded to Uddhav, we are hearing. Eknath Shinde has responded to Uddhav Thackeray, to the Sena whip, calling it unconstitutional. I repeat, Eknath Shinde has responded back to Uddhav, to the Sena whip, which had the letter that was issued, calling for a meeting at 5:30 p.m., saying that it is unconstitutional. That's a big breaking news update now coming in. Eknath Shinde is challenging Uddhav Thackeray on the meeting that was called, on the whip that was issued, saying that if they don't come in and attend that meeting by 5:30 p.m., there could be action taken against them. They could even be expelled. So to that, Eknath Shinde has responded, calling that unconstitutional. He's challenged Uddhav Thackeray. That's the breaking news update. I'll try and go across to Aishwarya, who will be joining us live any minute now. Aishwarya has more details of Shinde's response, and this response is reportedly coming. This response is coming after that letter. Let me go across to Ankit also now. Ankit is joining us along with Piyush, Piyushori and Shivangi. Ankit, what's the update on your end?
Well, the update, Niranjan, is that here at the BJP office, we are still waiting Narayan Rane to arrive because that meeting is still ongoing. It appears that Eknath Shinde has challenged Uddhav Thackeray, like you're saying, and he has held that the letter that was sent calling for a meeting at 5 p.m. is unconstitutional. Now, what is the precise reason for that? Aishwarya will tell us, but I believe it has to do with him appointing his own legislative party leader, or that's what it appears. But we are still awaiting word on that, and this comes at a time when we are still awaiting to hear from the Bharatiya Janata Party, which has maintained a conspicuous silence for the last day and a half. Eknath Shinde last spoke about them, and he clarified that they are not doing this rebellion at the behest of any party. They are not in touch with the BJP. In fact, Eknath Shinde went so far as to say he is currently in the midst of a meeting himself in Assam, is what Piyush and Anirudh have told us. There's a lunch break going on there, so there's a hectic meeting going on over there, and there is a meeting going on at the BJP headquarters in Mumbai, rather at the Devendra Fadnavis's residence, and then we are awaiting some action to take place at the BJP headquarters here. And so there is a stalemate currently between Eknath Shinde and his rebel MLAs and the Shiv Sena and the loyalists under Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, and that is where we currently stand, Niranjan.
Well, there's another twist in the tail right now. Shiv Sena MLA Eknath Shinde has just tweeted. Saying that Shiv Sena MLA Bharat Gogavle has been appointed as the chief representative of the Shiv Sena legislature. The reason is that the orders issued by Sunil Prabhu regarding today's meeting of MLAs is legally invalid. Okay, that's a big breaking news update. Shiv Sena MLA, this is Eknath Shinde challenging the Shiv Sena. Saying that Bharat Gogavle has been appointed as the chief representative of the Shiv Sena legislature party. The reason is that the orders issued by Sunil Prabhu regarding today's meeting of MLAs is legally invalid. So he's got the numbers on his side, and Eknath Shinde is openly challenging the Shiv Sena. I think this changes everything right now. He's staring back. He's claiming ownership of the party right now. He's claiming that most of the MLAs are with him, and with the support of the MLAs with him, he says Bharat Gogavle has been appointed as the chief representative of the Shiv Sena legislature. The reason is that the orders issued by Sunil Prabhu regarding today's meeting of MLAs are legally invalid. That's a breaking news update that came in. I'm going across to Aishwarya as well. Aishwarya is also joining us with the details. Aishwarya, he's challenging that whip call for 5:30 this evening, saying that is invalid because he's got the numbers and he's appointed. He says Bharat Gogavle has been appointed as the chief representative of the Shiv Sena legislature party.
Shinde is challenging Uddhav Thackeray. Eknath Shinde has challenged Uddhav Thackeray by not only calling the whip called by Uddhav Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray unconstitutional, but by also making this individual, this leader, as the leader of his faction. It's very clear. It's very clear. It's an open challenge. It's an open challenge by Eknath Shinde to Uddhav Thackeray. He's challenging Uddhav Thackeray like never before. Like never before. Eknath Shinde, who is in Guwahati with 46 MLAs according to him, says that the whip issued by Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is unconstitutional. He's calling the whip unconstitutional, which means that the numbers which he was saying or claiming seems to be completely correct. Because by the rule book, he needs to be the 2/3 of the strength of the Shiv Sena's legislative party. And if he has 40 plus, he has that number. And the minute he has that number, now he has announced that this is going to be his leader. And with him claiming that 73% of the Sena MLAs are with him, that's exactly what he wanted. He's hitting back at Uddhav Thackeray by saying that the whip issued by Uddhav Thackeray is unconstitutional. Also sending a message that Bharat Gogavale, who is going to be the new leader, means that a faction within Shiv Sena is ready to take over. And we need to see, BJP is not 1 foot behind. BJP is relaxed and has taken 2 steps backwards. Why? They say it's an infighting between Shiv Sena, and you go 24 hours prior, Niranjan. That is exactly what Sharad Pawar said. Sharad Pawar said it's a fight between
I have the resolution passed by the MLAs. 1 minute. Resolution passed by the MLAs. 1 minute. I have the resolution passed by the MLAs. 1 minute. 1 minute. I have the resolution passed by the MLAs.
Okay, go.
34 MLAs have signed on this resolution. I'm just sharing it with the team right now. Alisha, let me open up. Let's open this resolution up on screen.
Yeah, we have this.
I have the resolution with me. 37 signatures. You can see 34 signatures. 34 signatures on this. Yeah. I have the resolution here. Vidhan Sabha constituency. You have the names. And the legislation. Look at this. 34 signatures on this resolution. I'm going to read out. I'll open that in the newsroom. But let me read out from the resolution. It says, We the following members of the 14th Maharashtra Legislative Assembly belonging to the Shiv Sena, we are notified as the members of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly as members of Shiv Sena Legislature Party. We had unanimously elected Eknath Rao Sambhaji Shinde on the 31st of October as a group leader of the Shiv Sena Legislature Party. There was a pre-poll alliance between the BJP and Shiv Sena for the 14th Maharashtra Legislative Assembly 2019. There has been great dissatisfaction prevalent amongst members of our party, Shiv Sena, and a party cadre at large on account of corruption in the government. They're claiming corruption in the government administration regarding police posting, corruption by then Home Minister Anil Deshmukh. Massive. In fact, these MLAs, Eknath Shinde and his group are claiming corruption at a large scale. They claim corruption by Anil Deshmukh. They're claiming corruption by Nawab Malik. They've named them in the resolution, saying that apart from the above reason, our party cadre faced tremendous harassment and distress on political as well as personal grounds from the opposition ideological parties who are now a part of the government and were using their office and power to undermine the base and foundation of our Shiv Sena cadre. There is enormous discontent among the cadre of our party, that is Shiv Sena, for forming the government with NCP and Indian National Congress, who are ideologically opposed to our party, that is the Shiv Sena. There has been a compromise on the principles of our party, Shiv Sena, which has been a party with fierce ideological base and was formed for fighting for the rights of the Marathi people. For last 2.5 years, our party and its leadership have compromised party principles by aligning with contrasting ideologies for the sake of achieving power in the state of Maharashtra. The ideology of our party leader, late Balasaheb Thackeray, was to give clean and honest government to the people of Maharashtra, and also without compromising on the principle of Hindutva, which was defeated at the first day itself by aligning with the opposition ideologies. Shiv Sena and the Bharatiya Janata Party had forged a pre-poll alliance for the 2019 Maharashtra Assembly general elections. They fought the blessings of the voters for this Sena-BJP alliance, which the voters accepted and voted in favor of this alliance. And after the results were out, Sena severed its ties with the BJP and formed an alliance with the opposing parties, which they had fought against in the 2019 Assembly elections. this act of our party leaders had a tremendous negative impact upon the voters and the party cadre at large. There was a continuous hue and cry towards the party leadership for the act of aligning with the opposing parties. Ignoring this, the party leadership went ahead, formed a Mahavikas Aghadi government. For the last 2.5 years, we, the Shiv Sena legislative party members, were facing tremendous pressure from their electorate of voters. We, the members of the legislative party, as well as our leaders, are working throughout the country. We're facing a lot of humiliating questions from our voters on account of our support to leaders of opposition. Our leader, Sri Balasaheb Thackeray, was always a strong nationalist. We have also been subject to a lot of criticism for being part of this corrupt. They're calling it a corrupt Maharashtra government, and they have resolved, and that's the breaking news update. It's a 2-point resolution. It is hereby resolved and reaffirmed that Eknath Shinde, who was appointed as the leader of the Shiv Sena legislature party and continues to be a leader of the Maharashtra Shiv Sena legislature party of the 14th Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, proposed by, seconded by and resolved unanimously. It is therefore further resolved that Bharat Gogavle be elected and appointed as Chief Whip of the 14th Maharashtra Shiv Sena Legislative Party. Appointment of Sunil Prabhu is cancelled with immediate effect. So the group with the numbers, 34 MLAs have signed off. I have it with me. It's a big development. 34 MLAs have signed off on it. And the 2-point resolution that Eknath Shinde will be the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Party. I repeat, Eknath Shinde will be the leader of the Shiv Sena Legislature Party, and that will remain. And Bharat Gogavle has been elected, appointed as Chief Whip of the 14th Maharashtra Shiv Sena Legislative Party, and the Shiv Sena Legislature Party has just resolved that it's a corrupt government. I repeat, it's a corrupt Maharashtra government. And the big breaking news update, they're also alleging corruption in the government. Ministers included are alleging corruption in the government. It's a revolt within the MVA with the Eknath Shinde group claiming corruption by Home Minister Anil Deshmukh, then Home Minister Anil Deshmukh, corruption by sitting Minority Minister Nawab Malik, corruption and alleging Nawab Malik links to Dawood Ibrahim. Apart from the above reasons, saying that party cadre is facing harassment and questions on this alliance with the Mahavikas Aghadi, I think this is all but over. Eknath Shinde has effectively taken control of the party. He's taken complete control of the party with a 2-point resolution, saying that the 34 MLAs have just concluded and signed off on Eknath Shinde being the party legislative party leader, and also they have appointed their own chief whip, and their own chief whip has been appointed. And their chief whip is now Bharat Gogavle. Bharat Gogavle has been elected has been appointed as the chief whip of the Shiv Sena of the 14th Maharashtra Shiv Sena Legislature Party. It's now been confirmed. Sunil Prabhu, who gave the letter out, who signed off on that letter earlier today, has been cancelled as the chief whip of the Shiv Sena. So effectively the move to call for a meeting this evening at 5:30 is now null and void. That's not valid anymore. Eknath Shinde with 34 MLAs signing off, on that letter, has taken complete control of the party. He needs 37. He's got 34 out of 55 as of now. More MLAs are landing, we are told, in Guwahati at 5:30, and that's the breaking news update. But I think the big news point, Shiv Sena Legislature Party leader has confirmed, or rather has said, that there is corruption in this government. He has alleged corruption in this government. He has said Anil Deshmukh is corrupt. He said Anil Deshmukh is corrupt. He has said Nawab Malik is corrupt. He's called it a corrupt government. This is huge. Sitting MLAs, sitting ministers calling this government corrupt, questioning the police postings, questioning sitting ministers. I think it's over. We will have to wait and watch what the Uddhav Thackeray faction, if I can call it that, what is left of the Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena. We'll have to wait and watch how they respond to this letter and this resolution that has been passed by 34 legislative party leaders. 34 of them have signed off on the 2-point resolution. Ankit, this is big. I don't know whether I have Aishwarya. Let me see if I have Aishwarya to get the political implications of this. And Ankit is also joining me live along with Piyush and Shivangi. Ankit, getting in another update that Fadnavis's house, that meeting is ended, but this is a big move. He has effectively said that Uddhav's decisions have had a negative impact on the cadre and that he wants to part ways. Rather, he hasn't said he wants to part ways. He has said he wants to end this alliance with the MVA. MVA. For all practical reasons, he's claimed ownership of the party now. Or control of the party, not ownership but control of the party.
Absolutely, Niranjan, this is an explosive letter. It has so many facets to it. One is that he has the support of 34 signatures. On top of that, all the allegations he is making and the legislative actions that this letter entails. One is that his appointment as the legislative party leader of the Shiv Sena in 2019 stands till this day. And on top of that, the Uddhav Thackeray faction's appointee for legislative party leader, Sunil Prabhu, that has been discarded, and he has appointed his own legislative party leader because, and rightfully, he claims he has 34 MLAs, which is more than half of the 55 that the BJP had elected. And so he's claiming that he is now the party, Eknath Shinde is. And then, of course, like you're saying, the allegations that have been made, and they've been spelled out in this letter in pages 1 and 2 about the mention of corruption by former Home Minister Anil Deshmukh, the sitting Minority Affairs Minister Nawab Malik, both of whom are currently in jail. And like you said, he's also signed off essentially the letter by calling it, and I use the phrase, corrupt Maharashtra government. So that is what he has called this government. And last but not least, Eknath Shinde has alleged that the Shiv Sena leaders have faced constant harassment at the hands of their now allies who were earlier of an opposite ideology and continue to be of an opposite ideology. And they have also faced negativity from their cadres and their vote base because of their compromise on their ideologies to ally with the Nationalist Congress Party, NCP, and the Congress, who are their opponents. And because of this, they are suffering. So this is the ideological backing that Eknath Shinde has cited in this letter. And viewers, you can all read it on republicworld.com. Niranjan, this is an explosive letter.
Well, effectively, he's taken control of the party. He's moved to claim the original Shiv Sena. He says, I'm reclaiming the original Shiv Sena. I'm rejecting the corrupt MVA government. He's saying, I reject. And he says this government has been corrupt. He's named Anil Deshmukh in the resolution. He's named Nawab Malik in the resolution. He's effectively rejected all the decisions taken by Uddhav Thackeray. He says it has a negative impact on the cadre, saying the government is not clean and honest. He says there's enormous discontent. He says the government is corrupt. And I think that's a direct bearing on, that's a direct reflection on the decisions taken. Basically, I think the news point is Uddhav Thackeray has been completely cornered by these rebels. He's been rejected by a large chunk of MLAs. 34 MLAs have signed off on this. So that's the big setback. I need to take a short break right now. Taking a break, the live and breaking coverage. Republic, the first channel to access this resolution, keeping you way ahead on the coverage. Stay tuned.
अनरेस्ट है एनसीपी के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है कांग्रेस के अंदर, संभालना हमारा जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। आप सोचिए 2019 में जनता ने वोट दिए किसके नेतृत्व में दिए, किसके ऊपर भरोसा रख करके दिए? मोदी जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, बाद में धोखा दिए। कौन धोखा दिए? हमने धोखा नहीं दिए। जनता का धोखा देने का काम अगाड़ी ने किए।
Only 2-3 of my friends, they called me up, so I came to receive them. I don't know, I have never counted how many MLAs came or whatever things. Are you a government representative? No. It's a personal relation I came here. On personal relation I came here.
What did they say?
No, they said that they are coming to Assam. Yesterday night they said they are coming to Assam, so I came to receive them.
And in other national news, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde meets two envoys sent by Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to Surat, conveys to them that he is with the Shiv Sena, but that the Sena should form a government with the BJP. Stresses he does not want to sacrifice Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva ideology. Consequent to this, the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena have moved to a hotel in Assam. As the northeastern state of Assam stands battered in the second wave of flash floods, State Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma announces launch of a portal wherein people can register their losses and other
Okay, so we're taking a short break right now. We've accessed the resolution of Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde has effectively taken control of the party, and the 34 MLAs with him have elected him, have chosen him as the legislature party leader. 34 out of 55, I repeat, 34 out of 55 have chosen Eknath Shinde as the legislature party leader, and the decision taken by the Shiv Sena to appoint Ajay Chaudhary has been nullified. He's appointed his own whip. Bharat Gogavle has been appointed the new chief whip of the Shiv Sena. Effectively, what this could mean is that Uddhav Thackeray could be losing control of his own party, or rather has lost control of his own party and also the government. 34 MLAs, 3 ministers in Guwahati saying that this is a corrupt government. Insiders, ministers have been arrested, investigation is on, and for the first time you have a large chunk of leaders within saying that it's a corrupt government. Taking a short break, stay tuned.
And in other national news, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde meets two envoys sent by Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to Surat, conveys to them that he is with the Shiv Sena but that the Sena should form a government with the BJP. Stresses he does not want to sacrifice Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva ideology. Consequent to this, the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena have moved to a hotel in Assam. As the northeastern state of Assam stands battered in the second wave of flash floods, State Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma announces launch of a portal wherein people can register their losses and other complaints to claim respective flood relief.
Roundup from the world of sports, Serena Williams came through a dramatic women's doubles contest alongside Tunisia's Ons Jabeur, which marked the 23-time Grand Slam singles champion's first match for almost a year as a pair defeated Spain's Sara Tormo and Mary of the Czech Republic at the WTA Eastbourne International. English Premier League side Liverpool have agreed to sell Japan international Takumi Marimono to French League One outfit Monaco for $18.9 million. French side Monaco were one of the number of clubs interested in the 27-year-old who joined Liverpool from Red Bull Salzburg in 2020.
के ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है। मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के एमएलए हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे। एमएलए अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
Thank you for staying with us here on Republic TV. A few minutes back, we broke the details of the resolution that was passed by Eknath Shinde and his supporters in Guwahati. From Guwahati, they've signed off, 34 of them have signed off on a resolution making Eknath Shinde the chief of the Shiv Sena legislature party, and also reclaiming, they had said he was the chief of the legislature party Shiv Sena in 2019 when they decided to join the alliance, the MVA alliance along with Congress and CNCAP, and today they've signed off, 34 of them signing off saying that he continues to be our leader and he will take all the decisions for the Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena has also, under Eknath Shinde, has confirmed that the new chief whip will be Bharat Gogavle, who's close to Eknath Shinde and is in Guwahati right now. While we get you those updates, the breaking news update. The breaking news update, my colleagues joining us on the broadcast. Ankit is joining us live. I have Shivangi joining us live. Let me tell you, Eknath Shinde and his leaders, MLAs, have written a very, very powerfully worded letter. Eknath Shinde says there has been corruption. Eknath Shinde says there is corruption in the government, unprecedented for a serving minister who is right now in Guwahati to admit there is corruption in the government. He says there is large-scale corruption in police postings. He says great dissatisfaction among the members of his party, the Shiv Sena. He says party cadre is upset. He also says administration regarding police posting, there's corruption. He said there was corruption under Anil Deshmukh. who he puts in brackets as in jail. Sitting Minority Minister Nawab Malik, he says he's also in jail. And he says Nawab Malik is involved with Dawood Ibrahim. He goes on to talk about the kind of harassment that the party cadre has had to face and distress politically on the grounds of this alliance with the NCP and the Congress party. Now, while I get you those details, it's unprecedented, the kind of twists and turns the story is taking. By the way, another related development that I'm picking up from Aishwarya, I'll have to wait to get an official word, but Aishwarya is picking up details that Sanjay Raut has reportedly told MLAs. Sanjay Raut has reportedly told MLAs of Shiv Sena that Uddhav Thackeray has tested negative for COVID now. So I don't know. This morning we were told he had tested positive for COVID. Reportedly Sanjay Raut has said that Uddhav Thackeray tested negative for COVID. There is no official word on it. So let's take for a minute that he had tested negative for COVID. Otherwise Sanjay Raut wouldn't have met him, right? Ankit, he wouldn't have met him at his residence. But what are you picking up politically at the BJP, where Fadnavis is meeting Narayan Rao, or that meeting is ended? Ankit, what do you have for us?
That meeting has ended, Niranjan, and now there is anticipation here that this press conference is likely to begin. And given the letter that we have just accessed, the proposal by the Eknath Shinde camp claiming ownership essentially of the Shiv Sena, the BJP has lots to talk about, because here you have, like you rightly pointed out, a sitting minister who is accompanied by 3 other ministers as per our most recent understanding. So 4 ministers from the Maharashtra government are part of this letter, and this claim and this allegation and these series of explosive charges that have been leveled against the, in their words, corrupt Maharashtra government. And like you have said, they've pointed out, they've named 2 ministers, one former home minister, one current minority affairs minister, both belonging to the NCP, who are both in jail at the moment. And they've also cited the alleged wrongdoings in terms of the postings of police personnel. And that is another claim that has been put in this letter. So honestly, this is a point of no return, clearly, that has been crossed. Up till today morning, Niranjan, you'll remember Sanjay Raut was talking about how for 30 years they've all been friends, and Eknath Shinde is a very senior leader of the party. He has been used, the term Kattar Shiv Sainik has been used for him. So a hardcore Shiv Sainik has been used to describe him, so much so that he has himself claimed that the party under Uddhav Thackeray has departed from the ideology that it had espoused under Balasaheb Thackeray, and that these rebel MLAs led by Eknath Shinde will continue that legacy and take it forward. And so in accordance with that, they have sent this proposal across, cancelled the Shiv Sena loyalists legislative changes and announced their own. And so now we are awaiting any moment now, hopefully Narayan Rane will turn up here. The station from where he will address his briefing is all set up, and we are also lined up to get his first response on this. And for the first time we will hear the BJP's opinion on this matter.
Well, absolutely, and it's taken everyone by surprise. I think, when we read the resolution, it's for the first time that Eknath Shinde has come out openly. Eknath Shinde has come out openly and questioned this government. He's gone on to openly allege corruption, and he's a sitting minister. So his allegations cannot be taken lightly. He says there has been large-scale corruption. The terms used are large-scale corruption. The key words that there has been corruption in police postings. He's gone on to name Anil Deshmukh. He's gone on to name Nawab Malik. He's gone on to say that the party cadre is unhappy. Now, you can't take something that Eknath Shinde says very lightly, because Eknath Shinde is one of the senior most towering leaders in the Shiv Sena. After Balasaheb Thackeray and Anand Dige and the Thackeray's, of course, he's the most senior leaders, keeping the party cadre together. Has managed to, keep the flock together in many districts, very influential in many districts. And that's why 34 of them, 34 MLAs are with him and have signed off, including leaders like Pratap Sarnaik, who was, by the way, investigated until recently by the ED, questioned, raided, etc. Shivangi is also with me. Let me get in a quick word from her. She's at the St. Regis Hotel. We don't have a count of how many MLAs are there, or if MLAs are there at all. Shivangi, what sort of movement are you seeing there?
Right, Niranjan, like we have been breaking live on Republic TV, 34 MLAs there signing the resolution. Now the ones which are the loyalists, Niranjan, now they were said to be holed up here at the St. Regis, Mumbai. And remember that this is a development we've been tracking since morning today. So the Shiv Sena still has loyalists, but the number there is very, very concerning for the Shiv Sena, Niranjan. Definitely, after this developments are coming, Eknath Shinde does seem to be having the numbers. Uddhav Thackeray losing the numbers there. But for the ones which are the loyalists, they are holed up here at the St. Regis. That's a St. Regis, a Mumbai posh hotel, luxury hotel, one of the best hotels here in Maharashtra. International celebrities get hosted here. It's one of the best hotels. Remember earlier in the day we also saw many more, in fact,
Okay, I just lost the line there. I have a poor line with you there. I'll come back to you. Stay with me. The breaking news update right now. In fact, it's causing tremors, here in Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde has effectively taken control of the party. He's the legislature party leader now, and he's appointed a new chief whip. 34 MLAs have signed off, effectively pushing Uddhav Thackeray's set of loyalists to a minority and to a corner. Less than 20 with him. Less than 20, we are told, are with Uddhav Thackeray. 34 have signed off. Here are some more reactions coming in.
सर, क्या मुख्यमंत्री इस्तीफा देंगे?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं देंगे।
सर, क्या मुख्यमंत्री इस्तीफा देंगे?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं देंगे।
मैं कोई वाहन आया तो वाहन में मैं बैठना चाहता था, लेकिन कोई वाहन में मेरे को बैठने नहीं देते थे। बाद में 100-150 पुलिस ने उठा के मेरे को हॉस्पिटल में लेके गए, और वहाँ ऐसा एक नाटक रचा है कि मेरे को अटैक आ गया। न ऐसा संदेश है दिया, लेकिन अटैक आने का कारण बता के कुछ तो भी मेरे बॉडी पे प्रक्रिया करना चाहते थे, अभी मेरा घात करना चाहते थे, लेकिन ईश्वर की कृपा से मैं सही सलामत। भाजपा की जो राजनीति है, केंद्र की सत्ता का दुरुपयोग, केंद्र की तपास यंत्रणा का दुरुपयोग और सत्ता से पैसा, और उसमें और सत्ता कैसे कमाना, यही उनकी रणनीति रही है। ये असत्य की तरफ भारतीय लोकतंत्र को लेके जा रही है।
उधर से बहुत सारी बातें हुई, वो कॉन्फिडेंट है, उन्हें विश्वास है कि शिवसेना के विधायक उनका साथ देंगे। जो चले भी गए हैं, बहुत सारे लोग गलतफहमी में गए हैं, उनका ये विश्वास है।
What happened in Rajya Sabha election and council elections it's a different situation. BJP used all the means at its disposal, like the agencies, like money, power and all that. Everything happened. So we had to look into it, what happened exactly.
कैबिनेट में जो कैबिनेट में जो रूटीन सब्जेक्ट है, वही सब्जेक्ट पे चर्चा हुई, बाकी कोई चर्चा नहीं हुई है। तो राजनीतिक पे चर्चा करने का विषय भी नहीं था, क्योंकि हालात तो पूरी तरह कंट्रोल में है। मुख्यमंत्री ये इनका फेस स्माइलिंग था, उस पर से आप समझ सकते कि सीएम साहब को कोई टेंशन नहीं है, तो फिर सरकार को भी कोई टेंशन नहीं है।
There is some movement outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence. I'm going across to. Okay, I'll just fix that. I think my mic is off. Let me just try and fix it.
We are reporting live right now from the BJP headquarters in Mumbai, where in a short while from now, Narayan Rane will be addressing a press briefing. He was to address it at 2:30 p.m., but right before he could, he received, we hear, an urgent call from Devendra Fadnavis, and he instead went to Devendra Fadnavis's Sagar residence, and there they held a meeting. Meanwhile, we just broke for you the events that took place at the Assam hotel, at which the rebels along with Eknath Shinde are currently staying, and they have issued issued a proclamation and a proposal wherein they have made explosive claims against the Mahavikas Aghadi government, and they have established an ideological background and also an operational background for why they are breaking away. And not only are they breaking away, but they are also taking control of the Shiv Sena, because they claim to have 34 at least MLAs. Those 34 have all signed on this resolution, and that leaves the lot that remain with Uddhav Thackeray in Mumbai in a minority in terms of the MLAs that the Shiv Sena has in the assembly. And so that is the explosive breaking news development that Republic TV has got for you today, first and exclusively, because this letter, which you can now read on republicworld.com, has a number of mentions that you must read to get a sense of exactly how damaging this accusation and the series of charges that have been leveled by Eknath Shinde, who is a sitting Maharashtra minister, against the Mahavikas Aghadi government are. We are continuing to report from various locations where this story is moving at a breakneck pace. It has evolved considerably but continues to deepen in terms of the crisis within the Shiv Sena. Piyush and Anirudh are at the hotel where Eknath Shinde, along with, he claims, 46 MLAs are currently stationed, and there are 4 more MLAs who are being flown there along with BJP Maharashtra President Chandrakant Dada Patil. We also have Niranjan, and I'm going to go across to him. Niranjan continues to report from the Varsha bungalow where Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray has been for the last several days. His status and his health status and the fact that he has COVID or does he not have is still unclear. So let me go across to Niranjan. Niranjan, over to you.
Well, I have some more breaking news update coming in. In fact, a few minutes back, we broke some details of how Chandrakant Patil, senior BJP leader, the Maharashtra BJP chief, will be flying to Guwahati. We're picking up more details that he's going to be flying into Guwahati with 4 MLAs with him. He will be flying to Guwahati with 4 Shiv Sena MLAs, and that is a big development, because if he flies into Guwahati with 4 MLAs and Eknath Shinde has 34 MLAs with him, and if 4 more are reaching Guwahati, it effectively takes that number up to 38. Now, if he has 38 MLAs with him, it effectively means that the defection law, the anti-defection law, does not kick in, and he can take whatever decision he wants with the party that he is now in control of. And it effectively means Eknath Shinde has, in all practical ways, taken control of the party and will look to form a stable government. Perhaps he wants to get out of the MVA, and the only option left is to join the BJP, which was one of the preconditions that were given to the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray. Yesterday, I'm going across to Piyush, also joining me live from Guwahati. Piyush and Aniruddha. Piyush first. Piyush, we are hearing that Chandrakant Patil is also headed to Guwahati, and 4 MLAs are going to accompany him. And you were also reporting how at 5:30 a set of MLAs are reaching there. Are these the same MLAs? Well, absolutely. Niranjan, like rightly pointed out, that yes, there are 4 MLAs of Shiv Sena who are now en route to Guwahati from Mumbai, and they are accompanied by Chandrakant Patil, who is also BJP chief of Maharashtra. So at one side, these MLAs are coming with Chandrakant Patil. There are another few other MLAs who are coming at 5:30. So few more MLAs. Also, it's important to point out that Eknath Shinde had claimed that he has got the support of 46 MLAs, out of which 34 have signed the letter, and these 34 are from Shiv Sena. They have signed this memorandum, which has also been sent to Governor, where Eknath Shinde has leveled serious allegations on Mahavikas Aghadi government, saying that the agenda of Hindutva has been diluted. Whenever workers go and meet, the party workers go in society, they are being humiliated because the party has aligned with the opposition, and also the Hindutva agenda has been diluted. In fact, the name of Uddhav Thackeray has also been misused. Now we'll have to wait and watch how the arithmetics is now going to further add on. If these 4 MLA come here, which means Eknath Shinde would have the support of 38 Shiv Sena MLAs, which certainly tells us that the 2/3 majority would be with Eknath Shinde, and he would become the owner of party. In fact, the appointment of Chief Whip Bharat Gogavle is certainly indicating as to how decisions are now being taken by Eknath Shinde. He himself is now claiming that he owns the party, and the whip, the chief whip, which was issued by Sunil Prabhu, terms illegal, certainly telling us how things are now
moving beyond from this point. Eknath Shinde continues to hold up here inside this very hotel in Radisson Blu. We can expect more developments today. Two sets of
breaking news update coming in right now. I have a breaking news update. Eknath Shinde has also written a letter. Eknath Shinde has written a letter to the Speaker. Eknath Shinde has written a letter to the Speaker. I have this letter with me. Let's open up the letter in the newsroom as well on the Surface device. This is Eknath Shinde's letter to the Speaker. He's just written to the Speaker, accessing that letter as well. He's written in his letter that today, through media reports, it has come to our knowledge that there was a meeting of the members of the Shiv Sena legislature party called without any notice of the said meeting given to any of us, including the existing leader of the Shiv Sena legislature party. It has come to our knowledge that only 16 MLAs out of 55 MLAs of our legislature party attended the said authorized meeting. Okay, so big breaking news update number one. He says only 16 MLAs attended that meeting. Eknath Shinde, in the letter to the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, has claimed only 16 out of 55 MLAs attended. And he said the said unauthorized meeting and passed a resolution to remove Eknath Shinde as a leader of the Shiv Sena legislature party. It is pertinent to note that the said meeting was without any notice, without the quorum, and without following the due procedure. We state that 16 out of 55 MLAs could not have appointed a new leader of the Shiv Sena legislature party in as much as the requirement of even quorum was not even met. It has come to our knowledge that Mr. Ajay Chaudhary has been unauthorizedly stated to have been appointed as a leader of the Shiv Sena legislature party. We have today unanimously passed a resolution resolving that the resolution dated the 21st of June passed at 12:30 p.m. appointing Ajay Chaudhary is void as being without jurisdiction and the same as illegal and inoperative. He says, I'm enclosing here with a copy of the resolution dated 21st of June 2022 regarding the reaffirmation of appointment of Eknath Rao Sambhaji Shinde as the leader of our Shiv Sena legislature party and further appointment as the chief whip of the Shiv Sena legislature party. In view of the same, we request you not to recognize Ajay Chaudhary as a leader of the Shiv Sena legislature party of the 14th Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. So, complete drama there with Eknath Shinde now writing a letter to the Deputy Speaker saying that the move to appoint Ajay Chaudhary as the chief whip was wrong, and the chief of the legislature party was wrong, and that he continues to remain the leader. And the other big claim that he has made in this letter is he says only 16 out of 55. He says only 16 out of 55 are present. So where were the other 39? He says 39 more were not in that meeting. If I got that number correct, I think it was 39. Yes, I think it was 39. So he claims only 16 attended, 16 out of 55, and that's a big number. That's a big number. So he says only 39 were not present, and they had in no way the numbers to elect anyone or remove anyone from party positions. So if 39 MLAs were not present, he's also trying to subtly send a message that he's got the support of these MLAs, 39 of them, with him. Proof of which we've also seen in the resolution, and the fact that some more MLAs are flying into Guwahati right now. So 34 signatures on the resolution letter, and 4 more MLAs are headed to Guwahati, we are told. Does he have 38 MLAs? Because 39 was the number, and if 38 are with him, so it makes mathematical sense, because he says 39 were not in that meeting. So that's an interesting development. Let me see if I have Aishwarya or Ankit joining me right now, because the update here is that he has challenged Shiv Sena completely. He's taken charge of the Shiv Sena legislature party. He's taken charge of all the decisions within the Shiv Sena, saying that they can't take any decisions because he has the numbers. He has the numbers. If I can quickly go across to Piyush Ori and get an update from Piyush Ori. Piyush, what's the update on your end?
So the latest update over here is that Narayan Rane had just, after an hour or so, meeting with Devendra Fadnavis, he went now, and he's going to the BJP headquarters where he's going to address the press conference. But the major story over here is that now the BJP has now got a big fodder of saying that how Shiv Sena government was corrupt, Shiv Sena government's MLAs were disappointed with the party, and that provides it with the impetus to form government if it wants to go ahead to form the government. So this is the big story ahead, now, which BJP may have, if BJP wants to go ahead and form the government, it can have the impetus from the explosion letter which we just first revealed on the public. Over to you, Niranjan.
Okay, so that's the breaking news update. Looks like he's getting the numbers that he requires as of now, or that's the indication. He says 16 out of 55. Only 16 out of 55 were part of that meeting, which was called by the Chief Minister yesterday. In fact, that meeting took place inside. A few parliamentarians were also present yesterday. Some from the Rajya Sabha, some from the Lok Sabha. All inclusive, about 20 leaders attended. We had a full list of the names, but he claims that only 16 of the 55 MLAs were present. So Eknath Shinde saying that 39 of them did not attend that meeting, and that's a big number. And going by his own claims, he says 46 MLAs are with him. He's gone on record to say 46 MLAs are there. 6 to 7 of them are independents, and he's also got support of smaller parties. But for the first time, we're getting an indication of the kind of support that he may have, which may be in the range of 34 to 39. 34 signatures on the resolution, and 4 more headed to Guwahati, which takes it up to 38. Technically speaking, he needs 37 to take a decision and form a government with whoever he likes, to take control of the Shiv Sena. And I think he's got that number going by the indications that we are getting. Ankit, let me take Ankit as well, and then we'll get you a reaction of what the Shiv Sena said earlier. Shiv Sena yesterday, Shiv Sena today, and the different reactions that we are getting in. But Ankit, quickly coming over to you about the developments. Any word from the Shiv Sena of how many MLAs they officially have? Or what's left behind in Mumbai, I mean?
Actually, this is the first we are hearing, because Niranjan, if you remember, Niranjan, yesterday they had claimed to have sent a letter with 22 signatures, but here Eknath Shinde has contrasted that with his own claim, and he's now saying that there were only 16, and 16 doesn't even qualify as minimum quorum to have such a meeting, and on top of that, no notice was given. And so he is calling out the operational lapses and procedural lapses in this meeting that was called by the Shiv Sena yesterday, wherein action was taken against him, and he was expelled from that position and someone else was appointed instead. And in the other letter, like we've told you, he has claimed and shown how he has 34 signatures. On top of that, like you have rightly pointed out, there are 4 MLAs who are with Chandrakant Patil, the BJP Maharashtra president, who are currently also in the process of being flown to Guwahati. And so he is very close to that mark wherein he has 2/3 of the party, and so he can skirt the anti-defection law. None of the MLAs will be disqualified if they jump ship, and that changes the game entirely. And so now really we need to hear what the BJP has to say, because that minimum quorum of bringing down the government, that all only works if it is in tandem with a party that has the balance of the MLAs that can reach the majority mark, whatever it may be, however the procedure goes. And so the 2 letters that have been sent by Eknath Shinde, one spelling out how much support he has within the Shiv Sena, the other spelling out how much support Uddhav Thackeray has within the Shiv Sena. These are what we have currently at the moment, and we await any time now for Narayan Rane. It's been quite a wait, because he was waylaid. He had a meeting earlier with Devendra Fadnavis, and since there he has left. Piyush is telling us we are expecting him here right now. The entire media has gathered here, and his press conference table is also ready. So any moment now, Niranjan.
Yeah, I have some more breaking news updates now. NCP meeting is underway in Mantralaya for over an hour now, and I think the letter written by Eknath Shinde will also have a bearing on that, because the NCP will not like what is being said by Eknath Shinde. NCP meeting underway in Mantralaya for an hour now, and that meeting is going on. Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar is holding a meeting with the NCP MLAs as we speak. Alisha breaking the details of that. Let me try and go across to Alisha as well, if she's on the phone line with us right now. And the big breaking news update right now. So you saw that in that letter written by Eknath Shinde. He has hit out. He has hit out at the alliance. He's hit out at the government. He says this government is corrupt. He says there are so many compromises made at different levels. He also has alleged corruption by then Home Minister Anil Deshmukh. He has named Anil Deshmukh and 34 MLAs. So you can't really take that as Eknath Shinde's letter. 34 MLAs have written a letter. 34 Shiv Sena MLAs have written a letter today saying that there is corruption in this government. 34 Shiv Sena MLAs have signed off on a letter, ministers included, saying that there are two ministers jailed, which are namely Anil Deshmukh and also Nawab Malik, and that this government should, this alliance must break immediately. Let me get in some of the reactions we've been picking up today, and then tell you about what else is happening. Here are some of the big reactions coming in earlier today.
मुझे उद्धव ठाकरे जी से भी मिलना था, पर वो कोविड पॉजिटिव हो गए हैं। मैंने लंबी बात उनसे फोन पर करी है और उनको ये आश्वासन दिया है कि कांग्रेस एनडीए गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट करती रहेगी।
हमारा डायलॉग चल रहा है। आज सुबह भी मेरी एकनाथ शिंदे जी से बातचीत चल रही थी। आज सुबह हम दोनों ने 1 घंटा बातचीत की है। यहाँ से जो बातचीत हुई उस बारे में मैंने पार्टी चीफ को बताया है। कोई बात छुप कर नहीं रहती है, ना हमारे मन में कोई ऐसी खटास है, ना उनके मन में कोई खटास है। हम लगभग 35-40 साल से एक दूसरे के साथ काम कर रहे हैं। वो सिर्फ हमारे साथी नहीं है, वो हमारे बहुत ही अजीज दोस्त है, मित्र है।
कांग्रेस में एकता है। मैं तो कांग्रेस की बात कर सकता हूँ। शिवसेना का तो शिवसेना को अपने आप ख्याल रखना है। जिस प्रकार की राजनीति भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने शुरू करी थी अरुणाचल प्रदेश में, उन्होंने प्रयास किया झारखंड में, उन्होंने मध्य प्रदेश में की, पैसा और पोस्ट की राजनीति, ये हमारे संविधान के खिलवाड़ है।
लोगों को खरीद फरोख्त करके और सरकार बनाने का काम किया है। ये प्रजातंत्र के लिए कोई बहुत शुभ संकेत नहीं है
कि जब आपको वोट में मत हासिल ना हो तो तोड़ फोड़ करके सरकार बना लो। तो ये तो एक लोकतंत्र के लिए मैं समझता हूँ एक काला अध्याय है जो
Taking a short break here on Republic TV, the rebels in the Shiv Sena have cornered Uddhav Thackeray with the numbers that they have, writing letters, open letters saying that it's a corrupt government, claiming also control of the party and that the decisions must be reversed. Taking a short break here on Republic, the live coverage continues. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
As per sources during the meeting in Surat, rebel Shiv Sena MLA Eknath Shinde tells Uddhav Thackeray's emissary Milind Narvekar that for them, Hindutva is paramount and they would not compromise on it. During this meeting, there was a 15-minute telephonic conversation between Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray as well, where the Chief Minister tried to assure Shinde that his concerns will be addressed. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut says Eknath Shinde was well aware of why the party's alliance with the BJP broke in the state. Says they are trying from our side to establish communication with them. With him, Raut also said that they, that is the MVA, are ready to face anything. Shiv Sena releases official letter announcing appointment of Ajay Chaudhary as Legislative Party leader in Maharashtra Assembly. Chaudhary replaces Eknath Shinde, who is presently leading a rebellion in the state.
मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के एमएलए हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे।
Breaking news now coming in. Uddhav Thackeray will be addressing the state via Facebook at 5 p.m. At 5 p.m. Uddhav Thackeray will be speaking. That's the breaking news update coming in. He's going to speak via Facebook. We are hearing Uddhav Thackeray will be live at 5 p.m. He's inside his residence here in Mumbai. This is Varsha, his official residence, and he will be live. At about 5 p.m. So that will be the first time you will hear from him after the crisis broke out, after he lost support of his own party. It will be the first time that he speaks out. So that's the breaking news update coming in. Uddhav Thackeray, who earlier met leaders of his party, he met cabinet ministers of the MVA government, will be speaking. He's under pressure. Questions are being asked on whether he will step down, given that he doesn't have the support anymore. And after the letter written by Eknath Shinde, which embarrasses not just him, but even his own party, with his own party leaders, with own ministers alleging large-scale corruption in the government, where does that leave him? Some of the answers may be available in a short while from now. Let me try and go across to Aishwarya also on this breaking story. Let's get Abhishek and Aishwarya live on this so that we can go across to them and get you some more breaking news updates. Abhishek and Aishwarya will be live. Ankit is also live. Piyush and Shivangi also live with us on this broadcast. Uddhav Thackeray is going to speak at 5 p.m. So you can expect some indication of what's going to happen next in that. Abhishek, Aishwarya, he's going to speak at 5. What are you expecting?
We were being told, Niranjan, initially that the letter goes at 1 and he could offer to resign at 5. We are just saying that because the meeting which was supposed to happen with the MPs and the MLAs of Shiv Sena, it seems that has also been deferred. That has also been deferred because if you go by the numbers game, minimum 34 signatories, 4 en route, and 1 Ms. Jain, who met an independent candidate who met with Devendra Fadnavis. So the number is clearly going up to 39, 40. And now Uddhav Thackeray deciding, rather than meeting with the MPs and the MLAs of Shiv Sena, it is better to do a Facebook Live. So it is very clear. It is very clear that he is about to make a massive, big announcement, which he feels that he directly needs to connect to the people rather than talking to his own MPs and the MLAs. So that is very clear that a massive announcement will be made by Uddhav Thackeray via Facebook Live, where he chooses, because the 5 p.m. Niranjan, you and me are aware that the MPs and the MLAs, and now we have a tweet. I am just going to move the camera across. You have a tweet and he says Chief Minister Balasaheb Thackeray will interact with people through Facebook Live this evening at 5 p.m. and give his feedback on the current developments. So basically, he has also tweeted that he's going to be live on Facebook, Niranjan. So very, very clearly now, it's official. It is Facebook Live. So शाम को 5 बजे निरंजन, जैसे मैं आपको बता रहा था कि it's going to be a Facebook Live, Niranjan. It's Facebook Live at 5. It says Chief Minister Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray will interact with the people through Facebook Live this evening at 5 p.m. and give his feedback on the current developments. He did not meet with Pawar. He did not meet with Pawar. He did not meet with Kamal Nath. So that is very, very clear. It is very, very clear as we speak that it is a massive announcement. It is a massive announcement which he is about to. It is a massive announcement which he is about to make, and he directly wants to talk to the people of Maharashtra because we are being clearly told that he wants to make it emotional. He understands that Sena has been divided and right in the middle, and like how? The man Eknath Shinde, a strong Maratha leader, has been able to get more than 34 signatories, 4 en route, which makes it to 38 signatories with him. The Chief Minister only has 16. The irony is this, that Uddhav Thackeray only has 16 MLAs with him. With Eknath Shinde has 34 signatories on record and 4 en route with the BJP Maharashtra chief from Surat to Guwahati. And that's the reality, that 34 MLAs are there in Guwahati already, 4 en route, and only 16 with Uddhav Thackeray. That is what the numbers game is. So Uddhav Thackeray understands he is going to hit at BJP unequivocally. But BJP has taken not 1 but 2 steps backward. They are saying it's a fight within Shiv Sena, and that is exactly what Sharad Pawar also said. They want this fight to play out because politically it helps them. Politically it helps NCP. Sharad Pawar, absolutely Niranjan, और जैसा कि मैं आपको बता रहा हूं because we are live on both the channel कि शरद पवार एक बहुत ही smart politician है. शरद पवार एक बहुत ही smart politician है. He understands exactly कि एनसीपी और शिवसेना तो सिर्फ ताकत के लिए एक साथ आए थे. They only came together for power. और अब जब शिवसेना के पास कुछ बचा नहीं है, यानी उद्धव ठाकरे के पास 16 है सिर्फ और उनके पास 34, तो वो फेसबुक लाइव करके अब बोलने वाले हैं कि उनके पास बचा नहीं और बीजेपी ने शिवसेना ले, लेकिन ये बात कर रहे हैं इस समय इट्स अ फाइट बिटवीन द एयर ऑफ बाला साहब, दैट इज उद्धव ठाकरे, और एक ऐसे नेता एकनाथ शिंदे जिनको हैंड पिक किया था बाला साहब ने, जिनको ट्रेन किया है बाला साहब ठाकरे ने, और 34 विधायक ऑन रिकॉर्ड, 34 एमएलएज ऑन रिकॉर्ड, और 4 रास्ते में अभी सूरत से आ रहे हैं, हैव चोजन एकनाथ शिंदे ओवर उद्धव ठाकरे। एंड एकनाथ शिंदे ने ओपनली चैलेंज किया है, एकनाथ शिंदे ने ओपनली चैलेंज किया है उद्धव ठाकरे को, और उन्होंने कहा है एकनाथ शिंदे ने कि वो एक पक्के शिव सैनिक है और वो बाला साहब ठाकरे के आइडल्स पे चल रहे हैं। So he is making it about Hindutva, he is making it about the ideology of the party, और वो कह रहे हैं, वो चिट्ठी में निरंजन we've seen, he has taken it on corruption। उन्होंने कहा है कि पुलिस में करप्शन, उन्होंने कहा है कि किस तरह से 2 और 3 ऑपोजिट, कंप्लीटली ऑपोजिट आइडियोलॉजिकल पार्टीज एक साथ आए पावर के लिए। तो अब उद्धव ठाकरे के लिए अपना पक्ष और अपने जो बचे कुचे विधायक बचे हैं उनको रोकने के लिए बहुत जरूरी है। इट्स अ परसेप्शन बैटल नाउ, इट्स नो मोर अ बैटल फॉर द पावर, इट्स नो मोर द बैटल फॉर द, it is no more the battle for the chair of the chief minister. He understands, उनको ये मालूम है कि अब उनके पास वो नंबर्स नहीं है। 34 ऑलरेडी गुवाहाटी में है, 4 जा रहे हैं, 38 हो जाता है, मैजिक नंबर टच हो जाता है, 2/3 हो गए एकनाथ शिंदे के पास, and that's what the reality is. Back to you, Niranjan. Absolutely.
Well, what this effectively means? What this effectively means is that at 5 p.m. there was a meeting originally that was called Aishwarya. That meeting will not happen. So if he's going to address via Facebook,
so.
that meeting
well, it
is not
seems so
going
because
to
he
happen.
seems to be changing.
And this is coming
Niranjan,
after Eknath Shinde
he seems to be changing within an hour.
Yes, that's
Niranjan, because he seems to be changing with every passing minute. He was supposed to be COVID positive at around 1:30. At 4:30 we come to know that he's COVID negative. At 2 he was supposed to have a meeting with the Shiv Sena MPs and MLAs at 5 p.m. Now he's not going to be, rather he's going to be live. And he's directly going to be talking to the people of Maharashtra and then the people of the country. He wants a direct connect to the people, because as we are being told by our sources that he understands that it's no more a fight to the chair. He does not entertain the support of the MLAs, and he has understood it. Hence, now he would want to make it emotional. He would want to make it an attack on the political parties, but we need to read it within the line. Sharad Pawar, hands up, says it's not my fight, it's an internal issue of Shiv Sena. BJP has taken not 1, 2 steps backwards. Yes, all logistical support, first in Surat and now in Guwahati, where Hemanta Biswa Sarma has already come out. So we have already seen all the logistical support is being provided. But as far as the leadership is concerned, and it's very, very significant, because this will decide what will happen in Maharashtra, who will lead Maharashtra if there is a change within the next 3 to 4 days, because BJP is taking a step backward. They are allowing Eknath Shinde to take charge, and that in itself is a very clear, significant decision, because you see, BJP has nothing to do with it. That is what the BJP's perception game is. BJP says, yes, we will support you from outside, but we are not getting into your mess, as Sharad Pawar said, and the meeting of the NCP is still on. We all remember what happened early morning, Devendra Fadnavis, Ajit Pawar.
Okay, stay with me.
Where does Ajit Pawar wants to be? Everyone is also aware about that.
Aishwarya,
so we
you
need
stay
to
with
see.
me.
Yeah.
Aishwarya, stay with me. Let's take a short break and come back. You stay with me, Aishwarya. I'll take a short break and come back. I have to take a quick commercial break, and we come back and we go all the way until 5 p.m. when Uddhav Thackeray will speak live. Stay tuned. Here are some of the responses that came in, political reactions.
हुआ तो मेरे पास समय था अपने आप को फाइट बैक करने का, अपने आप को सही गलत साबित स्थापित सब करने का। पर ये मुंबई महाराष्ट्र के पास ये समय नहीं है भाई। आप एक मुख्यमंत्री की पार्टी के साथ ये हो रहा है।
थोड़ा सा तूफान जैसा आया है महाराष्ट्र के जो है हमारे राजनीति में, मगर मैं समझता हूँ कि तूफान आता है तो तूफान कम भी हो जाता है, शांत भी हो जाता है। तो शाम तक जो है या कल तक जो है ये सारी बातें जो है शांत हो जाएगी, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
हमारी पार्टी का गठबंधन जो है शिवसेना से है, उनके घर में क्या हो रहा है ये देखना शिवसेना का।
Breaking news coming in. Big breaking news. Eknath Shinde has sought time from the governor. Eknath Shinde has sought time from the governor of Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde has sought time from the governor of Maharashtra, saying that he wants to prove his numbers. He wants to show strength of the MLAs who are with him. He wants to show strength with the governor via video conferencing. The story has changed completely. 38 MLAs, 34 with him right now, 4 en route. Eknath Shinde has sought time from the governor of Maharashtra and wants to show strength via video conferencing. This is a big breaking news update, and Shinde has sought the governor's time via video conferencing. Alisha's breaking that story right now. Let me see if I can go across to Alisha. This is ahead of the chief minister's live address. I don't know whether it's time to it, but it's certainly ahead of the chief minister's Facebook live address. Eknath Shinde has asked for the governor's time via video conferencing. He's asked for urgent time, saying that he will show numbers and support via video conferencing right now to the governor. So that's a big breaking news update. Does he have the numbers? He needs 37 to avoid the anti-defection law and simply give support to another political party and ensure that there is a clean government, there is an alternative to a fresh election. So I think that's the whole game plan. He's trying to show support before Uddhav Thackeray addresses via Facebook. Eknath Shinde has sought time from the Maharashtra governor, and he wants to show strength. He wants to show how many MLAs are with him. Alisha's with me. Alisha, has he sought any specific time, or is this something that will happen in the near future, in the immediate hour? Alisha.
Niranjan, it's huge, and we are getting the confirmation from the Raj Bhavan itself that Eknath Shinde has seek time from Maharashtra governor. We know that the governor, who is already admitted to Hiranandani Hospital, I beg my pardon, to the Reliance Hospital, showing that he is tested positive and he has admitted as a precautionary measure. But already we have said that governor will be available for all the MLAs and whoever asks for via video conference, and this has now happened ahead of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray Facebook Live, because it has been said that there are two possibilities: whether he can talk about his resignation or whether he can eliminate the rebel MLAs. But ahead of that, what we got to know that now Eknath Shinde has seek time from Maharashtra government, as Shinde want to show strength of number of MLAs he has with him, because there was even a letter that is signed, but there are more and more MLAs who has already joined with Eknath Shinde in Guwahati, and after which now Eknath Shinde has seek time from Maharashtra governor this evening via video conference, because governor who is now is not admitted to the hospital, so he'll be only available via video conference, and that is the reason where he made a call to the Raj Bhavan. He has seek time of Maharashtra governor to show the strength of number of MLAs he has at present with Guwahati, so that he can show the strength of power. And that is the reason when he has seek governor's time via video conference, but there is no yet timing that has been given to Eknath Shinde. The consultation with the governor is still going on, as the authorities in the Raj Bhavan are getting in touch with Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari. But yes, we can confirm this, that Eknath Shinde has seek time Maharashtra Governor Bhagat Singh Koshyari time via video conference, and this is ahead of Chief Minister Facebook Live.
Okay, so breaking news update now coming in. Breaking news. Let's take a short break now. So that's the breaking news update. Eknath Shinde has sought time from the Maharashtra governor. He wants to show strength. He wants to prove how many numbers are with him. He says he will show his strength and prove his numbers via video conferencing. The story is moving very, very fast here on Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll take a break and come back at 5 p.m. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, is going to address. The live countdown has begun here on Republic. Stay tuned.
के ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है। मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के एमएलए हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है, और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे। अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
अनरेस्ट है एनसीपी के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है कांग्रेस के अंदर, संभालना हमारा जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। आप सोचिए 2019 में जनता ने वोट दिए किसके नेतृत्व में दिए, किसके ऊपर भरोसा रख करके दिए? मोदी जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, बाद में धोखा दिए। कौन धोखा दिए? हमने धोखा नहीं दिए। जनता का धोखा देने का काम अगाड़ी ने किए।
Only 2-3 of my friends, they call me up, so I came to receive them. I don't know, I have never counted how many MLAs came or whatever things. Are you a government representative? No. It's a personal relation I came here. On personal relation I came here. What did they say? No, they said that they are coming to Assam. Yesterday night they said they are coming to Assam, so I came to receive them.
And in other national news, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde meets two envoys sent by Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to Surat, conveys to them that he is with the Shiv Sena but that the Sena should form a government with the BJP. Stresses he does not want to sacrifice Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva ideology. Consequent to this, the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena have moved to a hotel in Assam. As the northeastern state of Assam stands battered in the second wave of flash floods, State Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma announces launch of a portal wherein people can register their losses and other complaints to claim respective flood relief.
Round up from the world.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये राजस्थान आणि मध्य प्रदेश पॅटर्न प्रमाणे उद्धव ठाकरेंचं सरकार पाडावं अशा प्रकारचं एक हालचाल गेल्या काही दिवसापासून सुरू आहे. पण मध्य प्रदेश पॅटर्न, राजस्थान पॅटर्न हा महाराष्ट्रात चालणार नाही. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा? सत्ता जाएगी और क्या होता है? ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगी? महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आएगी. सीएम साहब से मेरी मुलाकात होगी, उनके साथ मैं बैठूंगा, लेकिन जो करना है वो महाविकास आघाड़ी एक साथ बैठकर निर्णय लेगी. जब तक विधायक मुंबई में नहीं आते तब तक कोई निर्णय नहीं होगा.
अनरेस्ट है एनसीपी के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है कांग्रेस के अंदर, संभालना हमारा जिम्मेदारी नहीं है. आप सोचिए 2019 में जनता ने वोट दिए किसके नेतृत्व में दिए, किसके ऊपर भरोसा रख करके दिए? मोदी जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, बाद में धोखा दिए. कौन धोखा दिए? हमने धोखा नहीं दिए. जनता का धोखा देने का काम अगाड़ी ने किए.
Only 2-3 of my friends, they call me up, so I came to receive them. I don't know, I have never counted how many MLAs came or whatever things. Are you a government representative? No. It's a personal relation I came here. On personal relation I came here. What did they say? No, they said that they are coming to Assam. Yesterday night they said they are coming to Assam, so I came to receive them.
And in other national news, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde meets two envoys sent by Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to Surat, conveys to them that he is with the Shiv Sena but that the Sena should form a government with the BJP. Stresses he does not want to sacrifice Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva ideology. Consequent to this, the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena have moved to a hotel in Assam. As the northeastern state of Assam stands battered in the second wave of flash floods, State Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma announces launch of a portal wherein people can register their losses and other
This is a big story right now, viewers. We just saw the Shiv Sena, the loyalists leave right now from St. Regis. So they have just left. Remember that the odds are stacked against Uddhav Thackeray, but the loyalists were holed up here. They have just left, and the political thriller in Maharashtra continues. Much more coming up on the other side of this very short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
And in other national news, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde meets two envoys sent by Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to Surat, conveys to them that he is with the Shiv Sena but that the Sena should form a government with the BJP. Stresses he does not want to sacrifice Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva ideology. Consequent to this, the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena have moved to a hotel in Assam. As the northeastern state of Assam stands battered in the second wave of flash floods, State Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma announces launch of a portal wherein people can register their losses and other complaints to claim respective flood relief.
Round up from the world of sports, Serena Williams came through a dramatic women's doubles contest alongside Tunisia's Ons Jabeur, which marked the 23-time Grand Slam singles champion's first match for almost a year as a pair defeated Spain's Sara Tormo and Mary of the Czech Republic at the WTA Eastbourne International. English Premier League side Liverpool have agreed to sell Japan international Takumi Marimono to French League One outfit Monaco for $18.9 million. French side Monaco were one of the number of clubs interested in the 27-year-old who joined Liverpool from Red Bull Salzburg in 2020.
As per sources during the meeting in Surat, rebel Shiv Sena MLA Eknath Shinde tells Uddhav Thackeray's emissary Milind Narvekar that for them, Hindutva is paramount and they would not compromise on it. During this meeting, there was a 15-minute telephonic conversation between Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray as well, where the Chief Minister tried to assure Shinde
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगी, महाराष्ट्र की सत्ता जाएगी, सत्ता वापस आ सकती है।
Debating tonight at 10 p.m. In a few minutes from now, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, is set to address the state. It will be the first time that he speaks after he lost his MLA. "34 rebel MLAs issue a resolution. They sign off electing Eknath Shinde as their group leader. The resolution by the Eknath Shinde-led rebels questions Uddhav Thackeray for compromising Shiv Sena's ideology, claimed they're the original Sena. The explosive letter accessed by Republic TV marked the governor list discontent over corruption in police department by Mahavikas Aghadi ministers, including Anil Deshmukh. In wake of the ongoing political turmoil in Maharashtra, Narayan Rane meets former Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis at his residence. And as the Mahavikas Aghadi government's future seems unsure, Congress's Kamal Nath meets NCP Chief Sharad Pawar. And you're watching Republic TV live. We're outside the residence of the Chief Minister. Uddhav Thackeray, who tested positive this morning. We were told he tested positive and that's why he physically did not attend the cabinet meeting. But we are told now that he tested negative some time back, or that was the information given by leaders of the Shiv Sena to the MLAs. And he's going to be addressing the people via Facebook. It will be the first time that he speaks out. The first time that he speaks out after over 35 MLAs of his party deserted him. Now we are hearing that only 16 out of 55 MLAs attended that meeting that was held at Uddhav Thackeray's residence yesterday. Even Eknath Shinde, who wrote a letter, says only 16 attended. Now, if only 16 attended, what about the 39? 34 MLAs have signed off on the resolution that was sent by Eknath Shinde to the governor and also to the deputy speaker. He's made a mention of the 34 MLAs. Now, we are hearing in a short while from now, 4 more MLAs are landing in Guwahati, the Shiv Sena MLAs, and they're going to be meeting the governor virtually. Ankit is joining me live from outside Devendra Fadnavis's residence, where key meetings have been held. Ankit, over to you.
The BJP headquarters in Mumbai, Niranjan, we've been waiting for Narayan Rane to come now for 2.5 hours, but it appears that there is no word on whether or not that briefing will take place. And I think for good reason, because I think the BJP may want to continue with its strategy of waiting and watching while the Shiv Sena essentially implodes and then tears itself in two. And now with just a few minutes to go for this must-watch and long-awaited briefing by the Maharashtra Chief Minister, finally, I think everyone is going to be glued to Republic TV to watch and to find out what exactly the Chief Minister says. We haven't heard from him ever since this entire crisis broke out, since before the MLC elections, when it turned out that the MVA had once again been outmaneuvered by the BJP. And then that night itself, Eknath Shinde and all these MLAs, they took off, they went to Surat, and then from Surat last night they were herded to Guwahati, and from there they have claimed to be the real custodians of the Shiv Sena, and they have taken the seizure of the party, and they are also writing to the governor, and they want time with the governor to prove their strength, and hence to conversely prove that Uddhav Thackeray does not hold control of the Shiv Sena anymore. And so right now the clock is ticking. It's just a couple of seconds to go now. On Republic TV you will have the first bite and the first statement of Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, on whom all eyes currently rest. What will he do? Earlier in the day there were indications. Would he resign? Balasaheb Thorat told us he wouldn't. Would he dissolve the assembly? It turned out that that was not discussed in the cabinet briefing. So what are his options? What is he likely to do? We're going to find out, Niranjan, very, very soon.
Two minutes left. 2 minutes before the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, addresses on Facebook. What we'll do is we'll also keep the Facebook Live page open. Should be able to see the live shot of that in a few minutes from now. In exactly about 90 seconds. In about 90 seconds, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, is going to address the state. He will be speaking for the first time. Will he resign? Will he resign? Can he do that? I'm not sure he will dissolve the assembly, because one more aspect you need to consider before thinking of the dissolving of the assembly, and that factor is the presidential election that's coming up. So they can't really afford to dissolve the assembly at this point, because they will need the numbers. Both the NCP, the Shiv Sena, the Congress party will need the numbers, so they can't really dissolve the assembly. That's not even an option right now. So they'd like to see how things play out. But on the face of it, he does not have the numbers. So this is an embarrassment for him, and even he knows that 34 MLAs have signed off on a resolution that has reached the governor. So while we are standing by for Uddhav Thackeray to meet, to hold that Facebook meet and address the people, let's tell you that the speculation is rife. Now, is he going to resign? There were expectations that after the cabinet meeting, he could be stepping down. Not sure whether he will do that. Not sure they would want to, take any decisions as of this minute. They may want to just wait and watch and see how the situation pans out. There is some more breaking news update that I'm getting in right now. The number of rebels has mounted to 46, we are told. It's 46. There are only 19. There were 19 leaders at the hotel, is what we are hearing. I'm just waiting and standing by for that. The number of rebels, is it 40? Is it 46? We'll have to wait and watch. There's a letter that we've accessed with the details of who the Shiv Sena leaders are. Shiv Sena leaders, 19 of them we are told were staying at the hotel, and 19 of them. So that still leaves Eknath Shinde with 36 of the leaders, and rebels. Eknath Shinde claimed that he had 46 rebels with him, 46 leaders who are part of his camp in Surat. He said he had independent MLAs also as part of his group. He also claimed that he had enough numbers, independents, smaller parties, all being part. Now whatever we've been talking about in the last 2 days, first there was a loss of face. There was a complete loss of face, because even Sharad Pawar has said in one of these meetings today, and that was one of the big takeaways, he has said that it is actually embarrassing to know that all of these MLAs just took off one fine day, first to Surat and then went to Guwahati. And I'm getting in some more breaking news updates now that there are 19 MLAs and only 19 MLAs of the Shiv Sena were at St. Regis, which means 36 are not accounted for. 36 of them. I have the letter of the names, the room numbers and the names are with us. Let me read out the names of the MLAs who are in the St. Regis Hotel. Only 19 of them. Rahul Patil, Sanjay Rathod, Ramesh Gurgakar, Sada Savankar, Sunil Prabhu, Prakash Patarpekar, Rajan Salvi, Ravindra Vaikar, Rajput, Bhaskar Jadhav, Aditya Thackeray, Mangesh Kwadikar, Kailash Patil, Yogesh Kadam, Ashish Jaiswal, Santosh Bangar, Sanjay Rathod, Dada Buse, Rajan Salvi, Rahul Patil, and Bhaskar Jadhav is a repeat. So Bhaskar Jadhav is a repeat. So the real number could be much lesser. Uday Saman. So Bhaskar Jadhav is a repeat. So which means lesser than 19. Lesser than 19 MLAs were there. So lesser than 19 MLAs. So even if there were 18, that still leaves 37 MLAs, and 37 is the number that's required. So it's a suspense right now. A fantastic political thriller that's playing out in Maharashtra. 17 to 18 MLAs only at that St. Regis Hotel, and which means if there were only 18 at that hotel, which is for the first time we're getting some indication of the number of MLAs, how could actually be with Uddhav Thackeray. If there were only 18 MLAs, Eknath Shinde in the letter said, okay, so we're hearing is 19. Even if it's 19, what happens to the other 36? Yes, Rahul Patil, once again I'm reading out the names. Rahul Patil, Sanjay Rathod, Ramesh Gurgakar, Sada Sarvankar, Sunil Prabhu, Prakash Patarpekar, and Rajan Salvi, Ravindra Vaikar, Rajput, Bhaskar Jadhav, Aditya Thackeray, Mangesh Kavadaikar, Kailash Patil, Yogesh Kadam, Ashish Jaiswal, Santosh Bangar, Sanjay Rathod, Dada Buse, Rajan Salvi, Rahul Patil, and Uday Saman. So that's 19. Okay, so we have total 19 MLAs. So if there is 19 MLAs, then 36 are still unaccounted for. And are these 36 with Eknath Shinde? That seems to be the indication. Okay, there seems to be some delay in the Facebook Live. 5 o'clock we were told the Facebook Live would start, but the Facebook Live has not started. We're all standing by for the Facebook Live of Uddhav Thackeray. When he comes live on Facebook, anytime now, he's going to be live on Facebook. And when he comes live on Facebook, on your screen right now, that's the standby screen. Ankit is also joining me live. Anytime now, Uddhav Thackeray is going to speak live. Anytime now. Everyone will be watching closely what he says. Some more leaders leaving. Uday Samant. Okay, that's Uday Samant we are told. Uday Samant is leaving. From here, from the Chief Minister's residence. So perhaps there were still some meetings that were on here. Uday Samant has just left from the Chief Minister's residence, so there's some movement. Education Minister, one of the ministers here in the state of Maharashtra, Uday Samant, the Education Minister has just left, which means there were still consultations on, and if physical meetings are happening, it also confirms what we were told later. that the Chief Minister has tested negative perhaps. Earlier we were told he had tested positive, but later we heard that he had tested negative. Okay, Uddhav Thackeray is going to speak anytime now. I'm going to go across to Ankit Prasad. Ankit Prasad is outside the residence where Devendra Fadnavis has been meeting leaders, including Narayan Rane, senior leaders of the BJP. And this BJP has been extremely guarded on its plans. And they've just been keeping their flock together. And Chandrakant Patil, the chief of the Maharashtra BJP, is en route, if not landed already. He's en route Guwahati with 4 MLAs. In fact, we had a picture of the chartered flight, the charter jet that ferried Chandrakant Patil and 4 other MLAs from Mumbai to Surat and then Guwahati. Let me see if I have the picture of that. If I can play out a picture of that jet as well. Maybe I can, I can pull out the picture from here. I'll pull out the yes. I'll just pull out the picture from here. I'll pull out the picture from here. This was the jet. In fact, this was the jet. If my video journalist can just look at this. This is the jet. This is a charter jet in which these MLAs travel to from Surat to Guwahati, we are told. All right, I think there's some action also at St. Regis. Let me see if I can go across to Shivangi for a quick word on what is happening there. Some more leaders were leaving of the Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena leaders seem to be gathering, mobilizing for something, perhaps headed somewhere, because we just saw one of the ministers also leave from here. Okay, let me quickly get a word from Shivangi. Yes, Shivangi. Shivangi, yes. Quickly. Yes.
Yes, Niranjan. Yes, lot of activity here. Lot of Shiv Sena cars leaving. One more day, Niranjan. See, you can see there, car after car, multiple cars leaving, Niranjan, from St. Regis, from the exit gate of St. Regis. Niranjan, remember that one of the Karyakartas spoke to us and said that we had a meeting inside. He inflated. Because what we are reporting on Republic is that there were 19 MLAs. Niranjan, what you had just told us a few moments back, but what they were saying that there were 26 MLAs. Not sure whether that figure is right, Niranjan. But one by one, the loyalists are leaving. Now they leave. Niranjan, remember that earlier we reported that they were here at this luxury hotel, St. Regis. They have been here, Niranjan, for many hours, the entire day, Niranjan. They have been here, but now one by one, they are slowly leaving. They're not really speaking much. Republic is trying to speak to them and to ask for what really happened. They are refusing to comment right now, but definitely, Niranjan, the numbers are stacked against Uddhav Thackeray at this point of time, Niranjan. As we have been reporting, Eknath Shinde, they're having majority of the numbers, like we have been reporting on Republic TV, and we are tracking this story, Niranjan, from St. Regis. One by one, the leaders are leaving St. Regis, Niranjan.
Getting in some more breaking news update now. I have another breaking news update right now. That after the public address, which is going to start anytime now, after Uddhav Thackeray addresses the Facebook address, addresses the people via Facebook, he's going to have a meeting with Sharad Pawar around 6 p.m. At around 6 p.m, Uddhav Thackeray is going to speak to Sharad Pawar again via video conferencing. That's another breaking news update that I'm getting in right now. Anytime now, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra will address via Facebook, and after his Facebook address, he will meet Pawar virtually via video conferencing at about 6 p.m. That's the other breaking news update coming in. Will he make a decision? Will he make an announcement? Will he resign? Will he indicate something? That's the big breaking news update right now. And if he speaks, I think all eyes will be on what announcement he makes and what action he takes against Eknath Shinde and others. And can he take any action at all, given that Eknath Shinde now, as of this minute, enjoys the support of over 70% of the MLAs in Shiv Sena. So that's the big update. Let's wait and watch what happens. Let me get a word from Ankit as well, joining us. Ankit, hearing that Sharad Pawar will be holding a video conference meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. Okay, more action at St. Regis. Let me go across to Shivangi. Shivangi. Okay, so as of this minute, the entire focus is on how even the delay right now in Uddhav Thackeray's address shows you that there is something that is going on in the background. Things are not going as planned.
लोक आहेत एवढं सांगा ना. निवड झाली आहे मात्र एकनाथ शिंदे म्हणतात की तुम्ही आमचे आपण सांगा किती लोक आहेत आपले आमच्या कायद्याने मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे संवाद साधतायत. राज्यातल्या जनतेला काय नेमकं पाहिलं महाविकास आघाडीचं सरकार असेल पुढच्या काळामध्ये.
आता मी हे कसं सांगू आदरणीय
आजच्या बैठकीला किती आमदार उपस्थित राहतील.
आजच्या बैठकीला माझ्या बरोबर जे आमदार दिलेले आहे जे आम्ही सोबत आहोत असे 18 ते 20 आमदार आता एकत्र आहेत.
आणि अपक्ष धरून किती आमदार उपस्थित
मला माहित नाही अपक्ष माझ्याबरोबर
मात्र गटनेतेपदी तुमची निवड झाली ती अगदी कायदेशीर प्रक्रिया.
What is the decision that has been taken by the Chief Minister? We are also waiting.
त्याच्यावरती त्यांच्या काही टिप्पण्या त्या बनल्या त्यानंतर आदरणीय
We saw that how the comment that has been made by the letter that has been given by us. But many comments had been made.
पुढे घेऊन जातोय मी शिवसेनेमध्येच आहे मात्र असं का केलं जातंय
मग आम्ही कोणाचा विचार घेऊन जातोय. आता काय झाले एक फॅशन झालेली आहे पक्ष सोडायचा आणि बाळासाहेबांचे सैनिक म्हणून सगळ्यांना मीडियाला सांगायचं.
So nowadays in Maharashtra is just a fashion of taking name of Balasaheb Thackeray and calling themselves as a Shiv Sainik. This is just a fashion ongoing and just leave the party.
पक्ष प्रमुख आणि महाराष्ट्राचे मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव साहेब मला वाटत नाही की त्यांच्या
But they should understand that our Chief Minister will be Uddhav Thackeray.
परंतु ते नेहमी सांगतात की शिवसेनेच्या ज्यावेळी स्थापना झाली तेव्हा जो नारळ वाढवला तेव्हा त्यांचं वय वर्ष 6 होतं पण त्या नारळातल्या पाण्याचे शिंतोडे त्यांच्या अंगावर पडले होते आणि फार कमी लोकांमध्ये तो झालं होतं. मग आता सगळ्यात ज्येष्ठ स्थापनेच्या सैनिकाला त्यामुळे
He was the one along with some of the MLAs. Now there are many Shiv Sainiks who along with Balasaheb Thackeray has made the Shiv Sena to this position. But one should understand that just talking about the ideology of Balasaheb Thackeray cannot make you Shiv Sainik.
संघर्ष करत आले आणि प्रत्येक वेळी संघर्षातनं शिवसेना
has struggled a lot to reach at this power. And now these people we can see that they have been misusing the power.
Anything will say Republic about the numbers, something?
नहीं अभी मैं निकला मेरे को मीटिंग है प्लीज.
Well, Niranjan, you just heard that, Niranjan, you just heard leaders coming out, still loyalists,
yes.
Niranjan, they're still loyalists, we can hear that. We heard that live translation there. Niranjan, leaders coming out, the Shiv Sena loyalists here.
Shivangi, that's Ajay Chaudhary. Shivangi, that's Ajay Chaudhary. Shivangi. Yeah, that's Ajay Chaudhary. That is Ajay Chaudhary. That was Ajay Chaudhary, by the way, who was one of the MLAs of the Shiv Sena from Shivdi. We are hearing, but anyway, he was appointed the legislature party leader yesterday, and from what we heard, he has said that it's become fashionable to say that you're a Balasaheb Thackeray loyalist and claim that you're a Shiv Sainik. But he says, according to us, the only chief minister who can be in that seat is Uddhav Thackeray. But speaking about Uddhav Thackeray, it's 15 minutes late, so things are changing very rapidly now. He's really cornered because he doesn't have the numbers at all. Because the numbers, the Shiv Sena by its own admission, and I'm talking about the Shiv Sena letter that was sent out, Uddhav Thackeray does not have the numbers. We are hearing that only 16 leaders were there. 16 were there in that meeting that were called yesterday out of 55, which leaves you with 39 more. We don't know how many leaders are with Eknath Shinde, but he does not have the numbers. That is, Uddhav Thackeray does not have the numbers. Now, when he addresses on Facebook, when he speaks, will he quit? Will he resign? Will he be forced to go because he does not have the numbers? Clearly, the support is not on his side. Even that list of leaders who were staying at the St. Regis Hotel, we were told that only party leaders, party MLAs were staying there, and all of them had been, shepherded there. And if all of them included, add up to about just 19, it shows he does not have the numbers. Over 70% of his MLAs are not with him. Over 70% of the MLAs are camping in Guwahati, and he does not have the numbers. Stay with me, Shivangi. Stay with me. Let's stay with some of those pictures and also go across to Ankit, joining me quickly, getting in a word. Ankit, things are delayed. The other breaking news update that we have right now, the governor governor's office has been contacted by Eknath Shinde. That's the other breaking news update coming in. And this is confirmed from within sources in the Raj Bhavan that the governor's office was contacted by Eknath Shinde and team. They've sought time from the governor to prove their numbers virtually. I repeat, to show their strength virtually via video conferencing. The governor himself is hospitalized, so we're all wondering how that's going to pan out, whether this entire exercise will be virtual. But yes, they have reached out, they want to show their numbers. And after that development came in at about 4:45, we were told the Chief Minister's address is delayed. Now, it's delayed by over 20 minutes now, so it's a suspense that is on. He doesn't have the numbers. He's completely cornered. He's also having a meeting. We're hearing of another meeting at 6 o'clock between Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. Now, what will come of that meeting? So far, the NCP has clearly said, even Sharad Pawar has said, that it's Shiv Sena's problem. They don't have the numbers. It's up to them to save their flock. Now, that's Sharad Pawar clearly stating on a couple of occasions. He's even tweeted about it, saying that Uddhav Thackeray is the Chief Minister. It's up to him. We have a role. He demarcated between Sena, Congress and NCP, and he's clear that he will step in only if needed. Now, can he step in at this stage? I'm not so sure, because things are clearly out of everyone's control. And we're also hearing that Sharad Pawar was extremely miffed with the manner in which this entire situation has been handled, because he said it's impossible that there was no intelligence. His words were, how is it that nobody had intelligence about so many MLAs just slipping out of Mumbai, first going to Surat, and then one fine morning you wake up and you realize that all of them are in Surat and not in Mumbai, and you've lost count. Because it's embarrassment. Also realize it's embarrassment because Eknath Shinde in that powerfully worded letter has said this government is corrupt. He says there are corrupt people in the government. He has named Anil Deshmukh. He has named Nawab Malik. Now, this is embarrassing, extremely embarrassing for Sharad Pawar, extremely embarrassing for the NCP, extremely embarrassing for the government. So, the fact that it's come from sitting minister, 34 MLAs who have signed off on the resolution, and if 34 MLAs of this coalition are saying that this is a corrupt government, the government that, makes money out of police postings, a government that whose ministers, sitting ministers, also Nawab Malik is still a sitting minister, he's in jail, and Eknath Shinde has in his letter also said Nawab Malik has links to Dawood Ibrahim. So you see, this is getting very embarrassing, very messy, even for leaders like Sharad Pawar. This is not something he may have expected. It's clearly spiraled out of control for the Mahavikas Aghadi. It's completely spiraled out of control to a level where I think each one of them are on their own right now. Each one of them on their own. The NCP's called for its own meeting. The Shiv Sena or whatever's left of it in Mumbai calling for a meeting. And the rest of the Shiv Sena, of course, the majority of the Shiv Sena, the Shinde Shiv Sena, which is in Guwahati, they're expecting 4 more people to join in. Okay, let me get a word from Ankit right now. Ankit, what's the update on your end?
Well, Niranjan, for us here at the BJP headquarters in Mumbai,
getting in breaking news update right now. 1 minute, I'm getting in some more breaking news. All the leaders have left. All the leaders have left for the Chief Minister's residence. So all the leaders that you just saw leaving from St. Regis are headed here. So all the leaders from St. Regis. And Shivangi, I think, has some more shots coming in. Let's cut across to Shivani. Shivangi's frame. Eknath Shinde is also going to address the media at 7 o'clock. I repeat, Eknath Shinde is going to speak at 7. And that's the big breaking news coming in. The story is moving fast. We were told Uddhav Thackeray was going to hold a Facebook meet. We were expecting him to announce something. So we thought he...
मंत्रिमंडळाच्या मीटिंगला उपस्थित होते, त्यामुळे त्यांच्याशी व्यक्तिगत कोणती चर्चा काल संध्याकाळनंतर आमची झाली.
मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून येणार आहेत का पक्षप्रमुख म्हणून? सरकार वेगवेगळे आता समोर आणले.
फार वेळ नाही, 5 वाजल्यानंतर ते फेसबुक लाईव्ह करणार आहेत. त्यांची भूमिका आपल्यालाही कळेल, आम्हालाही कळेल.
सर टिकटॉक दे दीजिए.
Okay, I'm getting in 3 parts of breaking news updates right now. I'd like to get in Alisha right now. I'm getting in a big breaking news update. that Eknath Shinde is going to speak. Eknath Shinde is going to speak live at 7 p.m. Eknath Shinde's address at 7 p.m. Alisha, breaking another story right now that Aditya Thackeray and close confidants of the Chief Minister. Alisha saying that Aditya Thackeray and close confidants of the Chief Minister are calling up the rebel MLAs and making an emotional appeal to these rebel MLAs. Close supporters of these MLAs are also being asked to somehow convince these MLAs to reconsider their decision. Alisha with the details. Last minute desperate measures. Alisha.
Well, yes, Niranjan, what we have got to know about this information, because the Uddhav Thackeray, the press conference where he's going to address the people of Maharashtra, and it's already been 5:20. He was about to do a Facebook live at 5 p.m. But what I've been told that the delay of making his live is just because Aditya Thackeray and other close confidant of Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, they have been calling up the rebel MLAs now, and it is something like an emotional appeal that has been made to the rebel MLAs, because we know that Uddhav Thackeray, who's been working in a thin ice at this point of time, and he don't seem to have any option. He tried every option, whether sending the letter and ultimatum to the rebel MLAs, but they were so firm that they won't be able to come back. And that is the reason where now all those Aditya Thackeray and the close confidant of Uddhav Thackeray, they've been calling all the rebel MLAs, and also the close party supporter of this MLA, the family members have also been asked to convince this rebel MLA. They've been convinced to come back to Mumbai and had a face-to-face talk. But we see that the MLAs who are already in Guwahati, they have been very much firm about their decision, and the letter is sent, because we saw that back-to-back two letters that has been given by Eknath Shinde and the MLAs, clearly stating that they don't want to be in a government with NCP and Congress, and specifically NCP, where their ministers are corrupted. They have named Anil Deshmukh, they have named Nawab Malik. And this is very important update that we are getting in. It's just because there is a delay of a CM address to the public, to the people of state. It's just because it's still they are doing the try. He's been trying his level best. He's asked Aditya Thackeray and other person who is very close aid of Uddhav Thackeray, has asked them to call the rebel MLAs. The emotional appeal has been made to those MLAs, and not only this, the close party supporter of Eknath Shinde and the other MLAs and even the family members were asked to convince this rebel MLA. So a try that has been made in every hook or corner. We know that every try has been made by the Uddhav Thackeray, but it's something we feel like it's not really working out of Uddhav Thackeray, because the decision that has been taken by Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs seems to be very firm.
Well, that's the big breaking news update coming in, that close aides of Uddhav Thackeray have been deployed, including his son Aditya Thackeray, have been deployed to make frantic calls going out to all these rebel MLAs to change their mind. I'm hearing from Alisha. Alisha is breaking that story right now, that Aditya Thackeray and close confidants of the Chief Minister making urgent panic calls to the rebel MLAs, asking them to reconsider, and close party supporters of these MLAs, supporters and family members also being convinced, being asked rather by Aditya Thackeray and confidants of the Chief Minister and other senior leaders to make calls and somehow convince these rebel MLAs to reconsider. I'm not sure that's going to happen, because twice today they've also made it clear that there's no going back on their decision, and that there's no going back on their demand to break away from the MVA government. I think the tone is clear, the letter was clear, the allegations, the charges specific that this government cannot continue, and that their party cadre is upset. They faced humiliation, they've been harassed and they've been made to compromise on their Hindutva ideology for the last 2.5 years. So it's a point of no return for the Shiv Sena right now. And we were told at 5 o'clock. It's 5:24. So the Chief Minister of Maharashtra is 24 minutes late. He hasn't addressed on Facebook yet. We were expecting him to perhaps make some announcement. There was speculation that he would be resigning. He would be resigning in the Facebook address, but that too has not happened yet. Is he waiting for something? Looks like, because every minute there is an update. And we are now told that these leaders, MLAs who you saw leaving that hotel where Shivangi is, all of them have left and they're all headed here. This is the Chief Minister's residence. You can see that more and more cars are beginning to come here. You'll see that all these SUVs, they've started to come in. I think some more cars are coming in. They're beginning to come in. You can see another vehicle of another leader. They're all coming in one by one. And that's a corporator. And the leaders, you can see the cars going in one by one. Leaders beginning to gather at the Chief Minister's residence. We are hearing that all of them. All of the leaders who left that hotel in Lower Parel, Mumbai. That's the St. Regis Hotel where the Shiv Sena MLAs were being put up rather. They're all coming here and they're going inside to meet the Chief Minister. So I don't know, we will have to wait and watch. The numbers are slipping. The Chief Minister doesn't have support. Will he announce his resignation? That's a speculation. There is a huge speculation around that. I'm getting in some more breaking news updates now. That Eknath Shinde is going to hold a news conference at 7. He's waiting for the Chief Minister of Maharashtra to speak. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra hasn't spoken. So Eknath Shinde is going to do a news conference at 7. He will listen to what Uddhav Thackeray says and then he will speak. And he will say what he has to. And in between, at 6 o'clock, Sharad Pawar is also speaking to Uddhav Thackeray via video conferencing. Ankit joining us with some more breaking updates. Ankit.
Niranjan, we are on standby still for the press conference of Narayan Rane, which was supposed to start at 2:30, but it hasn't. And we presume it is because of this press conference by the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray that is set to take place. Earlier, Devendra Fadnavis and Narayan Rane had held a meeting at the former Maharashtra Chief Minister's residence. And since then, we do not know what is again the state of the BJP, what is their opinion. But just a couple of things. One is after Uddhav Thackeray is to address the media, or the people rather, he is to hold a meeting with Sharad Pawar, and earlier the NCP had told us that tomorrow Sharad Pawar will hold a meeting of all the NCP legislators, and so they are visualizing a life after this press briefing also. So it remains to be seen what is said. However, all these matters, and especially the fact that Aditya Thackeray and his close confidants are holding consultations with these rebel MLAs, they're trying to convince them, all that happening against the backdrop of that letter that we have accessed, written by the 34 MLAs, where they have called it a corrupt Maharashtra government, and they have made allegations against the government, against its functioning, against the Shiv Sena for allying with these ideologically opposed parties. It really tells you that this is a desperate situation right now that the Shiv Sena under the Uddhav Thackeray faction currently faces at the moment, and that is what has led now to a 27-minute delay. It was about 27 minutes before 5 o'clock that Uddhav Thackeray, via the Chief Minister's office and the official Twitter handle, had announced that he would address the media. It is now equally that much time after he should have started, and so we remain on standby to find out. There is certainly a lot happening within all the parties, whether or not they're talking or not, and certainly that letter that Eknath Shinde has written along with 34 signatories, all Shiv Sena MLAs, plus the second letter to the Deputy Speaker and also the request to the Governor of Maharashtra to allow him a show of strength to be done virtually, is a complication that has also dragged in the NCP. As much as the NCP would like to say it's the Shiv Sena's internal issue, it is also dragged in the NCP. This matter entails and is reflective upon the Shiv Sena, the NCP and the Congress party. None of them can as such distance themselves now that that letter has come to the fore. And so we await to see what the Chief Minister really says. It's nigh on half an hour since he was supposed to have started. It's about to be 5:30 now, it's 5:28, and so it's 28 minutes late, but we are on standby, and I think everyone wants to really hear from one of the main people who are involved, who is at the eye of this storm, who is at the center of this crisis, over whom we have been reporting. You are personally at the Varsha Bungalow where he has currently been staying. There are also question marks over his health and whether or not he's COVID positive. Conflicting reports have come out on that front, and so really there is a lot to talk about. I just hope that we get all the answers, and unlike however what we saw in the cabinet briefing, where we thought that there would be discussions in relation to the crisis, but instead that was not part of the agenda. So I hope very soon we'll find out from the Chief Minister, but certainly here at the BJP office, while the Narayan Rane press conference hasn't happened, there is a buzz of anticipation. Back to you, Niranjan.
Well, Ankit, some of the MLAs are beginning to arrive here one by one. Some of the MLAs are beginning to arrive. Hearing that Santosh Bangar, one of the MLAs, Santosh Bangar, has arrived at the Chief Minister's residence. In case you're watching this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, on Republic TV, we've been able to get you every breaking news update we broke that the Chief Minister of Maharashtra was scheduled to hold a news conference at 5 o'clock. After we broke that story, there was an official tweet that also went out that at 5 p.m. Uddhav Thackeray would be addressing the media. And there is some movement here behind me. Some of the convoys have begun to arrive. Of these MLAs. I think they're all entering one by one. One by one, the cars are entering. And all these leaders are expected here at the Chief Minister's residence in a short while from now. And at 5, when a Chief Minister's office, I repeat, when the Chief Minister's office tweets saying at 5 p.m. there's an address, and for half an hour after that there is no address, I think that doesn't send out the right message. The Chief Minister's office had tweeted that at 5 p.m. he would be speaking. He hasn't spoken, so not sure whether he will be speaking now. Will he be speaking now because it's already 30 minutes late? Is there a change of mind? Perhaps yes, because another development that came in was also of Eknath Shinde seeking time from the governor. There was a development on that front, on him seeking time from the governor and wanting to show his support, his strength. This was after he showed signatures of 34 MLAs, and after we told you that 4 more MLAs of the Shiv Sena were flying into Guwahati with Chandrakant Patil, the chief of the Maharashtra BJP. Now, if these 4 MLAs join Eknath Shinde, there will be in all 38 MLAs. Some more cars entering the Chief Minister's residence, some more cars entering. Piyush Ori has some action. Some more cars, meanwhile, entering the Chief Minister's residence right now. So MLAs and their supporters and some of the staff members perhaps entering the residence of the Chief Minister. These are some of the vehicles that have been coming in from the St. Regis Hotel. Piyush Ori is at Devendra Fadnavis's residence, where some BJP leaders have also arrived, senior leaders. Piyush, what's the movement there? Piyush.
So definitely, there is the movement of BJP leaders who are coming and going out, having discussion with Devendra Fadnavis of how they see the situation coming in Maharashtra. Having said that, it is also now going to be very interesting of how BJP is going to witness new Shiv Sena, probably under Eknath Shinde. I think BJP did have a lot of ill feelings, when it was not allowed to form government by Shiv Sena under Thackeray, who said that they definitely deserved having a chief minister's place. So now it is also going to be very interesting that if Shiv Sena is going to be headed by Eknath Shinde, as of what now it seems, how BJP is going to support and how BJP is going to ally with Shiv Sena under Eknath Shinde. So this is going to be a very interesting watch, and we are going to be keeping track of this, Niranjan.
Okay, one more breaking news update right now. The Chief Minister's office in Maharashtra has just tweeted, one more tweet coming in right now, that Uddhav Thackeray will be addressing the people right now. So they're calling it an address saying that it's going to happen anytime now. So he will be speaking anytime now. We're standing by for it. We've been standing by since 5 p.m. when the Chief Minister's office said. On another note, we just saw one of the video journalists of Mantralaya. We were told, my colleague here, video journalist, also saying that it was the Mantralaya video journalist who just went in right now. So the technical crew perhaps is just entering right now and setting up perhaps. So that's another quick trivia of what is happening at the Chief Minister's residence. The video journalist just went in, so you can expect maybe the address to happen in a short while from now. It also explains the Chief Minister's office tweeting that the address is going to happen anytime now. Not sure whether they were really waiting for the video journalist or whether they're in a quandary right now, wondering what to do next. It's a game of political upmanship, complete brinkmanship also at play, because so many developments happening simultaneously, and Eknath Shinde is also timing his move with every move of the Shiv Sena. And some more pictures of some movement here. I'm going to stay with the live shots, because those MLAs of the Shiv Sena who left the St. Regis Hotel are beginning to arrive here one by one, and they're entering the residence of the Chief Minister. More cars entering. Yes, Ankit is also joining me live. Piyush Ori is at the residence of Devendra Fadnavis, where some more leaders have arrived, but some more supporters. Shivangi is also joining me live. Shivangi was at the St. Regis Hotel. On a normal day around this time, it takes about 30 to 35 minutes for them to reach here. Of course, there's a breaking update coming in. I have a breaking news update. I've just been told. This is a big breaking news update. This is Sena MP Bhavna Gawli has written to Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray requesting not to take any action against rebel Sena MLAs. So this is a big split, a bigger split in the. Ankit is breaking it. I have some action here. I'll stay with the live shots. Ankit, you can go ahead. Some MLAs are beginning to arrive here. Ankit, go ahead.
So this is big news, Niranjan. Shiv Sena MP Bhavna Gavli has written to Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and she has requested to not take any action against the rebel Shiv Sena MLAs. A letter to this regard has been sent to the Chief Minister with the stamp and the letterhead of this Shiv Sena Member of Parliament, and there is a appeal so that they do not take any action against them. It is mentioned to please think about the points raised by Eknath Shinde. Even if the decision is difficult, a call has to be taken. And so here you have a top Shiv Sena leader, a member of parliament, writing to the chief minister to consider what has been written by Eknath Shinde. That has added further credence to the ideological and procedural and governmental issues that Eknath Shinde had highlighted in that letter, in which there were signatories of 34 MLAs of the Shiv Sena. What were the topics? One of the topics was the corruption. One was the jailed ministers from the NCP party. The other was the giving up of ideological grounds to ally with parties who they were earlier opposed to. And similarly, there were allegations regarding the postings that were taken, the administrative postings in the government. All in all, Eknath Shinde had summed up saying that the Shiv Senics on the ground, the cadre, the voter base, they are all in opposition to this, and the Shiv Sena leaders and MLAs are suffering as a consequence of this. And now you have this letter which you can shortly read on republicworld.com, where this top Shiv Sena member of parliament, Bhavna Gavli, has written to the chief minister, and she has asked for no action to be taken against Eknath Shinde and the rebel contingent who are sitting in Assam, and those of them their points must be considered. Even if the decision is difficult, a call needs to be taken. Some of the other pointers from this letter are, all of them are Shiv Senics only. Niranjan, back over to you. This is a key letter that has been accessed by Republic.
Well, there is some movement here as well. Many leaders are coming into the residence of the chief minister from the other side. So you'll see that all of them, Shiv Sena leaders, are beginning to arrive here one by one. But I can tell you that this is going to be very interesting, because if Shiv Sena leaders are saying that there should be no action taken, then it tells you the mood within the Shiv Sena. And the only way that Uddhav Thackeray can salvage the situation is by accepting the demands and ensuring that they break away. That's the only option left for him. I don't think there's any other option, because even other MLAs and MPs who remain here, they're writing letters asking for him not to take action, and they want the points made by Eknath Shinde and the rest to be considered seriously, which means they want this alliance to break. And I think it's very clear, if those who haven't rebelled are also asking for Eknath Shinde's views to be considered seriously, it means they don't want any action. They don't want any alliance with the MVA. Okay, I'm getting in some more breaking news updates right now. This is a breaking news update.
भगिनींनो आणि मातांनो, नमस्कार, जय महाराष्ट्र. बऱ्याच दिवसांनंतर किंवा बऱ्याच महिन्यांनंतर आपण भेटतो आहोत. पहिल्यांदाच एक खुलासा करतो की आजच्या माझ्या या फेसबुक लाईव्ह नंतर काही जण टीका करतील किंवा टिप्पणी करतील की मुख्यमंत्र्यांचा चेहरा पडलेला होता, त्यांचा आवाज असा भारदस्त किंवा नाकातला येत होता. साहजिकच आहे, कारण आज सकाळी माझी कोविड टेस्ट केली, कोविड टेस्ट पॉझिटिव्ह आली. त्याच्यामुळे हा काही इतर कशाचाही दुष्परिणाम नाही, तर तो कोविडचा जो काही एक दुष्परिणाम असतो तो आहे.
Tell to my people that today morning I did my COVID test, which I have tested positive for COVID-19. And that is the reason where I am addressing my people via Facebook and via social media. But there are many question arises. They've been asking what exactly the Chief Minister of Maharashtra is going to speak.
कोविड बरोबर लढलो, प्रसंग बाका होता. मला तर प्रशासनाचा कसलाही अनुभव नव्हता, आणि तशा त्या कठीण काळात
Well, we know that the COVID situation in Maharashtra is again arising.
तोंड देऊ शकलेलं नव्हतं, किंवा ज्यांच्या अनुभवाला हा कोविड आला नव्हता, अशा प्रशासन माहिती नसलेल्या माणसाच्या वाटेला पहिल्या 2-3 महिन्यातच कोविड आला. मला जे काही
Well,
करायचं
we
ते मी
wasn't aware
प्रामाणिकपणाने
about
काही
it, and
वेळेला
of course,
केलं.
there was an administration who was working on the
कोविडपासून सावध
COVID
कसं राहायचं, काय
situation
काय
in
करायचं,
Maharashtra. And since
हे मी
2 to
तुम्हाला
3
का
months,
सांगतोय?
we are
कारण
witnessing
त्या
that there is a
दरम्यानच्या
rise
काळात
in case of COVID.
जे काही सर्वे होत होते त्या सर्वेमध्ये देशातील सर्वोत्तम 5 टॉप मुख्यमंत्र्यांमध्ये तुमच्या सगळ्यांच्या मेहनतीमुळे आणि तुम्ही दिलेल्या सहकार्यामुळे महाराष्ट्राच्या
Well, it was a
मुख्यमंत्र्यांना
survey of COVID.
गणना केली गेली.
COVID, where the
साहजिकच आहे.
state has really come up with a good strategy,
विषय
and with
कोविड
all your
हा
blessings and
जरी असला
support,
तरी तो विषय मी घेऊन
I have been appointed and I've
मी
been
आलेलो आहे
made
काही वेगळे मुद्दे घेऊन
in the top
जे काही
5. The
मुद्दे
Maharashtra was
गेल्या
in
काही
the top 5
दिवसांपासून
over fighting
प्रसारमाध्यमातून
against
आपल्यासमोर
COVID-19.
येत आहेत. मग ते शिवसेना आहे, ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची आहे का, शिवसेनेने हिंदुत्व सोडलं आहे का, मग ही शिवसेना
Well, there
नेमकं
were
कोण
many questions that was
चालवतंय,
raised
मुख्यमंत्री भेटत का
against the
नाही?
Shiv Sena, clearly stating
मुख्यमंत्री
that
भेटत नव्हते,
is the
मुख्यमंत्री
Shiv
म्हणजे मी.
Sena has led their
हे गेल्या काही
Hindutva,
दिवसांपूर्वी सत्य
is it the Shiv Sena of
याचं
Balasaab
कारण
Thackeray?
जी माझी शस्त्रक्रिया झाली
Many people even question
तो अनुभव
of
काय
me
होता,
not coming
त्या
and not
अनुभवाचं
addressing
एक
the
वर्णन नाही
people,
करू
but
शकणार. पण त्याच्यानंतरचे 2-3
but
महिने
I don't think I should
हे फार विचित्र
really give
होते.
an explanation to
की कोणालाही
anyone.
भेटणं शक्य नव्हतं, म्हणजे भेटू शकत नव्हतो. म्हणून तो जो काळ होता तो
It was
मुख्यमंत्री
not
कोणाला
possible
भेटत
for me
नाही.
to meet every person.
हा मुद्दा बरोबर आहे. पण त्याच्यानंतर मी आता भेटायला सुरुवात केलेली आहे. जी काही कामं, बरं असंही नाही की मी भेटत नव्हतो म्हणजे कामं काही होत नव्हती.
In
ही
middle, we
माझी
know that I
पहिली
wasn't well,
कॅबिनेट
and I
मीटिंग
went under through
ही
the
हॉस्पिटलमध्ये
surgery, which was why I
बाजूच्या
wasn't
खोलीतून
able to
online
meet
केली होती.
people.
आणि त्याच्यानंतर
But
काम हे
right now, I've
आव्हानात्मक
again
सुरू.
started meeting people.
शिवसेना
Not
होणार.
completely, because we know that there were several meetings that
हे
held
दोन
via
फक्त
video
एकमेकांमध्ये
conferences.
गुंफलेले जोडलेले हे शब्द आहेत. शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक
Let me
कानमंत्र
clear
दिलेला
something,
आहे,
that Shiv Sena will be never a part of,
आमचा श्वास आहे.
will never be a
म्हणूनच
part of
गेल्या एक
Hindutva, and
8-15
Hindutva
दिवसापूर्वी
is also a part of Shiv
आदित्य,
Sena.
एकनाथ शिंदे, त्याच्याबरोबर आपले काही आमदार, खासदार, मंत्री हे अयोध्येला जाऊन आले.
We know that even
हिंदुत्वासाठी काय काय
Aditya
केलंय,
Thackeray,
कोणी काय
Eknath
काय
Shinde,
केलंय,
and some other MLAs who
बोलण्याची
went to
अक्कल नाही.
Ayodhya.
पण हिंदुत्वाबद्दल मी विधानसभेत
So I don't
विधिमंडळात
want to speak
बोलणारा
anything about
कदाचित
Hindutva, and we
पहिला
don't need to give any proof that Shiv Sena is
मग नेमकं
Hindutva.
झालंय काय, ही शिवसेना कोणाची आहे? काही जण असं आरोप करतायत
But
की
now the people have been
असं
asking
भासवण्याचा
and they've been
प्रयत्न करतायत
questioning
की आता काय
the Shiv
बाळासाहेबांची
Sena
शिवसेना
over the
आहे.
Hindutva.
ठीक आहे ना, बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना आणि आत्ताच्या शिवसेनेत फरक काय नेमका? असं काय मी नेमकं केलेलं आहे की शिवसेना ही बाळासाहेबांच्या विचारापासून दूर जात चाललेली आहे? त्यावेळेला जे
I
विचार
don't know
होते
what I
तेच
did
आपण
where
पुढे
the
बरं,
ideology
त्याच्यानंतर
of
म्हणजे आपल्याकडे
Balasaab Thackeray, Hindutva has been made some
2014
people
साली आपण
apart from the
एकाकी
party.
लढलो होतो. तेव्हाही आपण हिंदूच होतो, आत्ताही हिंदूच आहोत, उद्याही हिंदूच राहणार आहोत. मुद्दा विचार
We were Hindutva yesterday, we were Hindutva now, and we will be forever.
2014 साली सुद्धा जी लढलेली शिवसेना होती आणि जिने एकट्याच्या ताकदीवरती प्रतिकूल परिस्थितीत 63 आमदार निवडून आणले आणि ते 63 आमदार आल्यानंतर त्यातले काही
This was the only
नंतर जे
Shiv Sena in
मंत्री झाले,
2014
सुद्धा शिवसेना
who
बाळासाहेबांच्या
alone
नेतृत्वाची शिवसेना होती.
won with more than 34
त्याच्यानंतरची
votes,
आतापर्यंतची
30 vote
वाटचाल. मग मी आता गेली
constituency.
40 वर्ष मी स्वतः मुख्यमंत्री.
That was the Shiv Sena who fought
माझ्यासोबत पहिल्या आणि
together.
आताच्या मंत्रिमंडळातले जे काही सहकारी आहेत ते सुद्धा त्याच बाळासाहेबांच्या शिवसेनेतले सहकारी आहेत. म्हणजेच काय,
And I know
पहिल्या
that the
प्रथम
workers, the
शिवसेना
leader who's been
हिंदुत्व,
working with
शिवसेना
Shiv
कोणाची,
Sena are the
शिवसेनेने
Shiv
हिंदुत्व
Sena
सोडले का, शिवसेनेने
Balasaab Thackeray, and they have the ideology of Balasaab Thackeray.
मग मधल्या काळामध्ये जे काय सगळं मिळालं ते बाळासाहेबांनंतरच्या शिवसेनेने दिलं, हे मी म्हणेन कृपा करून लक्षात ठेवा.
I want to
मग
make
आता
them
मुद्दा
remember
काय?
that this is the Shiv
की सध्या
Sena where
राज्यामध्ये काय
Balasaab
चालू आहे?
Thackeray has taken in front, and
आपल्याला
that
सर्वांना
was a
कल्पना
fight that
की
we fought
शिवसेनेचे
for
काही आमदार
Shiv
गायब,
Sena and the
प्रमुख गायब,
Hindutva.
प्रमुख गायब, गेले कुठे? पहिले सुरतला गेले.
But now what is the
त्याच्यानंतर आता
situation
म्हणतात
arising
गुवाहाटीला
in
गेले.
Maharashtra? We
त्यातल्या
know
काही
that
आमदारांचे आपल्याला फोन
MLAs
येत
are
आहेत.
leaving,
आम्हाला इकडे
MPs are
आणले गेले,
leaving,
आम्हाला
many
परत
workers
यायचंय.
are leaving.
आपल्यामध्ये इथे असलेल्या आमदारांना काही फोन येत आहेत. मला त्याच्यामध्ये जायचंच नाहीये. हे जे माझं
There are
मनोगत
many
आहे
phones, even I'm getting a phone from the rebel MLAs, but I don't want to get into this.
की काल परवा जी आपली एक निवडणूक झाली विधान परिषदेची, त्या विधान परिषदेच्या
But I wanted to clear
निवडणुकीच्या
one
आदल्या
thing
दिवशी
that
हॉटेलमध्ये सगळे आपले आमदार होते. मी तिकडे गेलो आणि म्हटलं ही काय परिस्थिती, ही कोणती लोकशाही ज्यांना आपण आपलं मानतो, शिवसैनिक
2
मरवर
days ago,
मारतात,
where
राबतात, निवडून देतात.
during the MLC
जनता
election,
सुद्धा शिवसेनेच्या
where
विचारावरती
there
विश्वास
was there
ठेवून
was
त्यांना निवडून
a
देते.
meeting of
आणि
the
आपली
Shiv Sena.
माणसं
Even I went to the
त्यांना सुद्धा
hotel
आपल्याला
where I
एकत्र
met
ठेवावं
my
लागतं. अरे हा कुठे गेला बघा, तो
Shiv
कुठे
Sena
गेला बघा.
MLAs.
मग मध्येच कोणतरी गायब होतो, कुठे गेला होता.
If
आणि
they
गेला
have really
बाथरूमला
problem,
गेला.
they would
म्हणजे
have
बाथरूमला गेला
informed
तरी
me
संशय.
face to face. But
म्हणजे
all of
बाथरूमला
a
म्हणजे
sudden
असं
they
म्हणतात
just
की शंका
disappeared
ठीक
without
आहे,
speaking
पण
a word to me.
लघुशंकेला गेला तरी शंका. ही कुठली ही शाही, ही अशी लोकशाही काय
I
मला
don't know with what
आवडणारी आणि
democracy this
पटणारी
has been
नाही.
going
मला वाटतं
through.
बाळासाहेबांनी पटत नव्हतं आणि
Because they
आपल्यालाही
should
पटत
have
नव्हतं.
really talked to us,
मला
because
एक
Shiv
मुद्दा
Sena
काय
is a very
सांगायचंय
strong party with a strong
की
leader,
मला कशाचाही
with
अनुभव
a coordinating
नसताना
leaders.
जे काय घडलं, मी इच्छेपेक्षा जिद्दीने करणारा माणूस आहे. इच्छा असो वा नसो, पण एकदा जबाबदारी अंगावर आली तर ती जबाबदारी मी पूर्ण जिद्दीने पार
I am a
पाडण्याचा
person of
प्रयत्न
responsibility.
आणि त्याच जिद्दीने
Even if I
मी
wish,
शिवसेना
if I don't wish, but when it comes to responsibility, I will fulfill my responsibility without a second thought.
त्यावेळेला मी आपल्या समोर आलो होतो, आज सुद्धा समोर आलेलो आहे. कोणताही अनुभव नव्हता आपल्याला, तेव्हा नाईलाज झाला, वेगळा मार्ग पत्करावा लागला. काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी हे गेले 25-30 वर्ष आपण त्यांच्या विरोधात, ते आपल्या विरोधामध्ये हे लढत आलेलो आहोत.
What has been going over
जे काय
since
घडलं
years.
हे सर्वांना माहिती आहे की काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादीने, विशेषतः पवार साहेबांनी, ती बैठक आमची तिन्ही पक्षाची झाली. त्या बैठकीमध्ये सगळं ठरलं आणि ते ठरल्यानंतर मला त्यांनी सांगितलं की उद्धव जरा 1 मिनिट बोलायचे. म्हटलं काय बोलायचं, आता ठरलंय सगळं. नाही,
So there was a meeting between Sharad Pawar. We know that there was a Mahavikas Aghadi meeting, and after which Sharad Pawar told me that he want to meet.
तर तसं नाही, म्हणजे आमच्याकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत, काँग्रेसकडे पण ज्येष्ठ लोक आहेत, आणि शिवसेनेकडनं जर तुम्ही नसाल तर ते पुढे चालणं हे कठीण आहे. मी म्हटलं पवार साहेब काय मस्करी करता का. मी आत्तापर्यंत महापालिकेत सुद्धा महापौर जिंकल्यानंतर अभिनंदन करायला जातो. म्हणजे साधा महापालिकेत न गेलेला माणूस मुख्यमंत्री कसा होणार. ते बोलले नाही, तुम्हाला हे करावं लागेल. ठीक आहे, जिद्द केली, जिद्द. मग पवार साहेबांनी, सोनिया गांधींनी विश्वास टाकला माझ्यावरती. सोनियाजी सुद्धा मध्ये कधीतरी
So there was a trust of Sharad Pawar and
एक
Sonia
गोष्ट
Gandhi.
लक्षात घ्या की कोणताही अनुभव नसलेला माणूस इकडे बसवणं, त्याच्या मागे नुसता स्वार्थ हा विचार नाहीये, पण एक राजकारण
But
म्हणतात.
one thing we should understand that
कुठेही कसंही
the
वळण घेऊ
person with
शकतो.
an experience will never demand, but one should not greed for the power.
जो म्हणतो ना, तिकडनं पोलादपूर पासून आपल्या ह्याला महाड पासून वरती महाबळेश्वरला जाताना रडकुंडीचा घाट, जो वळण 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 म्हणजे गाडी चालवता गाडीचा चालक हा रडकुंडीला येतो. तसं हे वळणदार राजकारण कोणाच्याच उपयोगाचं नाहीये. आजपर्यंत
So
ह्या
this is
सगळ्यांनी
a politics which is not really going to work, because this is something they have been climbing a mountain, and
काय योग्य काय अयोग्य हे सुद्धा
which is really not going to help. The wheel of this politics will not help them.
मला दुःख कशाचं झालेलं आहे, आश्चर्य कशाचं वाटलेलं आहे, धक्का कशाचा बसलेला आहे की काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी म्हणाली की आम्हाला मुख्यमंत्रीपदी उद्धव ठाकरे नकोत. तो त्यांचा विचार आहे. दोन्ही पक्ष स्वतंत्र आहेत. ठीक आहे, सत्तेच्या
At this
तडजोडीसाठी
point of time, I am shocked. Yes, I am shocked just because it's a statement that has been coming in from NCP or Congress saying that we don't want a chief minister, Uddhav Thackeray as the chief minister. But
कालच सकाळी
this is not happening, because I am glad that today NCP and Congress are supporting us.
त्यांनी भरोसा माझ्यावरती ठेवल्यानंतर
I even got a call from Kamalnath stating that Congress are going to support Mahavikas Aghadi. We are going to support you.
माझीच लोक म्हणत असतील की ते ठीक आहे, त्यांना हवे असतील पण आम्हाला तुम्ही नकोत. मग मला हेच म्हणायचंय की समजा माझ्या लोकांना, म्हणजे मी माझं म्हणतोय ते मला आता
I feel really bad, and I was shocked. It is not that Congress or NCP has demanded that Uddhav Thackeray should not be the chief minister, but my people who have been working since ages have been saying that we don't want you as a chief minister.
हे कोविडच्या काळातले टॉप 5 वगैरे सोडून द्या, आम्हाला तुम्ही मुख्यमंत्रीपदी नको. ठीक आहे, चला मी उठतो. आणि आज सुद्धा मी तुम्हाला सांगतो, जर त्याच्यापैकी एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे.
I am ready to resign at one condition: if any of the one MLA should come to me and talk to me and clearly say that we don't want you as a chief minister of Maharashtra, I am ready to give resignation at this point of time.
मी शिवसेना प्रमुख,
I am not that person who is going to stick to the chair.
मला खेचू शकत नाही, अडवू शकत नाही, थांबवू शकत नाही. पण हे माझ्या समोर
nothing can
येऊन
stop me from my
उगाच काहीतरी
responsibilities.
शिवसेनेशी आम्ही गद्दारी करणार नाही, पण ही शिवसेना आहे आमची शिवसेना, कशाला तुम्ही हे करताय? या
I
सगळ्या
don't know why they've been doing this. This is our Shivsena, that is the
एक जी गोष्ट
Shivsena.
आपण लहान
I don't know why they're bringing a part of the Shivsena party which has been working since ages. They've been working together.
पण त्या म्हणी मागची गोष्ट नाही माहितीये. ती गोष्ट अशी आहे की एकदा एका जंगलामध्ये एक लाकूड तोड्या झाड तोडत होता, म्हणजे त्याच्या कुऱ्हाडीचे घावच घालत होता. सगळे पक्षी त्याच्यावरती राहणारे हे कासावीस झाले की आपला आसरा असलेले हे झाड आता तुटणार, कोलमडून पडणार. पण त्याहीपेक्षा हे घाव घालत असताना या झाडाला वेदना किती होत असतील, म्हणून ते पक्षी त्या झाडाशी बोलायला लागले. आपल्याला निसर्गाची भाषा येत नाही, पण निसर्ग एकमेकाशी एकमेकाच्या भाषेत बोलत असेल, तर पक्षी त्याच्याशी बोलायला लागले. असेल ना रे, खूप वेदना होत असतील.
He's been pointing out clearly stating that even if they're making a demand, but this demand is something they don't understand what can be the reputation of this demand.
होत नाहीये. तर हा लाकूड तोड्या ज्या कुऱ्हाडीने घाव घालतोय, त्या कुऱ्हाडीचं लाकूड हे माझ्या फांदीचं लाकूड आहे, त्याच्या मला वेदना जास्त होत आहेत, त्याच्या वेदना जास्त होत आहेत. हेच आज चाललेलं आहे, हेच आज चाललेलं आहे. कुऱ्हाडीचा दांडा हा आपला जे गोतास काळ, म्हणजे आपली जी राजकारणातली जन्मदात्री आहे, शिवसेना आहे, तिच्यावरती तिचंच लाकूड वापरून घाव कोणी घालू नका. या समोर बसा, मी देतो राजीनामा. चला, तुमच्या हातामध्ये आज मी माझ्या राजीनाम्याचं पत्र तयार करून ठेवतो आहे. जे गायब आहे किंवा त्यांना गायब करून गायब केलेलं आहे, त्यांनी यावं आणि माझ्या राजीनाम्याचं पत्र घेऊन राजभवनमध्ये जावं. मी का नाही जात? कारण मला कोविड झालंय. त्यातून राज्यपाल महोदय म्हणाले की उद्धवजी को खुद को आने दो, चलो मैं भी आने के लिए तैयार हूँ. मी यायला तयार आहे. म्हणून मी पुन्हा एकदा सांगतोय की ही कुठेही आगतिकपणा नाही, हा कुठेही अगदी लाचारीचा प्रसंग नाही किंवा मजबुरीचा अजिबात नाहीये. कारण आजपर्यंत अशी अनेक आव्हानं बिनसत्तेची आपण पेललेत. हे काय मोठं आव्हान?
Saying that I am ready to resign, but the governor has said that you have to come
शिवसेना
and give your resignation.
शिवसैनिक आहे तोपर्यंत मी कोणत्याही संकटाला भीत नाही. मी आव्हानाला सामोरा जाणारा माणूस आहे. त्याच्यामुळे कोणतेही आव्हान हे घाबरून त्याला पाठ दाखवणारा नाहीये. हे जसं मी मुख्यमंत्री पदासाठी बोलतोय, तसंच मी आज माझ्या शिवसैनिकांना सुद्धा आवाहन करतोय. कारण का तरी शिवसेना बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही असं काही जे आरोप करतायत त्याला सुद्धा
I wanted to say that many of the people are saying that this is not a Shivsena or Bharat Thackeray, but I should tell them that they are completely wrong.
शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे. चला मला सांगा, मी हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे. मी शिवसेना पक्ष सोडायला तयार आहे, पण हे सांगणारा विरोधक नाही. नाहीतर असे खडूस लोक खूप आहेत. त्यांच्या त्यांना मी बांधलेलं नाहीये, मी माझ्या शिवसैनिकाला बांधलेलं आहे. आणि शिवसैनिक सुद्धा या भानगडीत पडणारा नाहीये, कारण तो फेस टू फेस संकटाला सामोरं जाणारा शिवसैनिक आहे. म्हणून त्यांनी सांगावं, मी दोन्ही पदं सोडायला तयार आहे, पण मी मुख्यमंत्री पद सोडल्यानंतर जर शिवसेनेचा मुख्यमंत्री होत असेल पण त्याही पलीकडे जाऊन दुसरा कोणी असला तरी चालेल, पण शिवसेनेचा म्हणजे उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री नको, दुसरा कोणी चालेल. चला, तेही मला मान्य आहे, पण एकदा मला समोर येऊन सांगा.
But I want this person to come in front of me and tell me about this, that they don't want Uddhav Thackeray as a chief minister.
अडून ठेवले तोपर्यंत काय होणार? काहीच होणार नाही. म्हणून एकदा ठरवूया, तुम्ही या किंवा तिकडनं फोन करा आणि सांगा की तुमचं आम्ही फेसबुक लाईव्ह पाहिलं, चॅनलच्या माध्यमातून पाहिलं, फेसबुकच्या माध्यमातून पाहिलं, आम्हाला तिकडे यायला संकोच वाटतो, पण तुम्ही म्हणालात त्याच्याप्रमाणे तुम्ही आम्हाला नकोत. हे स्पष्ट सांगा. मी या क्षणाला मुख्यमंत्री पद सोडायला तयार आहे.
I am ready to resign only if they ask to, but I want a clear conversation with the MLAs who are not happy with me.
आयुष्याची कमाई काय? पद नसतात. पदावरती बसल्यानंतर जे तुम्ही काही काम करता त्याच्यानंतर जनतेची प्रतिक्रिया काय असते? म्हणजे 2.5 वर्षामध्ये मला दिलं, कुठे झाली हो आपली भेट?
The people, the love that I have received from the people of Maharashtra, that is an achievement for me and not the chief minister's post.
आमच्या कुटुंबातला एक माणूस आमच्याशी बोलतोय असं वाटतं. हे भाग्य मला नाही वाटत ह्याच्यापेक्षा आणखीन काय असू शकेल. ज्यांची ओळख पाळत नाही, दूर कुठेतरी राहतात, अगदी मुंबईत राहिले तरी भेटीचा कधी योग येईल असाही भाग नाहीये. पण या माध्यमातून जेव्हा मी तुमच्याशी बोलतोय तेव्हा तुम्ही आमच्या कुटुंबातले वाटतात. हीच तर आयुष्याची कमाई आहे. आणि ही आयुष्याची कमाई माझ्यासाठी तरी भरपूर
It's my life achievement to the people. Like I'm been
आलं
interacting with my people. It's a life it's an achievement for me. I'm not those people who are still in Mumbai but not ready to meet and not wanted to share their problems.
कारण नाहीतर म्हणतील की काय हे असं करायचंच होतं. नाही, मला काय म्हणायचंय की तुम्ही संख्या किती कोणाकडे आहे हा गौण आहे विषय माझ्याकडे. शेवटी ही जी काही लोकशाही आहे त्या लोकशाहीमध्ये संख्या ज्यांच्याकडे अधिक असते तो जिंकतो. मग ती तुम्ही संख्या कशी जमवता? प्रेमाने जमवता, जोर जबरदस्तीने त्या धमक्या दटवण्यात देऊन जमवता? हे नगण्य.
The numbers is important to form a government, but they should understand that how they have been forming a government. Is the people who have been joining them are willing to be with them,
माझे मानतो,
or it is something that under the pressure you have been getting all those numbers?
माझ्या विरुद्ध मतदान करतील? नाही. एकाने जरी माझ्या विरुद्ध मतदान केलं तरी ते माझ्यासाठी लाजिरवाणी गोष्ट आहे. आणि म्हणून मला एकही मत माझ्यावरती त्यांना अविश्वास ठराव दाखवण्याची वेळ येऊ नये म्हणून त्यांनी मला सांगावं. मी कुठेही त्या नावाचा उच्चार करणार नाही, वाच्यता करणार नाही. तुम्ही सांगा मी मुख्यमंत्रीपद सोडलं, बस. याच्यावर आणखीन काय सांगू? मी माझं मन घट्ट करून तयारीने बसलेलो आहे. मात्र बांधवांना आणि भगिनींना
as a chief minister, but I want someone who can come in front of me and just demand even a one person can come to me, a Shiv Sainik can come to me. The time he will say that we don't want you as a chief minister, I am ready to step down as a chief minister.
मात्र तुम्ही हे दाखवत असलेलं प्रेम हे सदैव असंच कायम ठेवा.
Okay, Uddhav Thackeray is ready to resign as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray is ready to resign as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra on at least 7 to 8 occasions. I think more than that, at least 10 to 15 times he said, I'm ready to resign as the Chief Minister. I don't want the post. I'm not worried about the post. Post doesn't matter. My achievement matters. He went on to also, in the beginning of that conversation, talk about Aishwarya's live with me. Aishwarya, he says he's willing to resign, but he goes on and on about these MLAs meeting him. He wants to talk to them face to face. Hasn't that already happened?
Well, absolutely. But he says, he stressed at least 10 times that we have not compromised on Hindutva. Because Eknath Shinde made it a point that he is a Shiv Sainik, but he's only parting away because there was a compromise on Hindutva. He said it at least 10 times, and double of that, he said that I am ready to resign. He said that I am leaving. I am leaving the official CM residence. He says, I am leaving. He tried to attack back at Eknath Shinde, but he said it. Yeah. Absolutely, Niranjan. It seems there's some audio problem, but I'm just going to continue to speak. So, very clearly, he says that I am ready to resign. He says, but someone has to come and talk to me. It doesn't matter who you are, what are you in the hierarchy of Shiv Sena. Just come once and ask me, I will resign. He mentioned it at least more than 10 to 15 times. He says, come, I am ready, I am not there.
बऱ्याच दिवसांनंतर किंवा बऱ्याच महिन्यांनंतर आपण भेटतो आहोत. पहिल्यांदाच एक खुलासा करतो की आजच्या माझ्या या फेसबुक लाईव्ह नंतर काही जण टीका करतील किंवा टिप्पणी करतील की मुख्यमंत्र्यांचा चेहरा पडलेला होता, त्यांचा आवाज असा भारदस्त किंवा नाकातला येत होता. तर साहजिकच आहे, त्याला कारण आजच सकाळी माझी जी कोविड टेस्ट केली ती कोविड टेस्ट पॉझिटिव्ह आलेली आहे. त्याच्यामुळे हा काही इतर.
Okay, that was a repeat. In fact, he ends by saying, very, very important, he ended by saying, and I'm going to, I think that's the most important point. He says, if anybody votes against me, Uddhav Thackeray repeats saying, if anybody votes against me, that would be a shame. So come and tell me to my face and I will resign. That was his last words before, the feed hung. But let me go close to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, he says, tell me to my face, come and meet me, tell me to my face, you don't want me as the Chief Minister and I will resign. But I thought that communication had already happened.
That the numbers are not in his favor. He mentioned at least 10 to 15 times he is ready to resign. He mentioned that someone should come irrespective of a hierarchy within Shiv Sena. And he also mentioned that if I resign, then the new CM should also be a Shiv Sainik. And he said that I am leaving. He said, I am leaving. He said, I am leaving the Chief Minister's residence, and I'm moving. I am just going to show you a tweet. I'm just going to request my camera person to just move aside. And that is Sanjay Rawat. Yes, we'll struggle. That's the latest tweet, Niranjan. That's the latest tweet on air. Sanjay Rawat tweeting, Hoye Sangharsh Karnar. Yes, we'll struggle. So it's clear, the message is coming out that they understand that the numbers are just not in their favor. Uddhav Thackeray making a very, 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 very emotional speech saying that come and say it to him on my face. Come, he said that Eknath and Aditya went together to Ayodhya. We have not compromised on Hindutva and Shiv Sena are one. We move on the ideologies of late Balasaheb Thackeray. But that is the exact point which Eknath Shinde had made. That is the exact point which Eknath Shinde had made, that you have compromised. But he's asking even one MLA or MP to come, even a worker of Shiv Sena to come and talk to him on his face. That might not happen because there is a press conference at 7. There is a press conference now. There is a press conference of Eknath Shinde in Guwahati at 7, he said. And he said in Marathi ki kya Guwahati jaake bol rahe ho? Mere chehre pe aake bolo. Come and talk on my face. Come and... Absolutely. So he is saying very, very clearly that come and talk to me on my face. Do not go to Guwahati and speak. So he is making it very clear that you come and talk to me, because he understands. It's a very emotional Uddhav Thackeray, understanding that he has lost the support of the MLAs. Say that don't vote against me, come and talk to me. So that is what he's saying, because the numbers are just not in favor. 34 already in Guwahati, 4 en route, makes it 34, reduces him under 20. Less than 20 MLAs only stand with Uddhav Thackeray, and now even the MPs. The irony is, the MPs, the Member of Parliament from Shiv Sena, are writing to Uddhav Thackeray not to take action against Eknath Shinde and the faction. It means that the dissent is not limited to the MLAs. It has even spread to the MPs, and that's a worrying part, that it's no more a fight for the seat, for the chair of the Chief Minister. It's the fight for the party. We need to understand, Eknath Shinde is claiming he's the real Shiv Sena. He's the real Shiv Sena. He raked up the issue of Hindutva. He raked up the issue, Niranjan, saying very clearly that I am only moving this side and not away from Shiv Sena, because the compromise on Hindutva, compromise which Uddhav Thackeray's government did while getting into an alliance with the Congress and the NCP, he does not agree. And the allegations are very clear of corruption and whatnot. So this is something which very, very clear. Yeah.
No, he went on to, for some reason, he was on the complete back foot, Aishwarya. I don't know what you felt, but I felt that he was completely on the back foot. He kept justifying why he became the Chief Minister. He went on and on and on explaining how and why he became the Chief Minister. He spoke about the circumstances under which he became the Chief Minister. He said, I didn't want to become the Chief Minister, but I was made the Chief Minister, almost complaining that he was made the Chief Minister. He was almost complaining that he was made the Chief Minister. And he said, if anybody comes to me right now and tells me to my face that you have to resign, I will resign. I don't know, he went on and on. He could have just said it simply, but it seemed like he was just trying to buy some time. And at one point he even said, I called up the governor. I'll get Alisha as well, but at one point he also said, I called up the governor and I said I want to step down, but the governor said that he too has got COVID and that I should meet him personally, or he indicated something to that effect. So which means he's willing to step down but is not stepping down. I don't understand what is the difference, because he does not have the numbers, which is very clear. And I think what Eknath Shinde, if he wants someone to say it, I think Eknath Shinde perhaps will say it at 7 p.m. It's already clear. I don't know what is there to be said already. The resolution and that letter was clear, Aishwarya. That letter was clear, isn't it? That they don't want the government. They don't want this alliance. They don't want this alliance. Aishwarya, it was pretty clear.
He is not challenging. Can you see? It's a very subtle Uddhav Thackeray. It's a very subtle Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray made it clear. Well, Niranjan, it's very clear. Uddhav Thackeray is not fighting it out. Uddhav Thackeray understands that the numbers are not in his favor. Uddhav Thackeray understands that the MLAs are not with him. Uddhav Thackeray has understood that even the MPs are now showing a dissent. Uddhav Thackeray understands that he cannot fight anymore. Uddhav Thackeray understands that's why he said he began by saying that I'm ready to resign, but come and talk to my face. He's making it emotional. He understands. For any Shiv Sainik, it's very difficult to come and talk to the son of Balasaheb Thackeray and say that get away from the seat. But at the end of the day, that is exactly what 34 MLAs are doing in Guwahati. Eknath Shinde, who is a handpick handpicked leader of Bala Sahab himself. So on one side you have a leader who was chosen by Bala Sahab, and on the other one you have the heir, you have son of late Bala Sahab Thackeray. It's Uddhav Thackeray versus Eknath Shinde within Shiv Sena. We need to understand it's no more a fight for the chief ministership. It's a fight for Shiv Sena. It's a fight that who really commands or who really represents Shiv Sena. Now that is what the fight has begun. Uddhav Thackeray began by saying, I am leaving the chief minister's residence. He said at least more than 15 times, Niranjan, that I am ready to resign. So it's no more about the chief ministership. It's about Shiv Sena. Who commands Shiv Sena? Eknath Shinde came out, announced a new whip, announced a new floor leader. That means he is commanding. He says he is commanding Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray says I am commanding Shiv Sena. They go to the election commission. That is what I can see politically. Exactly this happened. After Ram Vilas Paswan died, this is exactly what happened between the brother of Ram Vilas Paswan and son Chirag Paswan. But this time around, you have a sitting chief minister, Uddhav Thackeray, and a strong Maratha grassroots leader, Eknath Shinde, who has learned his politics from Bala Sahab Thackeray and is parting ways on the same point. And that's why Uddhav Thackeray began by saying after the COVID protocol explanation, that I have not compromised on Hindutva.
At some point, now I'll tell you, I think Aishwarya, whatever's happening, Aishwarya, tell me if I'm wrong, and I have my other colleagues also joining us. I think Ankit is joining us live, all our colleagues joining us on the broadcast. Right now, it's almost on cue. Eknath Shinde spoke about Hindutva again and again and again. He mentioned it several times, talking about how even the party cadre is disillusioned, facing harassment in many parts of the state, saying that we're facing harassment for the alliance with the MVA, with the NCP and the Congress party. You know what is also happening while this is playing out is that the allies are watching closely, because you know what is happening is Shiv Sena is asserting its Hindutva. Right? He's complaining, he's whining about being the chief minister. He says, I didn't want to be the chief minister. Sharad Pawar called me and asked me to be the chief minister. And then Sonia Gandhi called me. They all called me. They wanted me to be the chief minister, and that's why I was the chief minister. But after the letter, if he's still saying that somebody should complain, I don't know what he's waiting for, because that complaint has happened. But while asserting...
He's making it emotional. He's making it emotional.
Asserting
he is making it emotional.
The chief minister. Yes. No, he's complaining, but he's also, Aishwarya, he's also trying to say that he did not, by asserting himself, he's also shafting and sending a message to the NCP and the Congress party, because at the end of the day, not just he's getting embarrassed because he does not have the numbers clearly. The numbers are not on his side. He also at one point said...
Oh, he said that it is not Sonia Gandhi. He said that the Congress and the NCP, we have opposed for 25, 30 years, Niranjan. But it is the NCP and the Congress who stand together with him. But his own Shiv Senics are gone. So understand the kind... So we need to understand that what exactly is happening inside the Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena is imploding from within. Shiv Sena is dividing. There is a divide right in the middle. BJP is 2 steps behind. NCP has its hands raised. Congress says we are supporting you. Uddhav Thackeray is unable to keep its own flock in order. Eknath Shinde, a strong Maratha leader, is dividing Shiv Sena right in the middle. And the majority, the irony is, majority is with Eknath Shinde and not the sitting chief minister, Uddhav Thackeray. That's why you see a very subtle Uddhav Thackeray saying that I am leaving from the official chief minister's residence. I am ready to resign, he said, more than a dozen times on record in that Facebook Live, which began after 27 minutes. At least more than 15 times he said, I am ready to resign. Yes. He began by saying, I have not compromised on Hindutva, and Shiv Sena and Hindutva are hand in hand, because Eknath Shinde made it a point that he has gone to Surat and now to Guwahati only because
I think the
present government and the leadership has compromised on Hindutva. Yes, Niranjan, back to you. Back to you.
No, it's clear that he does not want to lose his MLAs. It's clear that he does not want to lose his MLAs, and he's already, they're already out. They've gone away, completely parted ways with him, because they don't want to be a part of this government.
Niranjan,
so I think the breaking point was the government. It may be. Yes. He wants to keep the MLAs back somehow, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. It's 7 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. In about 45 minutes from now. 45 minutes from now, Eknath Shinde, one of the senior most leaders in the Shiv Sena after Balasaheb Thackeray and Anand Dige. And one of the senior most leaders after the
position in Shiv Sena
has announced that he's going to speak. He's taken 34 leaders with him. He's a ground worker, someone who's come up ground up, and one of the most respected leaders in the Shiv Sena, the senior most after the Thackerays. And one of the complaints of the ground workers has been that they've been shafted in the last few years, 2.5 years. They've got a raw deal. They faced humiliation, embarrassment because of this compromise and dilution in their Hindutva ideology. And today, when he writes a letter saying that Nawab Malik is corrupt, the government is corrupt,
understandably
it's telling on
because
the chief minister.
When you have to compromise, when you are in power with Congress and the NCP, when you are in alliance with the people whom you have been opposing for 25-30 years, you say that you are on the idols of late Balasaheb Thackeray. Balasaheb Thackeray was completely against Congress and the NCP. But Uddhav Thackeray decided to go and make the government with him. It is understandable that the cadre was in angst. It is understandable that the cadre was not satisfied. And Eknath Shinde seems to have capitalized on that. That's why you see, despite Uddhav Thackeray, son of late Balasaheb Thackeray, being the chief minister, Eknath Shinde has been able to take 34 MLAs with him in Guwahati, 4 en route. 38 out of 55 are with Eknath Shinde and not Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray. Why? There has to be some reason behind it. And that's why Eknath Shinde said that corruption, compromise on Hindutva, compromising with NCP, and that's why NCP understand that the implosion is happening from within. The implosion is happening from within in Shiv Sena.
I don't
That's
think
why
there's an
they're in
option
the hands
left,
of both.
Aishwarya.
They are not
I don't
intervening.
think there's an option left.
BJP has taken 2 steps back.
I don't think there's an option left for them. I don't think there's an option left if the Shiv Sena has to survive. If Uddhav Thackeray is smart and wants to survive, even now, his only option is to simply just resign and listen to his MLAs.
Just
in fact,
one
there's
line,
some action
Niranjan.
here.
Just one more
There's
line,
some action here. Let me just keep the cameras crossed.
Please
there's some action here.
Yeah.
Well, there's some action here.
Yeah, sure.
Aishwarya, all leaders are beginning to arrive here. Shiv Sena leaders are beginning to arrive. Shiv Sena leaders also want the party to reconcile with the rebels, not take action against them, listen to their concerns, make sure that their concerns are allayed. And I think if they have half a seriousness to sort of save the party, then they will break this alliance immediately. I think he must resign. I don't know what. When you don't have numbers, the only option is to resign. I don't know what he meant by saying I am willing to resign. He does not have the numbers. I don't know whether it's also part of a script that is playing out, but either way, the biggest losers in all of this are also the NCP and the Congress party, because they've been embarrassed left, right, centre with Eknath Shinde's letter, with a sitting minister along with 2 other ministers and MLAs calling them corrupt, naming Anil Deshmukh, naming Nawab Malik, drawing links to Dawood Ibrahim. I think it can't get more embarrassing than this. This is a complete joke. Sitting ministers are calling the government corrupt. Sitting MLAs are calling the government corrupt. Can it get worse, Aishwarya? I think this is the pits. This is the pits of politics, and I think if they have any seriousness, at least now they should cut this alliance. They should end this alliance. If Uddhav Thackeray is really serious, perhaps he will end this alliance. I'm not sure after this there is going to be any coming back, because even Sharad Pawar and everyone else who's watching this drama play out, they're also wondering what's going on. If you want to resign, you resign. Even Sharad Pawar said yesterday, you don't have the numbers. He said it's up to the Shiv Sena to sort their mess out. It's their house that needs to be set in order. So if they are serious, then they'll have to set their house in order. Not sure how this is going to play out with the allies, because NCP's called for a meeting tomorrow. They will not be happy. Why should they be happy with what's going on? Because they're all allies. And what sort of an alliance is this when neither of the 3 parties are on the same page? They've had so many conflicts in the past. Each of them blaming each other. Each of them calling each other out. And I think this is it. This is the break point, and some of the answers will come at 7 p.m. when he speaks. And this is a complete drama. He does not have the numbers. How does he plan to stay? Because he does not have the numbers. And expecting some movement here, Aishwarya, expecting some of the MLAs who left to also start coming here, and I think the mood is clear. He's going to Aishwarya is not with me right now, but if going by what has just happened in the last few minutes, if even Shiv Sena MPs who are part of those who are left behind, who are backing Uddhav even now, they are saying don't take any action. They are saying don't take action. They are saying reconcile with the rebels, because even they know that if there's any way to save this party right now, that is by simply ending it here and ending this alliance. And I think that's the whole mood, or at least it's getting at that. Some of the MLAs who are coming in. Let's look at who's this. One more leader of the Shiv Sena coming in right now. Some leaders coming in, going in to meet. I think it's Dipali. That's Dipali, Shiv Sena leader Dipali getting in. Shiv Sena leader getting in to Chief Minister's residence. They're all coming in to meet him. He said that he was COVID positive. If I'm not wrong, he began by saying he's COVID positive, and not to read his body language or go by his voice or his face. But that's the breaking news update that we have for you. Complete drama playing out. Complete drama. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra, on at least 15 to 20 occasions, we'll have to go back and count the exact number, but at least by conservative estimates, 15 to 20 times has said, I want to resign. I don't want to be in power. I don't want the Chief Minister's seat. I didn't want to be the Chief Minister. Sharad Pawar asked me to be the Chief Minister. Sonia Gandhi asked me to be the Chief Minister. I was the Chief Minister only because I was asked to be the Chief Minister. So he said all of that, but he has not resigned. He said all of that, but he did not resign. So that's the news point. He hasn't resigned, but he says on at least 7 or 8 times he mentioned the word Hindutva. He said this is the same Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva. I was trying to do the same thing, and he's understood now. I think one of the things he also said, rather indicated, is that he's understood that the party is not with him. He said if leaders are, he said at least 4 or 5 times, I'm shocked. He said I'm shocked. Okay, Sharad Pawar is coming here. Breaking news. I have breaking news right now that Sharad Pawar is coming here, and Sharad Pawar is also going to reach here anytime. That's breaking news. I hope you're getting my audio. I just want to tell you that Sharad Pawar is en route. Sharad Pawar is going to reach. Sharad Pawar is going to reach the Chief Minister's residence, and that's the big breaking news update. Sharad Pawar is going to meet the Chief Minister at his residence anytime now. And that's the breaking news update that I have from the Chief Minister's residence. You'll see that the police not really happy. They've never been happy. And that's the police there, the Mumbai police, not really happy with the fact that we crossed the barrier there. That's the video journalist trying to give you the best shot, but he was asked by the police to just turn around. Anyway, the breaking news update that I have, there's a movement here. Senior leaders of the Mahavikas Aghadi are expected here. Senior policemen are expected. Senior leaders of the Mahavikas Aghadi are expected. You've already seen some of the Shiv Sena leaders arrive. I think they're arriving one by one. Some of them have already left the hotel, the St. Regis Hotel, and are headed here and should be reaching here any time now. So we're waiting for that to happen, waiting for Eknath Shinde to speak, and it's confirmed now. I have a second confirmation that Sharad Pawar is coming here. Sharad Pawar should be reaching sometime now, and he will be meeting Uddhav Thackeray. I think they will all be confused. I think the allies will be confused. They don't know what's happening. They don't know what's hit them. One of the things that they have admitted, though, is that nobody saw it coming. Nobody saw it coming. And some more leaders, in fact, just driving in. And the police protection is also increasing right now. More and more police officers. You'll see that more and more police personnel are also gathering here outside the Chief Minister's residence, perhaps anticipating the arrival of Sharad Pawar and some more senior leaders. At 7 o'clock, we were told that meeting. I don't know whether Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray will together listen and watch what Eknath Shinde has to say at 7 o'clock. I don't know whether it'll get down to it. We were earlier told that it's going to be a virtual meeting between Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. It now turns out it's going to be a physical meeting. Now, this is a very, very big development. Is there going to be a decision taken on where this alliance now goes? I'm not sure Sharad Pawar will be happy with the letter that was written by Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde has called leaders of the NCP ministers corrupt. He has named Anil Deshmukh. He has named Nawab Malik. He has named police postings and deals of police postings. He's spoken of corruption. He's used the phrase most corrupt government. And it is a reflection of the alliance. It is a reflection of also his own party leadership. Or rather whatever he took away from Uddhav Thackeray. It's a reflection of Uddhav Thackeray's leadership perhaps that he was trying to hint at. But either way, it is a big development. The breaking news here from Mumbai. You're looking at live pictures. A host of media journalists here all lined up outside the Chief Minister's residence. The shots are live, the pictures are live, and you're looking at the pictures of Sharad Pawar perhaps reaching here any time now. He has left Silver Oak, his residence, we are told. Silver Oak is the residence of Sharad Pawar, and he has left his residence, is the latest update that I'm picking up, and he's headed here to the Chief Minister's bungalow. This is Varsha. I'm staying with the live pictures. This is the live pictures that I have with me right now of the security deployment increasing outside the Chief Minister's residence, and that security is increasing because Sharad Pawar is coming here. They've been holding a series of meetings. In fact, the Congress Party's leadership, Kamal Nath included, met Sharad Pawar earlier today. There was no of course, not much came out of that meeting. We were told they said that they just discussed some of the issues. Of course, on top of the list will be whatever's happening here and the embarrassment that they're having to face at the cost of this alliance. But the other big breaking news update is that Devendra Fadnavis has met Narayan Rane some time back. The BJP's tight-lipped, and you had one senior leader, Chandrakant Patil, take off to Guwahati. That was a charter. Okay, the policemen whistling vigorously now because they're anticipating some VIP movement here. Sharad Pawar expected any time now. Standing by. Okay, I think the cars are coming in. So basically the traffic police here, the media is clogging up the roads. Of course, all of us have been standing by for the last 2 days here, just trying to clear up the roads to ensure the VIP movement is free. But some VIP movement here now. Some VIP movement is here. I think they were expecting Sharad Pawar. Is that Sharad Pawar? Let's wait and watch. I think the Sharad Pawar. Pictures of Sharad Pawar. That's Jitendra Award. That's Jitendra Award. Jitendra Award. That's Jitendra Award. And expecting Sharad Pawar in some time from now. Some more vehicles coming in right now. Some more vehicles coming in. Sharad Pawar is expected any time now. Jitendra Award has just come in. It could be Sharad Pawar. That's the pilot vehicle just moving in. Police. That's Sharad Pawar. That's Supriya Sule and Sharad Pawar. Supriya Sule and Sharad Pawar have just entered. So they've gone in without speaking to the media, gone in without slowing down, gone in, and there will be no speaking to the media right now. No speaking to the media right now. They've gone in straight. More vehicles coming in. Just the security convoys. I think Jayant Patil was also there. Let's see if Jayant Patil is also there. Some more leaders coming in right now. Jayant Patil is also here. Supriya Sule here, and you also had Supriya Sule, Sharad Pawar. Okay, I think that's it. So it's not a small meeting. I think it's a significant meeting of. It's a significant meeting that is going to happen right now. And in this meeting, perhaps they will decide what needs to be done with the alliance. It's embarrassing for this alliance, the fact that sitting ministers and MLAs have sort of named and sort of embarrassed the alliance by talking about corruption, saying that the most corrupt alliance, calling MVA the most corrupt alliance, etc. So on the back of that, this is going to be a very important meeting. We were told it's a virtual meeting that was going to happen, but it's not virtual anymore. It's a physical meeting. Jitendra Award, some of the leaders who reached here, Jitendra Award, you had Jitendra Award, Supriya Sule, and even Sharad Pawar enter. Along with, we were told that Jayant Patil was also there. Didn't catch a glimpse of him. But the senior leaders of the NCP are here. Senior leaders of the NCP are here after Uddhav Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray refused to resign, but he made several mentions of Sharad Pawar in that address. He said, I was asked to be the chief minister because Sharad Pawar asked me to be the chief minister. Now, after Eknath Shinde claiming leadership of the party, and after his faction saying that that he's the legislature party leader and that he has appointed his own whip, things will change drastically because the numbers are not on their side. Now, which way will this go? It's going to be a very interesting next couple of hours. Very interesting next couple of hours, ladies and gentlemen. We're outside the residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray. He's the Chief Minister as of now. He's the Chief Minister who's ready to resign. He's the Chief Minister who has said at least 15 times that he's ready to resign. So let's wait and watch what happens in that meeting. Let's wait and watch what happens in that meeting. Let me see if I have Aishwarya or Abhishek or Ankit or any of my colleagues live with us, because we've been non-stop. We've been non-stop on the pictures right now. I'm staying with the live pictures. A lot of action here outside the Chief Minister's residence. Ankit, what's the update on your end? Ankit.
The update here is, I believe then that the Narayan Rane press conference is not happening. I think the meetings are going on right now at Devendra Fadnavis's house. And as such, I think there has been a mass clearance of a lot of the media towards where you are, Niranjan, because that is where all the action is. That is where all the leaders are going. It was very interesting also to see, and people mentioned it here at the BJP office also, that the Chief Minister of Maharashtra did not specifically address any of the issues mentioned in the letter written to him by Eknath Shinde, signed by 34 MLAs. He addressed the allegation that had been made previously, that is that the Shiv Sena has strayed from the Hindutva of Balasaheb Thackeray, but he did not talk about the corruption allegations leveled by ministers against fellow ministers in the same cabinet. He did not speak about those, and so that is one of the topics that here in the BJP headquarters in Mumbai, there were certain people who were affiliated with the party were mentioning, and so that is one of the topics I think that Uddhav Thackeray omitted speaking about, and he also staked the stakes at their highest, not only the chief ministership but also the position of the head of the Shiv Sena party. And one could argue that in that letter written to him by Eknath Shinde, the position of the MLAs, the rebel MLAs on both matters has been made clear. In one matter, Eknath Shinde has appointed himself essentially the floor leader of the Shiv Sena in the assembly, and the fact that he has sent that letter itself indicates that those who are not in it, that is Uddhav Thackeray and his loyalists, are no longer included in the decision-making capacity of the party. And so that is what is going on here. But for the moment, from the BJP headquarters, there is now no indication that there will be a press conference. So I think the BJP is continuing to wait and watch and see what happens there at the Varsha Bungalow and also in Guwahati in Assam.
You know, one interesting point to make here. Tell me if I'm wrong, but he did say at the beginning of his address that he's tested positive for COVID, didn't he? Ankit, didn't he say that? Didn't he start his address by saying that he's tested positive for COVID? If I'm not wrong, just tell me.
Yes,
he did, right? Now, if he has tested positive for COVID, how is it that all the leaders are going in and meeting him? You had Sanjay Raut meeting. You had Sanjay Raut meeting. Uddhav Thackeray some time back. You also had. You have the host of leaders have gone in. Sharad Pawar has gone in. Supriya Sule has gone in. Jitendra Awad has gone in. So, are they now going to go inside the Chief Minister's residence and speak to him from a distance, or speak to him virtually from different rooms? Very interesting. It just doesn't add up for some reason. He said that he had COVID in the morning. We were told that he had COVID, and that's why there was no physical cabinet meeting. And then we were told that Sanjay Raut informed the Shiv Sena MLAs that he had tested negative, and while addressing he said that he's tested positive. But anyway, those meetings are happening. But I think the news point is, after that address, he reasserted. He went on and on. He made at least 7 to 8 mentions of Hindutva, saying he hasn't compromised on Hindutva at all. And he made several, I think 15 mentions at last count, that he didn't want to be the chief minister. He wants to step down, but at the same time saying one of them must come and speak to him and tell him to his face that they don't want him as the leader. Now, I don't know what is left to be said, but these are some of the developments. Eknath Shinde expected to speak at 7 p.m. In a short while from now in Guwahati at the Radisson Blu, where he, along with 34, it could be 38, I'm not sure, because we were told that a little after 5:30 some more MLAs had landed. So if it's 38, now they will all be with each other at 7 o'clock when that address happens. Will there be a show of numbers? We don't know. Last night, before they took off for Guwahati from Surat, there was one photo that was released by them where 33 legislators were seen, of which 32 were Shiv Sena legislators, one of them an independent. So interesting to see whether the numbers increase, and if they do increase, either way, the numbers are not with the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, anymore. Ankit.
Yeah, no, most definitely, Niranjan. Like you're saying, when they had left Surat at well past midnight day before yesterday, they had about 32, 34 is what you're telling us. And since then, Eknath Shinde has claimed that he has even more. Near about 40 to 46 is what we are hearing. 46 perhaps is the number that includes independents. And now on top of that, there are 4 MLAs that are being flown from Surat to Guwahati again via that charter flight, of which the image you showed us with Chandrakant Dada Patil, the BJP Maharashtra president, escorting them along. If I'm not mistaken, 3 of them are Shiv Sena MLAs at the very least. One, I think, is an independent, but we'll await confirmation on that. And so that would take the tally, if you take the 34 that signed the letter, plus the 3 to that 37 mark, which is extremely important because that is the 2/3 mark of the Shiv Sena's 55 MLAs, which would allow essentially the anti-defection law to not come into play if Eknath Shinde makes a play for the overall control of the Shiv Sena. Otherwise, the MLAs would have to face disqualification, and if at all that comes to a floor test, then that leads to a different kind of calculus where the halfway mark comes down. But here it needn't necessarily happen. So there are essentially 2 things also actually that makes it now that we are awaiting from Guwahati. One is Eknath Shinde speaking, and that would be a direct answer to what Uddhav Thackeray has said, that he will resign if even one of the MLAs has the nerve to come and tell him that directly. And like Aishwarya was saying, it would take a pretty strong and a pretty ideologically aligned Shiv Sainik to come and tell the son of Bala Sahib Thackeray that they don't want him to be the chief minister or the party chief. But we await word on that. One would say that Eknath Shinde has already said that much and more in that letter of his. And also we await hearing from the Raj Bhavan, where the governor is not, by the way. The governor is in hospital because he has tested positive for COVID today morning, just the same as the chief minister. But Eknath Shinde has requested to be allowed to make a show of strength virtually. They are in Guwahati. The governor is in hospital, but the governor is open to engagements that are of a virtual nature. That was a press release that was issued by Raj Bhavan today morning. So that is somewhat convenient for it to happen. And so these are the 2 things that we await to find out from Guwahati at this moment, yeah. Niranjan, and all eyes are really on that, apart from being on where you are at Varsha Bungalow.
No, very interesting. You mentioned that the governor of Maharashtra tested positive this morning. He put out a tweet, not saying much, but he said he was stable and that just as a precautionary measure was being hospitalized. But the detailed press release that came in said he will continue to work in a virtual mode, even if it is from the hospital. And interestingly, Eknath Shinde, we heard his camp reached out to the governor's office, and we had a confirmation from the Raj Bhavan that they reached out. They wanted to show their strength, their numbers via the virtual mode. Virtually, the governor is working. Virtually, Eknath Shinde can prove his numbers. Physically, though he has COVID, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra is holding meetings. A strange time to be observing politics like this in the state of Maharashtra, an alliance that came together without any ideological basis, simply as a counter to the BJP, and today in complete disarray with sitting ministers, sitting MLAs, openly calling this government corrupt. A resolution that was passed this afternoon by Eknath Shinde, the senior most leader in the Shiv Sena, and him along with 34 others, saying that this is a corrupt government, saying that there are corrupt ministers, there has been corruption in police postings, and that there has been corruption by different ministers in this alliance, asking for this alliance to come to an end. So it is embarrassing. It is something that hasn't gone down well, I'm sure, with Sharad Pawar and the NCP, which is also maybe one of the reasons why they are here to have a straight chat about where this alliance is going or what they now need to do with this alliance. Ankit, I think if we have some reactions or some of the sound bites lined up, I'd like to play that out once again. Uddhav Thackeray initially was about to address the media at 5 o'clock, was delayed by at least 30 minutes because, we also broke some details of how leaders who are still on his side or still haven't rebelled had asked for him to reconsider any action. had asked for him to reconsider any action that he may be planning or he may be taking against these rebels. A sitting Shiv Sena MP wrote, and Ankit broke those details of how a sitting Shiv Sena MP who's still in Mumbai asking Uddhav not to act against these MLAs, asking Uddhav to consider seriously what these leaders are trying to say. And I think that's the only face saver that they have left now. Ankit, can you tell our viewers what this MLA said in her letter? This MP said in a letter.
So essentially this was a letter Niranjan by Shiv Sena MP Bhavna Gawali, who wrote to the Chief Minister and the Shiv Sena Chief Uddhav Thackeray, and she requested that no action be taken against the rebel MLAs. This came against the backdrop of the Shiv Sena calling that ultimatum, where they said if the Guwahati MLAs don't return, then they will be excommunicated and expelled from the party.
Just be with me, Ankit, just be with me. I'm interrupting you. I'm interrupting you there for a second.
The MP said...
I'm just interrupting you there for a second, Ankit. Ankit, I'm interrupting you for a second because I'm going across to Abhishek as well. Abhishek is joining us live. Let me go across to Abhishek. Abhishek, you heard what Uddhav said. You heard what the Chief Minister said. He said he doesn't want to be the Chief Minister. He's ready to resign. He also said at one point that he called the governor to step down, but the governor, had a chat with him. What did you make of it, Abhishek?
Niranjan, the fact that the rebel group is unhappy with Shiv Sena for having compromised or weakened its Hindutva plank. And then we had the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray coming in and with obsequious obeisances to Sharad Pawar, to Sonia Gandhi, this would not be liked by the cadres. If you look at this rebellion as a sentiment of Shiv Senics on the ground, the Shiv Sena cadre on the ground who has been unhappy at the manner in which Shiv Sena's top leadership led by Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray has compromised its ideological position, and just for the sake of power and personal ego perhaps gone in with avowedly secular parties like the Congress and the NCP, then obviously I think Uddhav has really not helped himself with this public message that he came out with via the Facebook Live. I think he would not have endeared himself to the sentiment on the ground within the Shiv Sena, and he came out as a weakling. If I could use that word, Niranjan, he was seen as being beholden to Sharad Pawar and Sonia Gandhi. At least twice he took the name of Sonia Gandhi, perhaps 4 times he took the name of Sharad Pawar. He almost said that he owed his chair to the political understanding and statesmanship of Sharad Pawar. Sharad Pawar saw the possibility of him becoming Chief Minister, and though he was not somebody who had any experience of governance, yet because they trusted him, he would thank them. Sonia Gandhi called him more than a couple of times asking about his health. So clearly a very beholden Uddhav Thackeray to Sharad Pawar, to Sonia Gandhi, talking to the rebels who are exactly not liking this. And then you expect them to really come back. I think it's not going to happen. Of course, Uddhav Thackeray is not resigning. He is going to make a fight out of it. But the fact of the matter is the numbers are not there. If you look at it, already 46 with the rebels in Guwahati, and whenever the governor gets into the picture, obviously the governor is in a COVID quarantine now, so the video conference thing might not work except for buying some time. But whenever in person the parade of MLAs happens, I think Uddhav Thackeray would not have many days as Chief Minister of Maharashtra. But I would say that the Facebook Live might not have helped him in the manner he would have wanted it to. In fact, to the contrary, it might have shown him as someone who comes out as little weak and beholden to the allies, and that's why I think it would have strengthened the resolve of the rebels to stick to their guns. And Niranjan, as I was mentioning, if the rebels, by saying that the real Shiv Sena is lost and that they are fighting for Hindutva, if that is true and a reflection of the Shiv Senics on the ground, then obviously they would have felt little emboldened and little more sure of themselves and the rebellion. That's how really things stand as of now. A meeting is happening between Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. We'll know in a while what really transpires out of it. What is important is, Niranjan, someone was telling me, and this is important, that 30 of your MLAs go away, vanish, vamoose from right under your nose, and your intelligence does not know, your police does not know whether they, whether, no, 30 to begin with, then of course now 46. But your police is sleeping, your intelligence is sleeping, your internal party mechanisms are sleeping. Whether there is some kind of winking at letting this happen, because remember, Uddhav Thackeray has completed 2.5 years. He also knows, because of the ideological compromise he has made by going in an alliance with Congress and NCP, the cadres are not going to work for him. He's facing a big urban local bodies election, including the BMC and of course the assembly elections. Maybe he threw in the towel. We don't know. That's something which would be debated for some time to come. But what is important is that in the address on Facebook, he came out as weak. He came out as someone who was beholden to Sharad Pawar and Sonia Gandhi, and obviously that would not have been liked by the cadres and would have emboldened the rebels.
Now, Abhishek, the other aspect is, Abhishek, let me tell you that after that letter that was written by Eknath Shinde, it's been a huge embarrassment. And the other sequence of events that I'd like to sort of tell you is that initially this was supposed to be a virtual meeting. And if a virtual meeting then turned into a physical meeting where not just Sharad Pawar but even Supriya Sule and Jitendra Awad, literally the faces of this alliance, are here to meet him personally, there is also being fully aware of the loss of face that this alliance has now had to face at the hands of the rebels, because they have outrightly called their allies corrupt, their senior most leaders corrupt, and have also justified, Abhishek, they have now also justified the arrest. Because you see, read that letter carefully, read between the lines. Eknath Shinde has said on several occasions that they're the most corrupt. He speaks about police postings, he speaks about Anil Deshmukh, and he says in brackets, now in jail, and then he mentions Nawab Malik, and then he says in brackets, now in jail, also linked to Dawood Ibrahim. Now tell me, if Sharad Pawar wanted to make the Chief Minister, Uddhav Thackeray the Chief Minister, because he had the numbers, now Uddhav Thackeray does not have the numbers. Now, if Sharad Pawar is, and of course he is, an astute politician, then I think the language inside the Chief Minister's bungalow today will be very different than the language used in 2019 when he asked Uddhav Thackeray to be the Chief Minister. Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. In fact, we have seen Sharad Pawar has been very in control of his emotions, in control of his body language. Yesterday we saw him at the Delhi press conference where he said, "Oh, okay, fine, this is an internal matter of the Shiv Sena." We have it from our sources, Niranjan, that the Congress party, their interlocutor Kamal Nath, has communicated to Shiv Sena that this thought of dissolving the assembly should not come to them, because the alliance is including the two other parties. Shiv Sena on its own cannot take a call. You better sort your house and put your house in order rather than think of dissolving the assembly. So I think already the allies are dictating the terms, the language of the letter or the resolution, which clearly stated the fact of ministers facing probes, the ministers in jail, is something which would have attracted maybe some other fence sitters which Eknath Shinde might be targeting at or looking at. Eknath Shinde is expected to address the media in a while from now, Niranjan. There would be more clarity as to how the rebel camp has seen the address by Uddhav Thackeray. Remember, the Uddhav Thackeray plea in that address was that please come back, sit face to face, and if you are confident that I should leave, I would resign. So obviously, he was sort of baiting them to come back to Mumbai from Guwahati, where perhaps he does not have control over them. In that context, it would be interesting to watch out how Eknath Shinde and hence the rebel camp sees this bait by Uddhav Thackeray. The response would be clear in a while from now. But I could also sense that there was an element of helplessness when it came to control over the situation. I think Uddhav Thackeray did not know how to get his numbers back. He was silent on it. Why would you repeat 3-4 times that not only Chief Minister's post, he is willing to resign as the leader of Shiv Sena also. He said that he is willing to leave Varsha and go back to Matoshri. So I think there was an absolute element of dejection and helplessness that I could sense in Uddhav Thackeray, which essentially means that he is not sure about the longevity of his government anymore, Niranjan.
Yeah. No, he said... No, he said it at least 5 times. At least 5 times he said, I am shocked. He said, I am shocked. He used the terms, I am shocked, I am sad, I am hurt that all of this is happening. He said, I even met them at a hotel. He said, Eknath Shinde was also there in Ayodhya with Aditya Thackeray. He said, he said it. He said, I'm shocked and I'm hurt. So, you know, if all of this is being said now, then he said, and actually let's listen into him. Let's listen into what Uddhav Thackeray said. He says, I'm ready to resign. He said it at least 15 times. I'm not sure how many times this soundbite captures, but maybe I'm hopeful he can capture it at least once or twice. Let's play it out.
आज मी नेमकं काय बोलणार आहे? मला दुःख कशाचं झालेलं आहे, आश्चर्य कशाचं वाटलेलं आहे, धक्का कशाचा बसलेला आहे की काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी म्हणाली की आम्हाला मुख्यमंत्रीपदी उद्धव ठाकरे नकोत. तो त्यांचा विचार आहे. दोन्ही पक्ष स्वतंत्र आहेत. ठीक आहे, सत्तेच्या तडजोडीसाठी आपण एकत्र आलो होतो असं जे काही इतर जण म्हणतायत त्यांच्याप्रमाणे सत्तेच्या साठी आपण एकत्र आलो होतो. पण आज सुद्धा सकाळी कमलनाथजींनी मला फोन केला होता. कालच सकाळी शरद पवारजींनी फोन केला. मला म्हणाले, उद्धव आम्ही तुमच्या सोबत आहोत. हा त्यांच्या भरोश्याचा विषय. पण त्यांनी भरोसा माझ्यावरती ठेवल्यानंतर माझ्याच लोकांना जर मी मुख्यमंत्रीपदी नको असेल तर काय करायचं, हा मोलाचा प्रश्न आहे. माझीच लोक म्हणत असतील की ते ठीक आहे, त्यांना हवे असतील पण आम्हाला तुम्ही नकोत. मग मला हेच म्हणायचं आहे की समजा माझ्या लोकांना, म्हणजे मी माझं म्हणतोय ते मला आता माझं आपलं मानतात की नाही मला माहिती नाही, कारण ते माझ्यासमोर नाही आहेत. तर तुम्ही इथे येऊन बोलायला काय हरकत होती? सुरतला जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा, आणखीन कुठेतरी जाऊन बोलण्यापेक्षा सरळ समोर यायचं आणि सांगायचं की उद्धवजी तुम्ही कारभार करायला नालायक आहात, हे कोविडच्या काळातले टॉप 5 वगैरे सोडून द्या, आम्हाला तुम्ही मुख्यमंत्रीपदी नको. ठीक आहे, चला मी उठतो. आणि आज सुद्धा मी तुम्हाला सांगतो, जर त्याच्यापैकी एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे. आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरनं मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे. मला कोणताही मोह नाही. मी ओढून ताणून खुर्चीला चिकटून बसणारा नाही. मी शिवसेना प्रमुखांचा पुत्र आहे. कोणताही मोह मला खेचू शकत नाही, अडवू शकत नाही, थांबवू शकत नाही. पण हे माझ्या समोर येऊन बोला. उगाच काहीतरी शिवसेनेशी आम्ही गद्दारी करणार नाही, पण ही शिवसेना आहे आमची शिवसेना, कशाला तुम्ही हे करताय? या सगळ्या करण्यावरनं नुकसान कोणाचं होतं आहे? एक जी गोष्ट आपण लहानपणापासून ऐकत आलेलो आहोत, कुऱ्हाडीचा दांडा गोताच काळ, तीच परिस्थिती ही आहे. ती काही जणांना ही म्हण माहिती आहे, पण त्या म्हणीमागची गोष्ट नाही माहिती आहे. ती गोष्ट अशी आहे की एकदा एका जंगलामध्ये एक लाकूड तोड्या झाड तोडत होता, म्हणजे त्याच्या कुऱ्हाडीचे घावच घालत होता. सगळे पक्षी त्याच्यावरती राहणारे हे कासावीस झाले की आपला आसरा असलेले हे झाड आता तुटणार, कोलमडून पडणार. पण त्याहीपेक्षा हे घाव घालत असताना या झाडाला वेदना किती होत असतील, म्हणून ते पक्षी त्या झाडाशी बोलायला लागले. आपल्याला निसर्गाची भाषा येत नाही, पण निसर्ग एकमेकाच्या भाषेत बोलत असेल. तर पक्षी त्याच्याशी बोलायला लागले झाडाला की दादा तुला खूप दुखत असेल ना रे, खूप वेदना होत असतील ना रे, की तुझ्यावरती हे कुऱ्हाडीचे घाव पडतायत. झाडाने काय उत्तर द्यावं की मला वेदना होत आहेत, दुःख होतंय, पण ते घाव पडतायत म्हणून होत नाहीये. तर हा लाकूड तोड्या ज्या कुऱ्हाडीने घाव घालतोय त्या कुऱ्हाडीचं लाकूड हे माझ्या फांदीचं लाकूड आहे, त्याच्या मला वेदना जास्त होत आहेत, त्याच्या वेदना जास्त होत आहेत. हेच आज चाललेलं आहे. कुऱ्हाडीचा दांडा हा आपला जे गोतास काळ, म्हणजे आपली जी राजकारणातली जन्मदात्री आहे शिवसेना आहे, तिच्यावरती तिचंच लाकूड वापरून घाव कोणी घालू नका. या समोर बसा, मी देतो राजीनामा. चला, मी तुमच्या हातामध्ये आज मी माझ्या राजीनाम्याचं पत्र तयार करून ठेवतो आहे. जे आमदार गायब आहेत किंवा त्याने गायब केलेलं आहे त्यांनी यावं आणि माझ्या राजीनाम्याचं पत्र घेऊन राजभवनमध्ये जावं. मी का नाही जात? कारण मला कोविड झालंय. त्यातून राज्यपाल महोदय म्हणाले की उद्धव जी को खुद को आने दो, चलो मैं भी आने के लिए तैयार हूं. मी यायला तयार आहे. म्हणून मी पुन्हा एकदा सांगतोय की ही कुठेही आगतिकपणा नाही, हा कुठेही अगदी लाचारीचा प्रसंग नाही किंवा मजबुरी तर अजिबात नाहीये. कारण आजपर्यंत अशी अनेक आव्हानं बिनसत्तेची आपण पेललेत. हे काय मोठं आव्हान आहे?
All right, that was Uddhav Thackeray who spoke. That was a small excerpt of what Uddhav Thackeray said while addressing, while he refused to resign. But he did, of course, on many occasions say that he wants to resign, he is willing to resign. He wanted to even talk to the governor and wanted to step down, but that did not happen. Interestingly, Uddhav Thackeray also said he has COVID, but despite testing positive for COVID, he's having meetings at his residence. Abhishek is back with me now. Abhishek, some of the basic questions that arise. Has he widened the gap? Some of the questions that you asked, Abhishek, has he widened the gap with the rebels by speaking about Sharad Pawar and Sonia Gandhi once again? I think the right kind of messaging did not go out. While he said, I think he was trying to be arrogant, perhaps, if I can say that, with the rebels, to say that if you want me to resign, meet me face to face. So I don't think he's yielding. If anything, this has just made matters worse. So when Eknath Shinde speaks at 7, perhaps that would be an indicator of how things would go from here on.
Well, Niranjan, I would say he was directionless. He did not know what to say. Perhaps a case of bad advisors, because if the issue of rebels is with the Shiv Sena alliance with the NCP and the Congress party, and with Sharad Pawar and Sonia Gandhi, then why do you come out as so beholden to them? So that's something which is not going to be liked by the rebels if their position is right. And also, Niranjan, it's likely that there is pressure on Uddhav from the side of the allies as well, in the sense that we have it from sources that the Congress party has made it clear that Uddhav alone cannot take the call of dissolving the assembly, because they are all in it together. Also, we have seen how Uddhav mentioned that he became chief minister because of Sharad Pawar. So by a natural corollary, it is Sharad Pawar who would decide whether Uddhav remains chief minister or not, or whether by changing Uddhav, bringing somebody else, can the Maratha strongman still maneuver. In any case, what came out of the address was, Niranjan, that the maneuverability available with the chief minister of Maharashtra is limited. He hardly has any scope to come out of this. On the one side, there are rebels. On the other, the allies. And Uddhav Thackeray, between the two, cannot decide, really cannot decide which way he should be going. And that sense of directionlessness was clearly visible and could be seen between the words, between the comments and the statements that he made, Niranjan. So obviously, it's just 48 hours of the crisis. As I was mentioning earlier, that what was this police doing? Is the police only meant to harass people? Were they not monitoring what's happening? And the ease with which all these MLAs, 46 of them, now at last count, came out of the Maharashtra boundaries, came to Gujarat, from Surat, have gone to Guwahati. It must have been a massive exercise, irrespective of who did, who planned, who carried it out. It must have been a huge exercise in terms of logistics. And yet, there was no whiff to Uddhav and his administration, to his police, to his intelligence, to the IB, whatever machinery is available to a state apparatus. And I think that really gives you an idea of how aloof or little removed from the ground situation the Chief Minister of Maharashtra is.
Abhishek, speaking of Hindutva and everything that you were mentioning, very interesting that AIMIM MP Imtiaz Jalil, an AIMIM MP, has appreciated the truthfulness of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Imtiaz Jalil has said, AIMIM MP has said, we may have political or ideological differences with Shiv Sena, but after hearing Uddhav Thackeray today, my respect for him has simply grown. Your politeness gave a tight slap to all the dissenters within your party. And he has also tagged Aditya Thackeray on that tweet. So very interesting that while you speak of Hindutva, just want to make that mention. Yes.
No, listen. it's harakiri for Uddhav Thackeray to be appreciated by Imtiaz Jalil. You understand? Uddhav Thackeray has to understand that Imtiaz Jalil is not his core constituency. Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray have to understand that if they have their campaign posters of 2019 in Urdu, they are alienating their core constituency, and this rebellion in many ways is a product of that alienation. As I said, if the sentiments that are being reflected in the resolution of Shiv Sena rebels is to be believed, then what I am saying is exactly what has happened. Uddhav Thackeray, by trying to become acceptable to the liberal, secular parties like the Congress and NCP, and in this case, AIMIM, not even a secular party, it's outright communal, community-based party. If Uddhav Thackeray is saying something which is endearing him to AIMIM, then obviously he is not going to be liked, loved by his core constituency, and that's the difficulty that Uddhav Thackeray finds himself in, and does not have an answer, perhaps does not have a clue as to how to come out of this Dharam Sankat, if I could call it that, and that is getting reflected in the comments he has made, in the statement he has made, and essentially this crisis really panning out as a product of this Dharam Sankat that Uddhav Thackeray is not able to resolve. Niranjan.
Okay, stay with me. It's been a very, very interesting day, Abhishek. In what started off, the day started off with the numbers growing in Guwahati, and back-to-back meetings that were supposed to be held but were not held, confusion over the cabinet meeting, and complete chaos in the Shiv Sena camp. They still don't know how many people are with them, how many MLAs are with them. Even though some estimates say there were 18 or 19 MLAs, it still leaves Eknath Shinde with over 36 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, which is 65 to 70% of the party. So 70% of the party is not with Uddhav Thackeray anymore. And it's not a place to be in, not a good place to be in. Here are some of the responses that have come in through the day into our newsroom. Let's listen in.
मुझसे ज़्यादा दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण वहाँ की परिस्थिति है, क्योंकि लोक जनशक्ति पार्टी रामविलास के साथ जब हुआ तो मेरे पास समय था अपने आप को फाइट बैक करने का, अपने आप को सही गलत साबित स्थापित सब करने का। पर ये मुंबई महाराष्ट्र के पास ये समय नहीं है भाई। आप एक मुख्यमंत्री की पार्टी के साथ ये हो रहा है।
थोड़ा सा तूफान जैसा आया है महाराष्ट्र के जो है हमारे राजनीति में, मगर मैं समझता हूँ कि तूफान आता है तो तूफान कम भी हो जाता है, शांत भी हो जाता है। तो शाम तक जो है या कल तक जो है ये सारी बातें जो है शांत हो जाएगी, ऐसा मुझे लगता है।
हमारी पार्टी का गठबंधन जो है शिवसेना से है। उनके घर में क्या हो रहा है ये देखना शिवसेना का दायित्व है, ये उद्धव ठाकरे जी देखेंगे। लेकिन हमारा गठबंधन जो है वो शिवसेना के साथ है। उनको भाजपा का चेहरा दिखाई दे रहा है, असली चेहरा दिखाई दे रहा है। वो कहीं भी विरोध को बर्दाश्त करने को तैयार नहीं।
तो मोदी जी को अमित शाह जी को घमंड नहीं होना चाहिए। इनको चाहिए कि कानून का राज है, संविधान से सामने रख के आप सरकार चलाओ, कृपा करके बख्शो देश को, बर्बाद मत करो। ये बर्बाद करे देश को। आरएस और बीजेपी देश को बर्बाद करने में तुली हुई है।
No, in Maharashtra, nothing will happen. Our government will be stable. We will see that the government is being restored in a proper way.
ये षड्यंत्र दिल्ली में रचा गया है और ये षड्यंत्र लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुनी हुई सरकारों को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का है। और इनके आंखों में बहुत दिनों से खटक रहा था महाराष्ट्र का गठबंधन, और इन्होंने उस गठबंधन को धन के बल पर तोड़ने का प्रयास किया है। लेकिन मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो शिव सैनिक हैं वो इसका उचित जवाब देंगे।
आई एम वेरी डिसमेड, बट दिस इज द ओल्ड स्टाइल ऑफ बीजेपी। दे डिड दिस इन मध्य प्रदेश earlier. They did this in Karnataka earlier. They succeeded. They did this in Rajasthan. They failed. So I still have faith in Sharad Pawar. I think he is a competent man. He may still manage the situation.
काय नाही रेग्युलर कॅबिनेट झाले त्याशिवाय दुसरा विषय नाही.
कैबिनेट में जो रूटीन सब्जेक्ट है वही सब्जेक्ट पे चर्चा हुई, बाकी कोई चर्चा नहीं हुई है. तो राजनीतिक पे चर्चा करने का विषय भी नहीं था क्योंकि हालात तो पूरी तरह कंट्रोल में है. मुख्यमंत्री ये इनका फेस स्माइलिंग था, उस पर से आप समझ सकते कि सीएम साहब को कोई टेंशन नहीं है, तो फिर सरकार को भी कोई टेंशन नहीं है.
कैबिनेट के अंदर जो हमारे मुद्दे थे, जो एजेंडा के अंदर थे, उस एजेंडा के हिसाब से ही चर्चा हुई. उसके अलावा कोई भी पॉलिटिकल चर्चा यहाँ पे नहीं हुई.
Okay, so there is also some bit of PR that is happening on the sidelines. Just to give you an idea, right now as we speak, there's a tweet that has been put out by the Chief Minister's office. This is what the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, started his speech by saying. He said, due to your cooperation, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra was counted among the top 5 Chief Ministers of the country. That's a quote of Uddhav Thackeray that has just been put out by the office of Uddhav Thackeray, the handle that has just been put out, saying that due to your cooperation, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra was counted among the top 5 Chief Ministers of the country. So, in a subtle way, he's trying to say he's not going anywhere. And on Republic TV, you're watching the biggest coverage, because right now as we speak, a few minutes back, we had pictures of Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule and Jitendra Awad, senior leaders of the NCP, who just went into the residence of the Chief Minister. This is the residence of the Chief Minister. You'll see a heavy police deployment there and vehicles going in and out, and they're speaking inside. Now, it's in case you have missed the resolution, I'll ask my producers if we have the graphics of what Eknath Shinde and his group of 34 MLAs have said while passing the resolution. They have called this government and this alliance corrupt. They have called this government and alliance corrupt. They have, in fact, Eknath Shinde is a minister. He's got 3 ministers with him in Guwahati and 34 MLAs, and that's nearly 1/5 of the government that is broken apart. And they're calling this government corrupt, and they have also said, in fact, Eknath Shinde in the letter has named Anil Deshmukh, saying that Anil Deshmukh is in jail. Eknath Shinde has in his letter spoken about Nawab Malik, saying that Nawab Malik is in jail. Eknath Shinde has in his letter mentioned how these MLAs are and ministers are in jail for corruption. So it is embarrassing. It has been an embarrassing day for this alliance, because while they were trying to be meeting each other, it is turning out to be an embarrassing exercise, with each other calling, with name calling happening on the sidelines as well. So Abhishek Kapoor continues to stay with me live on this broadcast as we get you the latest details of what is happening inside the Chief Minister's residence. This is Varsha, which is the residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray. He's inside, and Abhishek is live with me. And let me also tell you, the entire media contingent is here. Just to give you an idea, everyone's tracking the developments closely, and a cabinet meeting was supposed to be held this afternoon, was held. It was supposed to be a physical meeting. The Chief Minister did not go there. We heard that he had tested positive. Later there were reports that he had tested negative, but he came out and said that he had tested positive when he addressed the people while refusing to step down. He said he's not going to resign. He said he wants one of the rebels, one of his own party members, to tell him personally to his face to resign, and only then he will resign. So it's bizarre that despite the letter, despite the request, despite the back channeling that has happened and the demands that were put forth, we heard that Eknath Shinde's demands were clear, that the Shiv Sena, that is the 34-35 MLAs of the Shiv Sena who are with Eknath Shinde, wanted this alliance to end. Is this alliance ending? Not so sure. Eknath Shinde wanted a new chief minister. He's saying Devendra Fadnavis should be the chief minister and that we must go back to the alliance with the BJP. Is Uddhav Thackeray willing to do that? I'm not so sure that he's willing to do that. So things have worsened this evening, 7 p.m. on the biggest story tonight. My colleague Abhishek is joining me as things get more complicated. Let's show you those pictures. Sharad Pawar was supposed to be, have a meeting in a virtual mode. Earlier we were told it was going to be a virtual meeting between Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray, but they've all rushed here immediately. So look at the sequence of events. sequence of events and chronology, as they say. Chronology is that this morning Congress meets, NCP meets, Congress then meets NCP. There's a cabinet meeting. It was supposed to be a physical cabinet meeting, did not happen, citing COVID. And after the cabinet meeting, Eknath Shinde gets more support, more MLAs are flown into Guwahati, and then we are told that Uddhav Thackeray would be addressing the media at 5. Does not happen until 5:30, 5:45, and then calls are made from Eknath Shinde to the governor's office saying that he wants to prove his numbers, and then he puts out a letter lambasting the MVA and the own government, calling them corrupt. It's in English. It is in a letter written in English, and it exposes what was going on in the government. It speaks about compromise on Hindutva, speaks about corruption ongoing and how this government has supported corruption. That's a very serious charge. Abhishek is joining me with the details right now. Abhishek, if anything, and we're also expecting, by the way, Eknath Shinde was supposed to address the media at around 7 o'clock anytime now. We'll also get an update from Guwahati whether that's going to happen. Abhishek.
Well, yes, Niranjan, and that would be very interesting to watch out for, in the sense that how the rebel camp is seeing the comments by Uddhav Thackeray and this offer to resign, not just as Chief Minister, but even as the leader of Shiv Sena, if they are able to convince him face to face. So that would be something that would be coming out in a while from now. But what is important is that 46 rebel MLAs, this includes some independents, by the way, who were supporting the MVA government, they are in Guwahati under the leadership of Eknath Shinde. The Shiv Sena breakaway group has already passed a resolution dismissing with contempt the decision taken by Uddhav Thackeray of replacing Eknath Shinde with Adar Chaudhary as the leader of the legislature party in the house and the chief whip also. And so I think this essentially indicates towards the fact that the rebels are digging in, and they are not going to wink at all, and they are not going to blink at all at Uddhav for whatever offer he has made. And till morning at least, there was this feeling that maybe the numbers are not there, maybe some would come back, particularly when Nitin Deshmukh came out of Guwahati and gave that soundbite at Nagpur airport that he was whizzed away without knowing where he was being taken. But now it seems that the lines are clear, the lines have been drawn, and it's just a matter of when the other side decides. And by the way, Eknath Shinde has already sought time from the governor, if need be, via video conference to show the numbers. So I think we are moving to the next stage. As of now, we have seen everyone marshalling the number of people around them. Now we are moving to the next stage of show of strength, Niranjan. Either the speaker calls or the governor calls, whichever way. I think interesting next 48 hours, which would determine the fate of Uddhav Thackeray as Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
Story breaking in with 3 directions, and I'm going to take the headlines, but I want to tell you three developments to watch out for in the next few minutes. Behind me is the Chief Minister's residence, where Sharad Pawar is meeting Uddhav Thackeray along with Supriya Sule, Jitendra Awad, senior leaders of the Shiv Sena. That's point number 1. Point number 2, Eknath Shinde is going to speak anytime now in Guwahati. We are live from Guwahati at the Radisson Blu. He's going to speak. That's going to be that's going to be a headline. Point number 3, at the Raj Bhavan, Eknath Shinde has sought time to prove his numbers. He's split the Shiv Sena. He's completely split the Shiv Sena. He's got over 35 MLAs. And Uddhav's Shiv Sena is left with less than 20. Here are the headlines on the biggest story tonight at 7 p.m. Lost and without numbers, Uddhav Thackeray complains, says he did not want to be the Chief Minister, says he's willing to resign. Out of numbers and options, Uddhav says he's ready to step down. The Maharashtra Chief Minister says that the rebels, his own party leaders, vamoosed, they left without even a hint. He says he's shocked with the developments. Uddhav Thackeray says he wants a clear conversation with the rebels. He says he wants a clear conversation for him to step down. After his address, Pawar has rushed to Uddhav Thackeray's residence. Pawar, Supriya Sule meeting Uddhav as we speak. Eknath Shinde will address the media shortly. He's taken the entire Shiv Sena with him. 70% of the party is with him. Expecting an announcement anytime now on his next move. Shinde seeks time from the governor of Maharashtra, wants to show strength, wants to prove his numbers, wants to prove that the Shiv Sena is in his control. Go across straight, we're broadcasting live from outside the Chief Minister's residence in Maharashtra. We are live from outside the Varsha bungalow. But the action is not just unfolding here behind me, where Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule and Jitendra Abad, senior leaders of the NCP, are meeting Uddhav Thackeray, who addressed the media some time back and said that he's willing to step down. He did not say whether he will step down. He said he wanted to step down. He said he wants to, however, talk to his own leaders before he steps down. He said at least 15 times in the course of his address that he will step down if he is asked to step down. But the irony is that his own leaders have called the government corrupt. 34 of his leaders have called the government corrupt, ministers corrupt, and all the action also developing in Guwahati, where Eknath Shinde wrote that stinging letter. Let me go across to Piyush, joining me live from Guwahati right now, where Eknath Shinde is expected to address the news conference. He's perhaps also waiting and watching of what may come out of this meeting between Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. Piyush, over to you. What's the development there, Piyush? Is he expected to speak now?
Well, Niranjan, we were told that he was to address the press conference at around 7, but here the development, if you talk about the development, what we are now seeing is that as of now, a message has not come out from inside the Radisson Blu hotel for the media persons to enter inside the hotel for that particular press conference. Most likely, Shinde is taking time because probably he wants to speak to governor first, because the reports are suggesting he has sought time from governor also. So probably he wants to focus on that aspect first and then speak to media about the decision taken by Eknath Shinde. Let me straight away also try to show you pictures from right outside this entry gate of Radisson Blu, where MLAs are holed up since morning. Around 46 MLAs. This is what the Eknath Shinde is claiming, that they are staying here. As of now, there is no official word coming in from Shinde camp. But we have also seen the kind of letter which has been shot, the kind of resolution which has also been passed with the support of 34 MLAs. In that particular resolution, remember, Niranjan, Eknath Shinde has called Mahavikas Aghadi government a corrupt government. He has said that a series of allegations were leveled on Anil Deshmukh, Nawab Malik. He has also said that the agenda of Hindutva has been diluted by this government. In fact, whenever they go and meet to the people, they are always humiliated. The workers are always humiliated to side with party who have not worked for Hindutva. Many allegations are there on Uddhav Thackeray government. On the other side, Uddhav Thackeray has also addressed to the people, where he has said that he is ready to step down. Even if one MLA goes and tells him that he should resign, then he would step down. More than 15 times he reiterated that. But on that particular addressal of Uddhav Thackeray, no reaction has so far come from Shinde camp. Around 46 MLA continues to be here inside Radisson blue. Let us also update to our viewers that at around 8 p.m. Chandrakant Patil along with a few more Shiv Sena MLAs going to reach here in Guwahati, and then they will enter inside this very gate, and then they will also stay here. The Shinde camp has reportedly booked more than 70 rooms in this very hotel. In fact, they are going to stay here till 28th. So they are not letting MLAs to come out of this very hotel. They were shifted also from Surat to Guwahati, anticipating that Uddhav Thackeray or one of the top leaders of Shiv Sena can get in touch with these MLAs, and then they could be returned of MLAs to Uddhav camp. So it is also being seen as an internal fight. Series of meetings have taken place, be it Sharad Pawar chairing meet of NCP, Congress chairing its own meet. BJP is also expected to meet with all its MLAs. So fast-paced developments taking place. Another 48 hours are going to be very crucial. We are standing by for the crucial addressal of Eknath Shinde. As of now, there is no official word coming in from Shinde's camp. There is no word. We are still waiting for Shinde to come out and speak to media on the big addressal which was done by Uddhav Thackeray. But the kind of tweets which Eknath Shinde has done, Ranjan, certainly suggesting that he is the one who is going to take over the party in coming few days, because he has already submitted a sign of
I have some breaking news update with me right now. Breaking news update. I have two bits of breaking news updates right now. Just a second, Piyush. I have 2 bits of breaking news updates. The first breaking news update that I have is that preparations are being made for Uddhav Thackeray to move to Mato Street tonight. I repeat, the first breaking news update that I have is that preparations are being made for Uddhav Thackeray to move from his official bungalow, the Chief Minister's bungalow, to his residence, Mato Street. That could happen tonight. That's breaking news update number 1. So which means there are indications that Uddhav Thackeray may go back to his personal residence and may not remain at the official residence of the Chief Minister. Now that's symbolic. Point number 2. The second breaking news update that I have is that Sharad Pawar has reportedly advised Uddhav Thackeray to make Eknath Shinde the Chief Minister. I'm not sure Eknath Shinde will want to be the Chief Minister under the MVA. He's made it very clear, even though it may be symbolic, a last-ditch attempt to keep Eknath Shinde back, give him power. But Sharad Pawar, we are told, has asked Uddhav Thackeray to give the Chief Minister's role to Eknath Shinde. That's a big breaking news update that I have right now. Sharad Pawar has said to Uddhav Thackeray, make Eknath Shinde the Chief Minister. That is a big breaking news update. Abhishek, if you're hearing me, Abhishek, are you there? 2 bits of breaking news update. Sharad Pawar has reportedly told, I have some breaking news updates coming in, ladies and gentlemen. You saw the pictures of Sharad Pawar entering the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. Just minutes before Sharad Pawar entered, you had Uddhav Thackeray thanking Sharad Pawar profusely, thanking Sonia Gandhi profusely for making him the Chief Minister. And we are now hearing that Sharad Pawar has told Uddhav Thackeray clearly inside that he must offer the CM seat to Eknath Shinde. And I think that's it. That's where the story is as of this minute. Eknath Shinde, Sharad Pawar has told Uddhav, make Eknath Shinde the Chief Minister. Obviously, because Eknath Shinde has the numbers. That's a breaking news update. Let me try and get in Abhishek and or Ankit live with us on the broadcast right now. Ankit, I think I'm not sure that's going to happen, because Eknath Shinde in his letter has made it clear that he does not want the alliance. So even throwing in a lollipop of the Chief Minister's seat, I'm not sure he's going to accept it. Because if it's about ideology, which he made it clear in that letter, he mentioned Hindutva, he named leaders in the MVA, he named ministers, especially of Sharad Pawar's party, leaders who are ministers and who are now in jail as corrupt. I'm not sure he's going to accept that.
It remains to be seen, Niranjan. It just, to my mind, brought back what Abhishek Kapoor was telling us, that Uddhav Thackeray was so profuse in thanking Sharad Pawar, almost as if it was Sharad Pawar who forced him into becoming the Chief Minister, and then he drew that corollary. Then it also must imply that it will be Sharad Pawar who will decide whether or not Uddhav Thackeray steps down or stays in the Chief Minister's post. Also, it's important to note that yesterday Sharad Pawar had said that the Shiv Sena will manage the Chief Minister's post. That was the deal between the three parties The Shiv Sena would have the chief minister's post, the NCP would have the deputy chief minister's post, and the Congress would have important ministries. And so Sharad Pawar appears to be sticking to that in asking the chief minister, who is currently the Uddhav Thackeray, to cede ground and to cede his post to another Shiv Sena leader in an effort to keep the Mahavikas Aghadi government intact. But as you're telling us, it would be highly unlikely, and it would run against the stream of things that have come in from Guwahati, especially that letter that we have accessed of the 34 MLAs signing that proposal, where the NCP and the Congress's ideological opposition to the Shiv Sena traditionally has been mentioned.
No, stay with me. Pawar basically wants Uddhav to step down. I repeat, the breaking news right now, Abhishek, is that Pawar wants Uddhav to step down. Pawar wants Eknath Shinde to be made the chief minister. Pawar has asked Uddhav Thackeray to pass the baton to Eknath Shinde. Pawar has told Uddhav, please step aside, let Eknath Shinde take over. And that is because Pawar is a very senior politician. He knows that Eknath Shinde has the numbers and not Uddhav Thackeray, which means effectively the party is in his control. That is Shinde's control. Abhishek.
Well, Niranjan, exactly what I was saying just 20 minutes back, that if Sharad Pawar decided that Uddhav Thackeray should become chief minister, it is Sharad Pawar who would decide who becomes the next chief minister or whether Uddhav Thackeray should remain or not. And that's exactly what is coming out going by these reports, that Sharad Pawar is the man who holds the key. The wily Maratha strongman knows how to stop the tide of the BJP. And I think if he can really manage Uddhav Thackeray's emotions and ego and get him to bait Eknath Shinde with this offer of chief ministership, then maybe the entire game might come undone. But what is more important is, Niranjan, that if whatever decision was taken by Uddhav Thackeray at the time of forming the alliance with the Maharashtra, with the Congress and the NCP for forming the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi, if that decision was taken based on emotions and ego, because his ego was hurt with the BJP, because the BJP said, no, you are the junior party, you cannot have the chief minister's chair. So would that ego again not come in the way of Uddhav Thackeray accepting or not accepting this spin given by Sharad Pawar to the entire crisis? And that's something which is very important, because if in a situation Uddhav Thackeray's decisions were guided by the fact that the Shiv Sena should get the chief minister's chair in 2019, kicking out an ally of 30 years and more on just the issue of chief ministership, putting paid to ideological position, making that compromise. It was a big compromise which, as the rebels say, someone like a Bala Saheb Thackeray would not have made. So I think in that context, this offer of Sharad Pawar,
I have a breaking news update right now. Alisha's breaking.
From the point of view of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi.
Abhishek, I was saying.
Yes, Niranjan.
There's some more breaking news updates that I'm picking up right now. That in the meeting between Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray, of course, one aspect, of course, we've discussed that the chief minister's post must be given to Shinde. They're also looking at different ways of pacifying Eknath Shinde, though, of course, going by indications from Guwahati and Eknath Shinde's camp, that's not going to happen. It's not about power. It's not about power or the seat anymore. It's about Hindutva and the legacy of Shiv Sena. In fact, the other aspect we are picking up is that as a desperate effort, Abhishek, issue of reshuffle of cabinet also being discussed. Reshuffle of the cabinet portfolios are also being discussed. Alisha is breaking the story. Let me go across to her. Alisha, well, they may discuss anything. They may want to, give the chief minister's chair to Eknath Shinde. But will he take it, Alisha? Will he take it?
Well, we really need to see what exactly the outcome of the meeting, because it's a very crucial meeting between Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray that has been going, and there are many issues that have been discussed. Because, of course, everyone knows that the Shiv Sena, the rebel MLAs, what they want is to get merged with the BJP. And even now, the Eknath Shinde has that magical numbers to get in merged, and he can clearly, he can prove it on the floor test. But after which it is really something like NCP and Congress have to worry about, and that is the reason why they have been meeting Chief Minister and getting in contact what can be the possible way. So now the meeting that is held between Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray, so there are three things that has been discussed. What has been said by our sources that discussion is happening about how to specify Shinde. Niranjan, if you remember, we know that how Shiv Sena has been trying very hard, whether it is an emotional appeal that has been made to the rebel MLAs, Aditya Thackeray and other close confidant of Uddhav Thackeray. They have been calling up the rebel MLAs, the close party supporters and family members of these MLA have been asked to convince these rebel MLAs. So now there is a discussion how they are going to specify Eknath Shinde, and also now there is a discussions about what happened if they can give Eknath Shinde this chief minister post. So this has also been discussed, and the words have come from Sharad Pawar. Is what has been informed by sources that Sharad Pawar indicated that if he give the chief minister post, because it is confirmed that the chief minister post will remain with Shiv Sena, and if Eknath Shinde, who really wanted to get into power, but if you remember the proposal that has been given by Eknath Shinde is about the Hindutva, and the letter that has been given by Eknath Shinde clearly indicates that he don't want to be in government with NCP and Shiv Sena, because Congress of course has a very different ideology, very secular ideology, but when it comes to NCP, Eknath Shinde specifically mentioned Anil Deshmukh and Nawab Malik about their corruption, and Nawab Malik have a relation with the Daud family. So this is the reason that these Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar have to understand. But also there is a discussion on issue of reshuffle of cabinet portfolio that has also been getting discussed. So all the discussion they have been making a possibility what can be done for the Maharashtra for the future, because Uddhav Thackeray has clearly given an indication that for now he is not going to resign, he is not going to expel his MLAs even after giving an ultimatum. There was a meeting, but the meeting has been cancelled, and he directly did a Facebook Live where he just said a single line, clearly repeating the line, saying that if one of the MLA comes to me and says that I don't want you, that is Uddhav Thackeray as the Chief Minister, is ready to resign. Nothing is important for him being a Shiv Sainik or being a lovable Chief Minister. That the post is not important for him, but the important is to his people should come to him and talk to him face to face and clearly make those points, but they have been not talking. So this is what Uddhav Thackeray has said in the Facebook Live. But now they have been looking after the possibility what can be done, because we see the MLAs who are present in Guwahati, there are more than 40 MLAs who are present with Eknath Shinde, and they're even ready for the floor test, because they have already seeked time from the governor, but governor has not given them the time yet. We have to see what is the further step that Eknath Shinde is going to do, because it has also been said that it was about 7 where Eknath Shinde is going to speak to media, and this is after he said that when Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is going to address the people of Maharashtra. But it seems like there was nothing outcome that has come from the Chief Minister, and that is why he might have postponed it. Yes.
Alisha. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you there, but he does not have the support of his own MLAs, but he's getting support from AIMIM. He's also getting support from the Congress party. Nana Patole has just tweeted support for Uddhav Thackeray, saying, Honorable Uddhav Thackeray, every activist of Indian National Congress Party is with you in this anti-constitution and anti-national politics of Bharatiya Janata Party. So he does not have the support of his own party. He's getting support from AIMIM. He's getting support from NCP. He's getting support from the Congress party. His own party has rather disappeared under his feet. But let me also play out what Uddhav Thackeray said some time back when he said over 10 to 15 times that he's willing to step down. If asked to, I'm going to play that soundbite with translations. I had that soundbite with me when he said that he's willing to step down. If he's willing to step down, Sharad Pawar says Eknath Shinde can be made the Chief Minister. I'm not so sure that Eknath Shinde is going to take that up on that offer. There's some more movement here of VIP vehicles. Not sure who's in these vehicles. Could be just some leaders. Okay, getting in. Okay, let's go across. Okay, those are pictures of Sharad Pawar earlier entering the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. This is outside the Chief Minister's residence. So there is a VIP movement here. Leaders coming in and going out. Looks like senior police officers are also here to just monitor perhaps the security situation. We're also getting in live pictures. If you're seeing these live pictures, you'll see that there is constant live action here. We're also getting in breaking news now that there are preparations being made. I repeat, preparations being made for the Chief Minister to leave his residence. Preparations being made for earlier. The Joint Commissioner of Police, that's the JCP is here. The JCP is here to monitor the security situation, and these are live pictures on your screen right now. They're just keeping a tab on the situation here, whether things are up to speed, because their senior-most political leaders, at least in the state of Maharashtra right now, in the ruling dispensation are here. And on that note, we'll take a short break. The story is developing, the story is evolving. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra could be leaving his residence and moving to his personal residence of Matoshri, may not remain in his residence, official residence of Varsha. That's the breaking news update that I have. I'm also getting in pictures of earlier shots of Sharad Pawar entering the residence of Uddhav Thackeray earlier. I think those pictures have just come in right now. Those are live pictures just coming in on your screens of Sharad Pawar. Okay, I'm getting in more breaking news updates now. Sharad Pawar has left. I repeat, Sharad Pawar has left the Chief Minister's residence. That's the other breaking news update coming in. Let's try and put those pictures out. Sharad Pawar has just left. We have those pictures right now on your screen of Sharad Pawar leaving. In fact, I don't know whether you have these shots, but these were pictures that came in of him leaving the residence. You see that there were senior leaders, Jayant Patil. I can see Jayant Patil, Sanjay Raut, Supriya Sule, Sharad Pawar leaving the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. A few minutes back, Jitendra Awad also seen in these pictures. He has left Uddhav Thackeray's residence. I think whatever was to be discussed has been discussed, and among the points to be discussed was if they could pacify perhaps Eknath Shinde by giving him the Chief Minister's post, and those are live shots coming in on your screen. Live pictures of Sharad Pawar, daughter and MP Supriya Sule also in the frame, along with Jitendra Awad and Jayant Patil, very senior leaders of the NCP leaving the residence of Uddhav Thackeray. And let's take a short break right now. Let's take a short break right now. Just moving. Taking a short break right now. And when we coming back with details of what Sharad Pawar told Uddhav Thackeray in that meeting. Reportedly, the compromise formula is to give Eknath Shinde the Chief Minister's post, which I'm sure he will not take up, because going by the letter that he put out, his entire issue was with the NCP and the Congress party in this alliance. So I'm not sure that's going to happen. Taking a break, back with a live breaking coverage.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
Round up from the world of sports, Serena Williams came through a dramatic women's doubles contest alongside Tunisia's Ons Jabeur, which marked the 23-time Grand Slam singles champion's first match for almost a year, as a pair defeated Spain's Sara Tormo and Mary of the Czech Republic. British Premier League side Liverpool have agreed to sell Japan international Takumi Marimono to French League One outfit Monaco for $18.9 million. French side Monaco were one of the number of clubs interested in the 27-year-old who joined Liverpool from Red Bull Salzburg in 2020.
के ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है। मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के एमएलए हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे। एमएलए अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
अनरेस्ट है एनसीपी के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है कांग्रेस के अंदर, संभालना हमारा जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। आप सोचिए 2019 में जनता ने वोट दिए किसके नेतृत्व में दिए, किसके ऊपर भरोसा रख करके दिए? मोदी जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, बाद में धोखा दिए। कौन धोखा दिए? हमने धोखा नहीं दिए। जनता का धोखा देने का काम अगाड़ी ने किए।
Only 2-3 of my friends, they call me up, so I came to receive them. I don't know, I have never counted how many MLAs came or whatever things. Are you a government representative receiving No, it's a personal relation I came here. On personal relation I came here. What did they say? No, they said that they are coming to Assam. Yesterday night they said they are coming to Assam, so I came to receive them.
And in other national news, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde meets two envoys sent by Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to Surat, conveys to them that he is with the Shiv Sena, but that the Sena should form a government with the BJP. Stresses he does not want to sacrifice Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva ideology. Consequent to this, the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena have moved to a hotel in Assam. As the northeastern state of Assam stands battered in the second wave of flash floods, State Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma announces launch of a portal wherein people can register their losses and other complaints to claim respective flood relief.
Roundup from the world of sports. Serena Williams came through a dramatic women's doubles contest alongside Tunisia's own Jabeur, which marked the 23-time Grand Slam singles champions' first match for almost a year, as the pair defeated Spain's Sara Tormo and Marie of the Czech Republic at the WTA Eastbourne International. English Premier League side Liverpool have agreed to sell Japan international Takumi Marimono to French League One outfit Monaco for $18.9 million. French side Monaco were...
He was completely on the back foot. He kept justifying why he became the chief minister. Does not have the numbers clearly. He also at one point said, if I'm voted against by my own party, that will be the biggest shame.
एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे. ज्या शिवसैनिकांना असं वाटत असेल की मी शिवसेनेचं नेतृत्व करायला नालायक आहे, त्याला मला सांगा की हेही पद सोडायला तयार आहे.
Getting in some big breaking news right now that Eknath Shinde has rejected the offer to either take the Chief Minister's post or even consider an alliance with the NCP or the Congress party. That's the big breaking news update that I'm getting in right now. Eknath Shinde has rejected the offer. I repeat, Eknath Shinde has rejected the offer. One of the noises that came out of that meeting between Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray was that they would give the Chief Minister's post to Eknath Shinde, and Uddhav clearly told, Pawar clearly told Uddhav that he should give the post to Eknath Shinde instead, as he had the numbers, and to pacify him. And Eknath Shinde has said that the proposal to ally with the Congress and NCP is not acceptable. Eknath Shinde has rejected that proposal and he's not willing to ally at any cost. And that's the big breaking news story. Aishwarya is breaking the story right now, saying that Eknath Shinde has rejected the proposal to ally with the Congress and NCP. He says he does not care about being the Chief Minister. He does not want to be the Chief Minister. It's never about the Chief Minister's post. He also says it's about the alliance with the Congress and NCP, and there is a complete opposition to the ideology. He says it's an opposition to the ideology and that it's not about a post. He does not want to be the Chief Minister. He says issue is with compromise on Hindutva. He says the real issue is with compromising on Hindutva and not being the Chief Minister. Eknath Shinde has rejected the offer made to be the Chief Minister completely. He says, I'm the real Shiv Sainik, or at least that's what sources are saying, that it's about being the real Shiv Sainik and hence cannot have an alliance at any cost with either the Congress or the NCP. That's the breaking news update coming in. Completely rejecting. Eknath Shinde has completely rejected. He hasn't addressed the media yet. Was scheduled to address the media a little after 7 p.m. from Guwahati. Has not addressed yet, but not sure that he's going to speak anytime soon. We are waiting and watching. There's also movement at Devendra Fadnavis's residence. MLAs have left after the meeting with Devendra Fadnavis. I think my colleague Priyanka is there. Let's see if we can go across to Priyanka as well. Some of the leaders, they're saying that they have not spoken to Eknath Shinde and that they're right now on record saying that it is a question of infighting within the Sena and that the government will topple by itself and that they're on a wait and watch mode. So the BJP is in no real hurry right now. They're just simply waiting and watching what happens with inside the Shiv Sena. And Eknath Shinde, Abhishek, on expected line saying that he doesn't want to be the chief minister, has never wanted to be the chief minister, saying it's not about the chief minister's post and he doesn't really care about the lollipop that is being thrown at him, and that it's the real issue, he says, is about the alliance with the Congress and NCP. Abhishek, that's the break point and looks like that's how it's going to be.
Absolutely, this is along expected lines, and remember that has been made just about half an hour back, and if the response comes as quick as that from the rebel camp of Shiv Sena, it really underscores the commitment and the resolve of the rebels led by Eknath Shinde that they have taken an ideological position that Shiv Sena cannot ally. Hindu Shiv Sena cannot ally with secular Congress and NCP. And I think this should be clear indication that if not tonight, then tomorrow or day after, Uddhav Thackeray might have to make way from Varsha to Matoshri. And I think with that, the crisis would end because the government would have changed. Of course, the whole motions of going through the Speaker's office, to the Governor's office, to the floor of the House, ultimately to the floor of the Assembly, ultimately. I think that is something which will go on. But as of now, what we are getting to hear, Niranjan, is that Eknath Shinde, and this is source-based information, he has outrightly rejected this possibility of an offer coming in from Uddhav Thackeray at the behest of Sharad Pawar of keeping the Maharashtra Vikas Agadi alliance intact by taking the offer of becoming chief minister. So I think this really puts paid to all the machinations that were possible, and this also leaves very little room to maneuver so far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned.
Well, absolutely. So there you go. You know, if just assume for a second that he had taken up that offer, there would be no difference between Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray, and that's the message that he's sending out, Abhishek. That he's not going to take up that offer. He's not even going to consider that offer of taking up the chief ministership. In fact, Sharad Pawar, we are told, discussed three aspects. One on making Shinde the chief minister if required, if it means getting all the MLAs back, and secondly discussing a possible cabinet reshuffle to try and mollify some of these MLAs who are camping in Guwahati and who are rebels right now. And the other breaking news update that we also had was of Shinde saying that the real issue is not the chief minister's post. Real issue is Hindutva. Real issue is fighting for the Shiv Sena core vote bank, because one of the crisis of the real Shiv Sainik is that their mass ground vote base is getting eroded because of the secular sort of a stand and the soft stand that Sena has taken on several issues, and they feel that the party has compromised on its core Hindutva, and he's now saying that it's not going to happen. He's not going to take them up on the offer. So that's a closed chapter. Within few minutes after Sharad Pawar left the residence of Uddhav Thackeray, Eknath Shinde has ruled out taking up that offer completely, and I think you'll have an official statement from him in a short while from now. He was expected to speak at the Radisson Blu. Let me quickly get my colleague Shivangi as well, who's outside the St. Regis Hotel, where some of those Sena leaders were seen leaving. We were expecting them here, but none of them came here. What's the update there, Shivangi?
Well, Niranjan, this has been, of course, a very hectic day in terms of politics in Maharashtra. And right behind me is St. Regis. You can see that right behind me. That is the hotel where they were staying. And Niranjan, like you were saying, there were many leaders here of the Shiv Sena. And in fact, Republic spoke to some of them. We had spoken to Dilip Lande as well, and he had said very clearly that we are with Uddhav Thackeray. They had made their stand very clear. But then again, Niranjan, we also had a talk about how the numbers are not favouring Uddhav Thackeray. So, but the leaders here, when asked by Republic, they did say that they will stick right now to the Shiv Sena, and they did show their allegiance to Uddhav Thackeray. Then again, Niranjan, this was where the loyalists were put. This is where the Shiv Sena had hoarded its loyalists there, hoping that they keep them in one place. As hotel politics was happening there in Guwahati, in Mumbai, this is where the loyalists were there. So we spoke to some of them, Niranjan, and this is definitely a minute-by-minute update we're getting. Right now, all the leaders have left right now. There's nobody here as of now, Niranjan, but back in the day, during the morning and the afternoon, we saw hectic development happening here, a lot of close meetings happening, and very important leaders huddled together at the St. Regis. Niranjan.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. In fact, we're getting in some pictures of Uddhav Thackeray as well. I'm not sure whether we've played these pictures out. These are pictures of Uddhav Thackeray at his residence after that meeting. I'm just seeing if we can cue these pictures. Okay, this pictures are already on air. And on the broadcast right now, two bits of breaking news information that I'd like to share with our viewers, that preparations are being made for the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, to leave his official residence and go to his personal residence. He said he has his resignation ready. He said, I have my resignation letter ready. He said, I also called the governor, but the governor told me he's got COVID. He also said he's willing to step down. So short of saying he will step down, he said everything else. And of course, he was complaining about how his own leaders did not speak to him. They could have spoken to him. They could have conveyed their grievances. He said he was with them a few days back. The irony in all of this is that he himself didn't see it coming. Does that tell you something about the leadership style and perhaps the difference and the growing distance between him and his ground cadre? Let me go across to Piyush Auri, who's also been tracking the story closely. Piyush, any updates on your end?
So what we have been seeing over here is that So what we've been seeing over here is that there is now a lot of activity that is building over here.
There is now a lot of activity that is building over here at Devendra Fadnavis' official bungalow at Sagar. A lot of BJP leaders are coming and expressing their views, but when they are speaking to us or any other media channel in that manner, they are not saying anything special. And they're saying that all this which is happening to Shiv Sena is their internal matter and BJP has got nothing to do with it. Having said that, BJP, as I said, has got keen eye on what is happening. The Vikas Aghadi now realizing that, Uddhav Thackeray is weak, has said that, they may also give an offer to Shinde for chief ministership. An offer which Shinde, according to the sources, has not accepted. But as I said again, there is a lot of activity now suddenly building up at Devendra Fadnavis' official
break,
at Sagar.
I'm just getting in some more. I'm just getting in some more breaking news update. 1 minute. I'm just getting in some more breaking news updates right now. That in a few minutes from now, a few Congress leaders will also be coming here to the official residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra in a few minutes.
या तो अगर उनके पास संख्या नहीं तो रिजाइन कर दे।
हम ऊपर से जिस तरह से मुख्यमंत्री की लालच नहीं है, जिस तरह से हालांकि
बात वो नहीं चल रही, इसमें हमारा कोई संबंध नहीं है। हम लास्ट बोल रहे हैं कि ये अंदरूनी उनका मामला है, बीजेपी का तोड़ फोड़ का कोई सवाल नहीं है।
सेना से अगर आपको ऑफर आता है मुख्यमंत्री पद को लेकर के तो
वेट एंड वॉच।
थैंक यू सर। एक लाइन वाला बोला, सेकंड वाला।
Okay, that was Rao Saab Danve, a union minister there, saying that if he doesn't have the numbers, he must just step down. So we were also breaking simultaneously that in a few minutes from now, a few senior Congress leaders are also expected here at the residence of the Chief Minister to meet Uddhav Thackeray. Senior Congress leaders, not sure of who those leaders will be. Perhaps Kamal Nath is here in Mumbai. Will he meet Uddhav Thackeray? Will it be Thorat? Or will it be HK Patil? Will it be Nana Patole, who's already tweeted support for the Congress party, for Uddhav Thackeray? In a few minutes from now, that's another meeting that is expected. So we'll keep a close watch on that. We were expecting the news conference of Eknath Shinde, who at this moment, as of this minute, has over 40 MLAs with him. It will be interesting to see when he gets that appointment with the governor to prove his numbers, to show his strength. And if he has 2/3 of the numbers of the Shiv Sena, that is, out of the 55 MLAs of the Shiv Sena, if he has 37, he's home. He can form the next government with the BJP. That's how the numbers are going to play out. I'm taking a short break here on Republic TV. When we come back, the live coverage continues from Mumbai, from Delhi, from Guwahati. We are tracking every development live as it happens. Stay tuned.
As activity builds up at Sagar, Devendra Fadnavis' official. As activity builds up at Sagar, Devendra Fadnavis' official residence. Will it be BJP plus Eknath Shinde's government? Wait and watch. Republic is on ground, tracking all the updates. Stay tuned.
And we'll take a short break right now on the show, and when we come back, getting you more details of what was discussed between Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray, and also the latest movement. Some senior officers also moving in. Is there an indication of some activity here? Is he going to leave the Chief Minister's residence and go back to Matosri? Let's wait and watch. Live coverage continues.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
के ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है। मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के एमएलए हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे। एमएलए अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
अनरेस्ट है एनसीपी के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है कांग्रेस के अंदर, संभालना हमारा जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। आप सोचिए 2019 में जनता ने वोट दिए किसके नेतृत्व में दिए, किसके ऊपर भरोसा रख करके दिए? मोदी जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, बाद में धोखा दिए। कौन धोखा दिए? हमने धोखा नहीं दिए। जनता का धोखा देने का काम अगाड़ी ने किए।
Only 2-3 of my friends, they call me up, so I came to receive them. I don't know, I have never counted how many MLAs came or whatever things. Are you a government representative? No. It's a personal relation I came here. On personal relation I came here.
What did they say?
No, they said that they are coming to Assam. Yesterday night they said they are coming to Assam, so I came to receive them.
And in other national news, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde meets two envoys sent by Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to Surat, conveys to them that he is with the Shiv Sena, but that the Sena should form a government with the BJP. Stresses he does not want to sacrifice Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva ideology. Consequent to this, the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena have moved to a hotel in Assam. As the northeastern state of Assam stands battered in the second wave of flash floods, State Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma announces launch of a portal wherein people can register their losses and other complaints to claim respective flood relief.
Round up from the world of sports, Serena Williams came through a dramatic women's doubles contest alongside Tunisia's own Jabeur, which marked the 23-time Grand Slam singles champions' first match for almost a year as a pair defeated Spain's Sara Tormo and Marie of the Czech Republic at the WTA Eastbourne International. English Premier League side Liverpool have agreed to sell Japan international Takumi Marimono to French League One outfit Monaco for $18.9 million. French side Monaco were one of the
Okay, so Nana Patole just entering the residence of the Chief Minister. So we were about to break the fact that some of the senior Congress leaders would be arriving here. Some of them are already here. Nana Patole, the Chief of the Maharashtra Congress, is here and he's just gone inside to meet the Chief Minister. He tweeted a few minutes back saying that all ground level workers, he said every worker of the Congress party will stand with you. And that was Nana Patole a few minutes back, and he's just gone inside to meet the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. So Nana Patole is meeting him. Will that have any effect on this alliance or on the government? We'll have to wait and watch. But Eknath Shinde, the other breaking news update, Eknath Shinde has rejected the offer of becoming the Chief Minister. That's not even an option for him. He's not even looking at that option. He says he was never interested in being the Chief Minister, doesn't even want to consider that option, saying that his issue is with the alliance between the Congress and the NCP and Sena, saying that he will not compromise on Hindutva. And Alisha is also joining me. Let me hand it over to Alisha.
Well, we have been looking after the political that has been happening in Maharashtra. We know that the meeting that has already been completed at Devendra Fadnavis and all the BJP MLAs and the leaders has been leaving from the story. And from some time from now, where we know that Eknath Shinde is going to have a press conference where he is going to inform what is the further course of action. We'll be tracking all this story after a short break. Stay tuned.
अनरेस्ट है एनसीपी के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है कांग्रेस के अंदर, संभालना हमारा जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। आप सोचिए 2019 में जनता ने वोट दिए किसके नेतृत्व में दिए, किसके ऊपर भरोसा रख करके दिए? मोदी जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, बाद में धोखा दिए। कौन धोखा दिए? हमने धोखा नहीं दिए। जनता का धोखा देने का काम अगाड़ी ने किए।
Only 2-3 of my friends, they call me up, so I came to receive them. I don't know, I have never counted how many MLAs came or whatever things. Are you a government representative receiving No. It's a personal relation I came here. On personal relation I came here.
What did they say?
No, they said that they are coming to Assam. Yesterday night they said they are coming to Assam, so I came to receive them.
And in other national news, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde meets two envoys sent by Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to Surat, conveys to them that he is with the Shiv Sena, but that the Sena should form a government with the BJP. Stresses he does not want to sacrifice Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva ideology. Consequent to this, the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena have moved to a hotel in Assam. As the northeastern state of Assam stands battered in the second wave of flash floods, State Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma announces launch of a portal wherein people can register their losses and other complaints to claim respective flood relief.
Round up from the world of sports, Serena Williams came through a dramatic women's doubles contest alongside Tunisia's own Jabeur, which marked the 23-time Grand Slam singles champions' first match for almost a year as a pair defeated Spain's Sara Tormo and Marie of the Czech Republic at the WTA Eastbourne International. English Premier League side Liverpool have agreed to sell Japan international Takumi Marimono to French League One outfit Monaco for $18.9 million. French side Monaco were one of the number of clubs interested in the 27-year-old who joined Liverpool from Red Bull Salzburg in 2020.
सर किधर जा रहे हैं सर, कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
के ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है। मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के एमएलए हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे। एमएलए अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम
ये षड्यंत्र दिल्ली में रचा गया है और ये षड्यंत्र लोकतांत्रिक रूप से चुनी हुई सरकारों को डिस्टेबलाइज करने का है और इनके आंखों में बहुत दिनों से खटक रहा था महाराष्ट्र का गठबंधन और इन्होंने उस गठबंधन को धन के बल पर तोड़ने का प्रयास किया है। लेकिन मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो शिव सैनिक हैं वो इसका उचित जवाब देंगे।
And in other national news, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde meets two envoys sent by Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to Surat, conveys to them that he is with the Shiv Sena but that the Sena should form a government with the BJP. Stresses he does not want to sacrifice Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva ideology. Consequent to this, the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena have moved to a hotel in Assam. As the northeastern state of Assam stands battered in the second wave of flash floods, State Chief Minister Himanta.
I am very dismayed. But this is the old style of BJP. They did this in Madhya Pradesh earlier. They did this in Karnataka earlier. They succeeded. They did this in Rajasthan. They failed. So I still have faith in Sharad Pawar. I think he is a competent man. He may still manage the situation.
Roundup from the world of sports. Serena Williams came through a dramatic women's doubles contest alongside Tunisia's own Jabeur, which marked the 23-time Grand Slam singles champions' first match for almost a year as a pair defeated Spain's Sara Tormo and Marie of the Czech Republic at the WTA Eastbourne International. English Premier League side Liverpool have agreed to sell Japan international Takumi Marimono to French League One outfit Monaco for $18.9 million. French side Monaco were one of the number of clubs interested in the 27-year-old who joined Liverpool from Red Bull Salzburg in 2020.
सर किधर जा रहे हैं सर, कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
के ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है। मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के एमएलए हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे। एमएलए अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
अनरेस्ट है एनसीपी के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है कांग्रेस के अंदर, संभालना हमारा जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। आप सोचिए 2019 में जनता ने वोट दिए किसके नेतृत्व में दिए, किसके ऊपर भरोसा रख करके दिए? मोदी जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, बाद में धोखा दिए। कौन धोखा दिए? हमने धोखा नहीं दिए। जनता का धोखा देने का काम अगाड़ी ने किए।
Only 2-3 of my friends, they call me up, so I came to receive them. I don't know. I have never counted how many MLAs came or whatever things.
Are you a government representative receiving
No. It's a personal relation. I came here. On personal relation, I came here.
What did they say?
No, they said that they are coming to Assam. Yesterday night they said they are coming to Assam, so I came to receive them.
And in other national news, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde meets two envoys sent by Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to Surat, conveys to them.
Burning Question, presented by Nissan Magnite, powered by Amity University and Century Ply.
Thank you for joining us on the Burning Question. A top headline in the wake of the massive political crisis in Maharashtra. MVA government is under threat. Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray addresses the state, says he doesn't want to be the Chief Minister. While whining over rebellion in the Sena led by Eknath Shinde, Uddhav Thackeray claims he is ready to step down both from the Chief Ministership and also at the helm of the Shiv Sena. As Eknath Shinde claims support of more than 40 MLAs, NCP Chief Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule meet Uddhav. Sources suggest they've asked Uddhav to step down and make Eknath Shinde the Chief Minister. Eknath Shinde has rejected the offer. He says he does not want any alliance with the Congress or the NCP. Over 35 rebel MLAs issue a resolution electing Eknath Shinde as their group leader. The letter lists corruption in the government, mentions names of NCP leaders and ministers who are in jail. Both Congress and NCP try to keep their flock intact, with leaders of both parties meeting their respective lawmakers. Both parties have also met Uddhav Thackeray. Thank you for joining us on the Burning Question. And on top of 8 p.m, the big story, Uddhav Thackeray, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is going to vacate his residence. Ladies and gentlemen, behind me, you can see movement, VIP movement, and the police are lining up the street, clearing, making sure that there's a clear demarcation between the media and those who are entering, and so that the road is clear. Senior leaders of the Congress and NCP have been at the Chief Minister's residence. He's going to vacate. Uday Samant, I think. Okay, but the breaking news update right now, Uddhav Thackeray is going to head to his residence, Matoshri, his real residence of Matoshri. He's going to vacate the Chief Minister's residence. On top of 8 p.m, the breaking news update, Uddhav Thackeray is going to vacate his residence, Varsha, his official residence, Varsha, and go back to his personal residence of Matoshri, which is an indication that he's going to more or less leave the Chief Minister's post. He hasn't resigned. He's sticking on to his post as of now, but he's leaving the residence. He hasn't resigned yet. And the other big breaking news update on the Burning Question this evening at 8 p.m, the BJP and the Union Minister Raosaheb Danve has just said that the BJP will not stake claim. I repeat, the BJP will not stake claim yet. The BJP will not stake claim. They will stick it out. They will wait and watch, but they're not staking claim yet. They want to wait and watch the developments that take place in Maharashtra, and they want to watch the Sena drama play out a little bit more before making a final decision on how they should be moving. But the truth is, the BJP is in touch with Eknath Shinde's camp. Chandrakant Patil was headed to Guwahati with 4 MLAs. Here's the story so far. Uddhav Thackeray addressed the media earlier today. At least 15 times said, I don't want to be the Chief Minister, I want to step down. And he did not step down. Getting in some more details. In fact, supporters, looks like Shiv Sena supporters are beginning to gather. As we stay with the latest updates, let's show you what has happened so far, and then come back to the debate.
A desperate Uddhav addressed the state. With numbers clearly not in his favor, the Maharashtra Chief Minister claimed several times.
तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरनं मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
Justifying his alliance with the NCP and the Congress.
आज मी नेमकं काय बोलणार आहे? मला दुःख कशाचं झालेलं आहे, आश्चर्य कशाचं वाटलेलं आहे, धक्का कशाचा बसलेला आहे की काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादी म्हणाली की आम्हाला मुख्यमंत्रीपदी उद्धव ठाकरे नकोत. तो त्यांचा विचार आहे. दोन्ही पक्ष स्वतंत्र आहेत. ठीक आहे, सत्तेच्या तडजोडीसाठी आपण एकत्र आलो होतो असं जे काही इतर जण म्हणतायत त्यांच्याप्रमाणे सत्तेच्या साठी आपण एकत्र आलो होतो. पण आज सुद्धा सकाळी कमलनाथजींनी मला फोन केला होता. कालच सकाळी शरद पवारजींनी फोन केला. मला म्हणाले उद्धव आम्ही तुमच्या सोबत आहोत. हा त्यांच्या भरोश्याचा विषय. पण त्यांनी भरोसा माझ्यावरती ठेवल्यानंतर माझ्याच लोकांना जर मी मुख्यमंत्रीपदी नको असेल तर काय करायचं?
Refuting that Sena has drifted away from Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva.
ही शिवसेना कोणाची आहे? काही जण असं आरोप करतायत की किंवा असं भासवण्याचा प्रयत्न करतायत की आता काय बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना राहिली नाही. ठीक आहे ना, बाळासाहेबांची शिवसेना आणि आत्ताच्या शिवसेनेत फरक काय नेमका? असं काय मी नेमकं केलेलं आहे?
Well, just minutes before the Chief Minister of Maharashtra vacates his residence, minutes before he leaves his residence, a show of support here. Sena supporters coming out in large numbers, showing their support to Uddhav Thackeray. He's going to leave his residence. He's vacating his official residence. He's going to move out anytime now. And just before he moves out, they're all coming out. They're lining up the streets. Look at this. From the corner of the Chief Minister's residence at the end of the road. At the end of the road, look at that. From the end of the road, they're lining up the street. They're lining up the street, and there are a few hundreds of them. There are a few hundreds of them who've come out. Obviously, it's planned meticulously, and it's timed because we were told that there were preparations also at the Chief Minister's residence for this to happen. And Uddhav Thackeray is going to leave his residence, official residence. Hundreds of them have lined up in no time. It's all happening in a few minutes. These are the pictures, live pictures from outside the Chief Minister's residence. I'm walking along this entire road, entire lane, and they're all just getting ready to leave. They're all showing their support, saying that Aditya Sahib, and they're holding banners to show support to the Chief Minister as he gets ready to leave. He's going to leave in a few minutes from now. We showed you also the police cover, the police ensuring the streets are clear. So they're preparing for a big show. They're preparing for a big show, and you'll see that there's massive chaos here as they line up in large numbers here. And he's going to leave any minute now. There are preparations to to give him a good goodbye from the Chief Minister's office, perhaps, as he goes back to his residence. These are pictures coming in. Let's try and speak to some of them. The police trying hard to clear the roads because this is the road that they will be taking. They're all getting prepared to leave. And these are pictures, live pictures, ladies and gentlemen, from outside the Chief Minister's residence. Shiv Sena supporters rushing to the Chief Minister's residence as he gets ready to leave. He gets ready to vacate his residence. He's going to vacate his residence anytime now. And they've lined up this entire stretch from the Chief Minister's residence to the guest house. And look at that. That's a poster. And only. ये आपको अभी वापस जा रहे सीएम
किधर
वापस जा रहे, घर जा रहे हैं वापस?
मातोश्री में जा रहे हैं. उनका हम स्वागत कर रहे हैं, उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं.
लेकिन क्या आप सपोर्ट करते हैं वो जो अभी वो जो ऑफिस से निकल रहे हैं, क्या वो डिसीजन को सपोर्ट करता है?
वो सपोर्ट करेंगे ना. उनको
शिवसैनिक पर विश्वास है, नेताओं के ऊपर विश्वास नहीं है।
Okay, that is what one of the Shiv Sena supporters. So thousands of them. Let me just walk with you. Let me just walk with you and show you how they've lined up the streets in no time. Hundreds of them have just come out here in a few minutes, and I'm just going to walk. I'm just going to walk and show you how many of them have turned up. Thousands of them, not thousands, maybe hundreds, perhaps a few hundreds, lining up the street here. See this stretch. I'm just walking. It's about 150 meter stretch, and Shiv Sena, yeah, yes. Look at this. Look at this. They've just come here in large numbers. With carrying the saffron flag, there, and trying to send a message. And makes for a good visual as well as the chief minister. Of course, also leaves his official residence. It's a great opportunity for them to also portray that he still has support of the cadre. But I'm not sure. It's a split, because you had the Shiv Sena, one faction of it, show support in parts of Thane today, where Eknath Shinde enjoys large support. So you'll see that in this entire stretch, about 100 meter stretch, they are there, standing, showing their support. Could be the local units that have been called here, because this decision has just been taken about half an hour, 45 minutes back, and they've gathered here to show their support. Uddhav Thackeray will be passing this route, so it's obviously planned to show that he's got support of one section of the party at least. And there were some more leaders who were here. So along this stretch, if I can just quickly show you the action. So the chief minister is going to leave from here. He's going to leave from here where the roads are being cleared. And the posters, and these are the posters here as well, showing the support to the chief minister here, and this entire stretch, about 150 of them shouting slogans, getting ready to wave goodbye. To Uddhav Thackeray. Uddhav Thackeray is going to leave the residence of the chief minister. That's his official residence here, Varsha, on the left here, and the police also clearing the roads to ensure that there's a safe passage, there's a clear passage, and he's going to be passing this route, and heading towards his personal residence. It's been quite an embarrassing 48 hours for the Shiv Sena with the split. 70% of its party disappearing. 70% of the party disappearing without nobody knowing. In fact, one of the biggest complaints of even the allies today of the Shiv Sena is that nobody saw it coming. How did nobody know that 40 MLAs had disappeared? Even Sharad Pawar said that even the intelligence, it shows the state of the intelligence that it's disappeared. He said, how is it that nobody, not the government, not the Shiv Sena, nor the police, none of them knew that they were moving from Mumbai to Surat and from Surat to Gujarat. He said it's caught everyone by surprise. And to add to it, you had this resolution that was passed, 34 MLAs writing a letter, Eknath Shinde signing on that letter saying, I am the leader of the party and that I am appointing the chief whip of the party, and adding that this government is corrupt. I think it's been a forgettable day for everybody in this alliance, and especially in the Shiv Sena. The chief minister on at least 15 occasions has said that he is willing to step down. Let's show you the situation here. Situation out here. Hundreds of them gathering in this 150 meter stretch. I'm just going to try and walk across and show you this entire stretch and how all of them have gathered. A huge police presence. The police trying to ensure that the roads are clear, because any time the chief minister could be leaving, and when he leaves out. So that's a show of support. Slogans being raised for Uddhav Thackeray and for Aditya Thackeray. Very interesting that Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Sahib, Uddhav Sahib, Aditya Sahib, and no one. Of course, this is the pro Uddhav faction, that is protesting, and the police is trying its best to keep everyone to the side, because there you go. All of them are here in a line, and sending their message. It's going to be interesting. We'll be at a vantage point because anytime now the Chief Minister of Maharashtra is expected to pass via this route. He's going to pass this route. And I'm not sure he's going to stop, but certainly will make for a very interesting visual as he gets ready to leave the residence, the official residence, and go back to his personal residence of Matoshri, that is in Bandra. It's going to be a long day and a long night here in Mumbai. I'm here outside the Chief Minister's residence. Uddhav Thackeray is going to leave the residence of the Chief Minister officially now. Will he resign? I'm not sure. Has he resigned? I'm not sure. But he certainly says he's got his resignation letter ready. Ladies and gentlemen, fast-paced developments here in Mumbai. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra is going to leave his residence and he's going to go back to his personal residence. Okay, let me also go across to my panelists. It's a pretty chaotic situation here in Mumbai. Complete chaos where I am right now and the noise around me. And I'm trying to find my video journalist. I'm sorry, in the melee, I'm trying to find my video journalist. I've just lost him. But let me go across also to my panelists right now. Okay, I'm just opening up the entire list of guests that I have with me right now. Joining me on the broadcast this evening, Professor Sangeet Ragi, Mamta Kale, Gaurav Goel, Vivek Singh, Ratnakar Tripathi, Manasvi Thapar, Anurag Bhadoria. Okay, let me go across. Sangeet Ragi is live with me. Sangeet Ragi, Gaurav Goel, Professor Vivek Singh, Manasvi Thapar, Tausif Ahmad Khan. Okay, they are live with me right now. Sangeet Ragi, what do you make of the development? Should he have just resigned? He's going to leave the residence. He's going to leave the official residence in a short while from now. He's going back to his personal residence of Matoshri. Should he have resigned? Sangeet Ragi. Instead.
I think that he had I think that he is convinced now that he has lost the political battle. Number one, it is not about making government. I think that he has lost the control on the party, and tomorrow, you or myself may not be surprised if Shinde says that he is the leader of the real Shiv Sena. And therefore, what my impression is that the body language of Uddhav Thackeray was very poor, and so was normally, I never have seen in last 5-6 years, so submissive Sanjay Raut. So he is convinced, I think the Thackeray Parivar and the Thackeray leadership is convinced that the majority is not with them. The majority of the Shiv Sainiks are with Shinde, and therefore I think that he is going to prove to be the Bahadur Shah Jafar of the Mughal Sultanate. So he has lost the capital, the political capital, the cultural capital, which respected Bala Sahab had earned for the party. Today, every Shiv Sainik will hang his head in shame that while ditching the Bharatiya Janata Party to keep Bharatiya Janata Party away from the seat of power, they joined hands I have some breaking news, Sangeet. Afzal Khan. Those who supported
Sangeet. Sangeet, I have some breaking news update. Eknath Shinde has just tweeted. Sangeet, bear with me. I have some breaking news update. I'm going to walk and read. Eknath Shinde has just tweeted, and I'm reading from his tweet. Eknath Shinde has just tweeted saying that in the last 2.5 years, MVA, the government benefited only the constituent parties. The Shiv Sainiks were overwhelmed while the constituent parties are getting stronger. The Shiv Sainiks. He's saying Shiv Sena is getting weaker. He has tweeted saying that the government benefited the constituents, but the Shiv Sena, he says, was the eventual loser. That's what Eknath Shinde has just tweeted. Should he have just resigned? Should Uddhav Thackeray have just resigned? Let me go across to Tausif. Tausif, what is going on here? If he wants to resign, he should have just resigned. Tausif, what is he saying? I want to resign. I feel like resigning, but I'm not resigning.
Maharashtra political crisis is BJP manufactured crisis. So this fight is a politics of principles versus politics of unscrupulous. Politics of service to nation versus politics of trade, of selling and buying MLAs. We have seen BJP is a master in trade. They have done that in Madhya Pradesh. They have done that in Karnataka. They tried to do in Bengal. They tried to buy MLAs in Bengal and form their own government. This jod-tod politics, it did not work in Bengal.
If Shivsainik legislators
similarly, I hope
going to
that this will
Surat
not
or
work in
even in
Maharashtra.
Assam, it states about the sorry state of Maharashtra that they are very scared of. Because the Maharashtra, they are...
There is no denial. There is no denial that the rebel group in Shiv Sainik have been lured by none other than the BJP top political leadership. The rebel group of MLAs of Shiv Sainik were given accommodation in Gujarat.
Which Uddhav Thackeray
they have rebelled against their own party leadership. Because they have been lured.
It is the
and God knows what deal they have strucken with the ruling BJP.
It is revolt,
and this is politics of unscrupulous. Let me tell you, every move by BJP is right now before the country. People of India want BJP to control the situation.
1 minute, don't
speak. But they are busy.
One second, there is no need to speak. Today there is no need to speak over each other. Calmly ask yourself. No, calmly ask yourself. 1 minute. Calmly ask yourself. 1 minute. Calmly discuss. 1 minute. Yeah, Tausif, okay. You have a written script. Say every debate you say the same thing. I expected you to say that, but I want to ask Manasvi Thapar and Gaurav Goyal. Okay, Manasvi, Shiv Sena has 55 MLAs, of which...
While I'm exposing BJP, I know you will get pissed and you will make...
No, 1 minute. Tausif, first of all, mind your language. Tausif, mind your language. Mind your language. Tausif, there is better language to use, and Aishwarya will join the show later. This is Niranjan here. I asked you about the luring and all of that, right? I am saying mind your language. Even if you want to say something, there are better words you can choose. Stop using the P word, okay? Let me go across to Manasvi Thapar and Gaurav Goyal. Manasvi, Shiv Sena has 55 MLAs, okay? Out of 55, 16 attended the meeting with the Chief Minister. Which means 39 of them are not accounted for, of which 34 are with Eknath Shinde, 4 more have flown in. 38 we are told are with Eknath Shinde right now, which is roughly about 70 to 75% of the party. Now tell me, if 70 to 75% of the party is writing a letter saying that it's a corrupt government and that there are several ministers who are tainted, corrupt, who are in jail, and that they've compromised on the Hindutva agenda, if ruling ministers are complaining about ministers and alliances, should this alliance continue at all? Manasvi and then Gaurav Goyal, please don't speak over each other. Stay calm. You have enough time. Speak. Manasvi, your turn.
Niranjan, it is very interesting to see how the democracy of this country is functioning. Suddenly, the MLAs are in Gujarat, now they are in Guwahati, and we know these states are ruled by whom. And we know what kind of pressure tactics, we know what kind of buying of MLAs have happened in the last few years. That is unaccounted. We have seen what happened in Madhya Pradesh, we have seen what have happened in Karnataka, we have seen what everywhere, be it in West Bengal, be it in Uttar Pradesh, be it in Gujarat, how opposition leaders are either bought or pressurized, and how in this whole scenario, maybe BJP may win, but is the Loktantra, is the democracy winning? In winning an election, even if you lose an election, you don't care about how the opposition should function. You buy the members of opposition. This is how the democracy as of now is functioning, and people are celebrating. In the loss of Uddhav Thackeray, people are celebrating that he's losing, and BJP is very happy about it. This is not the party which Atalji or LK Advani would have thought that BJP is a party of a difference, wherein they respected while they were not in power. They continued to serve the people of the nation, of the states, but now this is not happening. If you are not in power, you will buy MLAs, you will take them to resorts, you will give them a tourism visa across the nation from one. Who's paying for this? The question is, over all the luxury hotels and the stay and the charter planes these MLAs are getting, who's paying for it? Is it the Maharashtra Sarkar? Is it from Eknath Shinde? It is coming from BJP. Who's paying for it? These are valid questions, and if they are not being paid, how are they? Who's managing the logistics? So these questions also needs to be answered. When people elect MLAs,
Manasvi, calm down. 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 Okay, you want me to tell you the number of instances when Congress party has flown its MLAs? By the way, Shiv Sena MLAs were also taken. No, 1 minute. No, hear me out. Today, Congress party's, Shiv Sena MLAs were taken to the St. Regis Hotel, okay? 20. No, wait. I'm not defending. No, why are you getting touchy? I'm asking you a question. Every time I ask you, I'm asking you a counter question. Why are you getting so edgy? Why are you getting so touchy?
Ask me.
I'm asking you a question. Listen.
No, ask me.
There's complete drama playing out. There's complete drama playing out, okay? There's complete drama playing out, right? The chief minister wants to resign. He said, I want to resign. If you want to resign, why are you not resigning? Right? Gaurav, people are asking that question. You want to resign, resign. But what is this saying? I want to resign, but saying, come to my face, tell it to my face. I mean, what is that? What is that?
See,
Gaurav. Yes, Gaurav.
One thing I think Mr. Manasvi will appreciate. Yes, one thing Mr. Manasvi will also appreciate. There is a famous proverb, जैसी करनी वैसी भरनी, जैसा बियोगे वैसा ही पाओगे. Thereby meaning कि the party who was formed on the basis of the principle of Hindutva and this unholy alliance with the Congress, certainly they have to pay the cost. Now, when somebody comes and say, when 70% of their own MLAs are not supporting the Shiv Sena, they are blaming that yes, it's a corrupt government, and the Shiv Sena, whose core ideology used to be Hindutva when Bala Saheb Thackeray was there, and they have compromised on that ideology, nothing remains. And now Mr. Manasvi says that because they are in Surat, they were taken to Guwahati and the chartered aeroplanes, I think that does not make any difference because your own MLAs are blaming this government. Yeah, you please respond. Yes, you please respond.
Niranjan, can I respond? Niranjan, there is a very specific question being raised by MLAs and my fellow panelists that there are corruption charges. Who are the corrupt? Yeah. So who are the corrupt people in Shiv Sena or in this Adani government? That should be nailed out. And if now listen to brother, listen to me. Now if they form a government with BJP, will the BJP prosecute? Listen to me now. Will the BJP prosecute those people against whom these people resigned and said these people are corrupt? So name them. My own MLAs are saying I am corrupt. So tell me who is there in the party who's corrupt?
They are not corrupt.
Name the ministers. Why aren't you naming?
Manasvi, there is a point. These your own ML.
No. Who are corrupt? You have made a charge that the MLAs are saying
your ministers are corrupt. And do you think BJP
who are corrupt? Who are those party people?
Your own MLAs are saying that your government is not good. See,
who are those people who are corrupt?
Compromised on the principle of Hindutva.
Brother, you said those people are corrupt. Who are those people?
To say that I will be the last
those
person.
People who are corrupt.
See, Bala Saheb Thackeray said that I will be the last person to ever do the alliance with the Congress. But how can you do the alliance?
Who are those people who are corrupt?
See, Shiv Sena.
I'll tell you. Come to me. I'll tell you. Manasvi, I'll tell you. You asked a question. Who are those who are corrupt? Wait. Let me read out from the letter.
I'm listening. Niranjan,
Wait. No. Let me read out from the letter.
I'm listening to you.
I'm reading from a letter. Let me bring in Professor Vivek Singh, and also Manasvi can respond to him. See what he's written. He has written in his letter, and I'm going to read out. By the way, I'm just outside Varsha, the residence, where the chief minister is going to leave any time now. At the end of the road, you saw those hundreds of supporters waiting. Okay, let me tell you. He says, there has been great dissatisfaction among the members of the party, that is Shiv Sena and party cadre at large, on account of corruption in the government. He says, corruption by the then Home Minister Anil Deshmukh, who's in jail. He says sitting minority minister was corrupt. Nawab Malik was in jail for involvement with underworld don Dawood Ibrahim. Apart from the above reasons, the party cadre faced tremendous harassment and distress on political as well as personal grounds from the opposition. See, you can do two things, Tausif. You can ask him why is he speaking out now. You can certainly ask Eknath Khadse why is he speaking out now, because he could have spoken out earlier, and you can ask them certainly the questions of the timing. You have every right to do that. I have every right to do that. But you can't ask questions on whether what he's saying is valid or not, because it is true. There are corrupt people in Sena, there are corrupt people in NCP, there are corrupt people in the Congress party, there may be corrupt people in the BJP as well. But the charges are very serious against each of these ministers named. Tausif, and then let Professor Vivek Singh come in.
नवनीत जी को फोन करियो ना.
Considering the timing and intention, the timing and intention is a huge factor about the one who's raising these questions and puts him on the dock whether these questions are valid or not. You see, in every political party since time immemorial, there are some factions.
Okay, I'm getting in some exclusive pictures. Sorry for interrupting you there. Sorry for interrupting you there. Just getting some exclusive pictures, Tausif. I'm just coming back to you. Exclusive pictures coming in of Eknath Shinde with MLAs at Radisson Blu. You're just looking at those pictures on your screen right now. These are pictures that came in a few minutes back. You can see these MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde inside the Radisson Blu, smiling and signing what looks like the resolution letter that was shared with everyone. That's Pratap Sarnaik, very interestingly, was also being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate. Pratap Sarnaik and a few more MLAs. Eknath Shinde himself has been under scanner. Some of these MLAs there who are, there's also a video that has come in. All of them seem calm, sitting inside, and like the Chief Minister of Maharashtra said, that he was hurt, shocked. I think the words used were shocked. He said, I'm shocked with how suddenly, the sheer suddenness of it, on how suddenly they left and they're upset. He said, I wish they just told me to my face and I would step down. Tausif, go on. While over those pictures, Tausif and Professor Vivek Singh.
So there is no denial that in the rebel group you have leaders who have cases against them, and there is a reasonable apprehension that these people fear central government's action against them, because that's what we have seen with other leaders of Shiv Sena and the government alliance, people, the leaders who are in alliance with the Maharashtra government. So, you know, there comes a time where we all know that the current regime of Maharashtra, that is the Aghadi government, is at loggerheads with the central government, who controls all these agencies of ED and CBI and other central agencies. And through these agencies, they build pressure. It's a pressure tactic that they use, that BJP uses in their favor. And we have.
Are you saying? Okay.
We are saying
let me just. Can I counter you?
In Bengal, we have seen this in Karnataka, and we have seen this in Madhya Pradesh. In Bengal, the attempt by BJP foiled. Mamata Banerjee had many leaders leaving her before the election.
No, let me ask you a question. Are you saying no? By your own logic, Tausif.
Similarly, Shiv Sena is now going through a phase.
Yeah, I got your point. No, you have a valid point. You have a valid point. Can I take that question? Yeah, you have a valid point. You have a valid point. I take your point on that. You have a valid point. I take your point. Yes, some of them were facing ED cases. You can cite the Mukul Roy, example. You can cite any example that you want. But can you counter that Hindutva? The Hindutva, because the Hindutva, reason cited is what many leaders have been saying on record, off record for several months now. And it's getting too much, is what some have been saying. Some have been saying, Professor Vivek Singh. No, let Professor Vivek Singh respond, Tausif, and then you come back. Professor Vivek Singh. It's not an excuse. Yeah.
Niranjan ji, I will reply to Tausif, but first
Tausif, give him his chance.
Tausif, let me complete. Let me start. I have not started. I was hearing you. So
Tausif, let him speak.
Tausif, let me complete. So first of all, I will.
Tausif, hear him. Come on, Tausif.
Before that, as far as official residence is concerned, you can watch the speech of the Uddhav Thackeray. 15 times he is saying that I am going to leave, I am going to leave, but he is not leaving because he is thinking that there may be some chances of compromise. When he is all things failed, then he is leaving the official residence. As far as Tausif is, whatever has been said by the Tausif is totally wrong, because I am saying why. Because Uddhav Thackeray is responsible and Uddhav Thackeray was not able to handle the situation. Then who is responsible? Ultimately, it's showing the failure of Uddhav Thackeray. As far as ideology is concerned, it's clearly indicating that mandate was for BJP and Shiv Sena. So Shiv Sena has compromised with its ideology. And if you are compromising with your ideology, such type of thing is going to happen. As far as, so there are now two questions. Who are opposing? Those people are opposing, or those MLAs are opposing who have to go to the election. So ultimately they have to go to at the grassroots level, they have to fight election, and they are thinking that you have compromised with your ideology. That's why they are having problem. So they have no option but to leave the party. As far as Uddhav Thackeray is concerned, right now there are two challenges before him. One is to save his government. Unfortunately, he is not able to do that. And second is to save his party, because right now there are two people who are commanding over the Shiv Sena. One is Shinde ji, and second one is the Uddhav Thackeray. As far as one matter is very important that I will like to highlight, that 34 MLAs have written the letter to the governor of Maharashtra. It's showing that more than 37 MLAs are being required and they are in favor of the Eknath Shinde. So ultimately, you can see from the speech of the Uddhav Thackeray that he is totally desperate, and he knows very well that he will not be able to save the government, because more than 75% of the MLAs are with the Eknath Shinde. If such type of situation is there, and you can watch the video and look at the pictures, do you think that there is any pressure on the Eknath Shinde?
Yeah, Professor Vivek.
People, there is no pressure. And
no, Professor Vivek,
let
me tell you something.
In Assam, so there is a problem.
Yeah, let me, Professor, let me bring in.
Is with the Shiv Sena and with the
Thackeray. Let me just. No. Let me ask you a question. Let me get in. Actually, let me get in Manaswi, and let Sangeet Ragi come in, right? Sangeet Ragi. Now, in this address, we were told that, by the way, when Pawar came, they were supposed to be... Okay, look at the irony of this, okay? In the morning, we were told there's going to be a physical cabinet meeting, and then they said that the Chief Minister has tested positive. He can't be there physically. He's going to have a virtual meeting. Then we were told, when Sanjay Raut went and met him, and then some of us started asking questions, how did that meeting happen? We thought he tested positive. Then we were told that, no, he's tested negative. Then when he addressed, he said, I've tested positive. And after the Sharad Pawar and Supriya Sule and everybody went and met him, there were hundreds of people who met him, right? Now, whatever's going on with the COVID situation, I'm not saying anything, but they tried to tell him, you please step down, you let Shinde take over. Shinde has said no, Shinde doesn't want to take over. It's not going to happen. So this alliance is not going to last. How long do you think they'll stick it out? Sangeet Ragi, and let Manaswi come in.
First of all, I think those all who are trying to defend Uddhav Thackeray are suggesting two things. That the rules of the game for Uddhav Thackeray should be different, that just should be judged by different yardsticks, and the rules of the game played out by Shinde should be judged differently. The way Uddhav Thackeray played the ball, similarly, Shinde is playing the ball. So now, on the basis of normative judgment, you cannot say that it is betrayal of the trust or something like that. Number one. Number two, Shiv Sena cannot be equated with other regional parties. Other regional parties are just for the sake of power. Their existence is the basis, the glue that binds them together is the power. But it is not it cannot be, the same cannot be said about the Shiv Sena. Even if the Shiv Sena was not in power, it has the ideological foundations and it had committed cadres who were ready to sacrifice their lives even for the sake of the ideology. So here, in the last 2.5 years, the political capital, every Shiv Sainik is thinking that who has benefited from this alliance? Is the party? Is the ideology, or only the Uddhav family? So they have boiled down to this conclusion that from this coalition, Only
Hello?
Uddhav Thackeray and his son, who is trying to build up the political capital for the future, they are getting only benefited. But the party has lost. They had feared that it is the BJP which will be consuming them, swallowing them. But no, now it is Sharad Pawar who has actually consumed the party. Now the Shiv Sena doesn't carry the same political weight as it used to carry when it was with the Bharatiya Janata Party. This is my conclusion.
Contrasting point in Maharashtra's politics.
Manasvi.
Contrasting point
And you know, I have some breaking news here
politics
behind me right now. Just a few minutes back, Sanjay Raut has left. I have some breaking news update right now. Sanjay Raut has just left. No, let me tell you, Sanjay Raut has just left. Sanjay Raut said that the Chief Minister is not going to resign. So he's not going to resign. He's not going to resign, but he wants to resign. He has his resignation letter ready, but he's not submitted the resignation letter. And he's not going to stay in the Chief Minister's residence, but he's going back to his personal residence. So that's the situation right now. Manasvi.
He is staging
basically, he's hanging on
drama.
to his chair for now.
Niranjan, he is trying to, extract the political emotions of the Shiv Sainik. He is staging a political drama. He is not for a man who is committed to the ideology.
Let
he wants
Manasvi
to
respond.
stick in
Hold
the
on.
power. He has lost the face.
No, it was always clear it was about power. Manasvi.
Niranjan, in a democracy, why the people right now in Maharashtra who are in opposition, they are celebrating it? I don't get it. They did not have the mandate. They could not win it, so they went into horse trading, and that's okay. If everything is fair in love and war, and politics I believe is war, and if they believe in this is the way they need to move forward, it's okay. If they want to deal into horse trading, and now there are different names to horse trading also. They can do their political tourism. They can be under pressure. There could be many things, and the outcome given is that since Shiv Sena was corrupt, that's why we are moving out of it. Now Shiv Sena is no more a Hindutva party. That's why we are moving out of it. So when did they realize it? Did they realize it 3 days back, or this was there since last 6 months, 1 year ago? When did they actually realize it? And if we give the example of Nawab Malik, he's behind the bars, he's facing the heat, and anyone should be there. Tell me, when will Yedurappa ji, if the same yardstick is to be used, when will Yedurappa ji be behind the bars? Why the same people who are saying Shiv Sena is corrupt are quiet when Yedurappa ji, the charges against him, a sitting CM had to resign because of his charges? So these things also needs to be dealt in toto, but that has not been dealt by BJP and BJP supporters. The reality is BJP wants to be in power in Maharashtra also. They did what they did in Madhya Pradesh, they did what they did in Karnataka, and now they are using the same tactics. The tactics are not new. They are using it to come in power through a new route of Eknath Shinde, and let us see.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Quiz question. Okay, let me ask you a quiz question. No. Manasvi, let me ask you a quiz question. Manasvi, let me ask you a quiz question. Manasvi and Gaurav Goyal, let me ask you a quiz question. Manasvi, that's a 1 minute for this fantastic point, Manasvi. Can you tell me, Manasvi, who did Sena fight with, and who did they get their votes, with when the elections took place? Who were they in alliance with? What did they promise the voters? Did the voters vote NCP and Congress to power, or did they vote BJP and Shiv Sena to power?
Ask a question.
No. Answer my Answer my question. Did they vote for NCP and Congress,
listen to me.
or did they vote for Shiv Sena and BJP?
You are not letting me answer. You are not letting me answer. You have become a quiz master, so you let me answer. Your question is very valid. They fought the election together. The mandate was together. What happened after that? Why the first people to form government was Ajit Pawar and BJP.
Bhai, that's what I'm asking you. What happened after that?
23rd November.
What am I saying?
23rd November, dear Quizmaster.
Oh my God.
Yeah, dear Quizmaster.
What are you saying?
Ajit Pawar and Devendra Fadnavis formed the government. What happened? What are you saying? Dear Quizmaster, you forgot this.
Oh my God.
Dear Quizmaster,
see, instead of answering,
the governor in the middle of the night.
Yes. See, you're a quizmaster. 1 minute. I asked you to answer. Don't jump to, don't. See, if it's a 3-part answer, you're jumping to the 3rd part straight. 1 minute. If it's a, oh my God. What kind of an answer is this, Gaurav? What kind of an answer is this? Who was voted to power? Gaurav, who was voted to power? He's talking about Ajit Pawar. What is he talking about? What are you talking about? I asked you who was. My question was who got the mandate. My question was who got the mandate. Simple question. Don't jump to some third or 10th part. Gaurav,
see the mandate
Gaurav, honestly, you had your turn. Let him speak. You had your turn. Let him speak. You've had your turn, Manasvi, let him speak.
The mandate was for the BJP Shiv Sena alliance. That's why the BJP won more than 100 seats. The 55 seats which the Shiv Sena has won, that was also due to the BJP only. So people voted for BJP and Shiv Sena. And they dished the BJP, not only the BJP, but they dished the people of Maharashtra by forming an unholy alliance, by making an alliance with those who are corrupt people, and that's why you have been punished. Mr. Manasvi, you should appreciate that you leave Ajit Pawar, now you leave everybody. See what you have done to your own party, what Shiv Sena has done to their own party. Your own MLAs are not there with you. It's not just 1, 2 or 3. It's more than 35 MLAs. Mr. Manasvi, it means...
Why don't you answer? Why did Devendra ji betray the people of Maharashtra by signing an alliance with Ajit Pawar?
100 seats. And now you have been reduced to 20.
So that's why you went with Ajit Pawar, and that's why all the cases were taken away. That's why you took all the cases against Ajit Pawar on irrigation scams away.
Only 2 MLAs
No, answer me. Why did the CBEDI immediately when you went with an alliance with Ajit Pawar took all the cases away?
You have been reduced, you have been nubbed in the butt now.
Yeah, he's going to... I'll have to take a short break right now. Okay. I have to take a break.
प्रश्न विचारा मी सकाळपासून इथेच आहे. माननीय शरद पवार साहेब येऊन गेल्या, सुप्रियाताई, जयंतराव, आता नाना पटोले, बाळासाहेब थोरात, अशोकराव चव्हाण हे सगळे आता आतमध्ये आहेत. मुख्यमंत्री आता वर्षा बंगल्यातून मातोश्रीवर राहण्यासाठी निघालेले आहेत. मोह, माया, सत्ता याचा आम्हाला अजिबात लोभ नाही. आम्ही लढणारे लोक आहोत. आम्ही लढत राहू आणि शेवटी सत्याचा विजय होईल अशा प्रकारची भूमिका आहे. दोन्ही पक्षाच्या प्रमुख नेत्यांनी येऊन महाविकास आघाडीला आणि उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्या संदर्भात ज्या सद्भावना व्यक्त केल्या, मग शरद पवार साहेब असतील, नाना पटोले असतील, अशोकराव चव्हाण असतील, बाळासाहेब थोरात असतील, सकाळी कमलनाथजी होते, आम्ही त्यांचे आभारी आहोत. कारण काय आहे? असं आहे की काही लोकांना वाटत असेल, त्यांनी आपल्या निवेदनात सांगितलेलं आहे की ते मातोश्रीवरती का राहायला चाललेले आहे. मातोश्री हे मूळ स्थान आहे शिवसेना प्रमुखांचं आणि शिवसेनेचं. नहीं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं होगी. मैं आपको बताता हूँ, आप गलत क्यों चला रहे हो जी. पण मुख्यमंत्री उद्धव ठाकरे जी है और रहेंगे. फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर अगर मौका मिला तो हम बहुमत सिद्ध करके दिखाएंगे. जर सरकार वाचवायचं असेल, माननीय पवार साहेबांनी असा कोणताही सल्ला दिला नाही. किंबहुना ही लढाई आपण शेवटपर्यंत लढायची अशा प्रकारचं भूमिका माननीय शरद पवार साहेबांनी घेतलेली आहे.
के ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है. मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के एमएलए हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे. एमएलए अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और
Okay, we are going back to the burning question with some more breaking news updates that are now coming in from Guwahati. In fact, that's bad news for the Shiv Sena. We are just hearing that 4 more MLAs have reached Guwahati. 4 more MLAs, 34 it signed, and 4 more have reached. That takes it to 38. 38 MLAs in all have reached. 38 MLAs in all have reached the Guwahati hotel. 37 is what Eknath Shinde needed for all practical reasons. He can now avoid the anti-defection law. Tausif and Sangeet Ragi. Tausif. I think it's advantage Eknath Shinde now, whichever way you look at it. Sangeet, Gaurav Goyal. Okay, Gaurav Goyal, and then Tausif can respond. Gaurav Goyal.
See, now it is quite clear that 34 plus 4, 38. So out of 55, they are having more than 70% of the MLAs, so anti-defection law will not attract them, and they are very comfortable. But it's a time for introspection for the Shiv Sena chief Uddhav Thackeray. What has happened? What went wrong? And one should not compromise with its core ideology. They have compromised, and for that they have been punished. You became the chief minister, your son became the minister. It's not just a one family, but it's the welfare of the entire people of Maharashtra.
Playing today, and that is paisa ideology, the ideology of horse trading, the ideology of jod-tod politics.
तो ये पैसा की जो ideology थी आप ही चला रहे थे. You made a government with those who were.
Okay, I have to take a break. You can keep fighting. You can fight until the cows come home. No, you can keep fighting till the cows come home. Let me just take a break. You can keep fighting till the cows come home. I just have another breaking news update. 1 minute. Just take a look at this. This is the passenger manifest. This is the passenger manifest of the Shiv Sena leaders who travelled from Delhi to Guwahati. Can you see this? Chandrakant Patil, Yogesh Kadam, Gopal Dalvi, Gavit, Manjula Gavit. 5 of them have travelled. 4 from the Shiv Sena, which means there are 38 with Eknath Shinde, which means he's got the majority control of the party, 2/3. I'm taking a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality. To apply, visit amity.edu.
अनरेस्ट है एनसीपी के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है कांग्रेस के अंदर. संभालना हमारा जिम्मेदारी नहीं है. आप सोचिए 2019 में जनता ने वोट दिए किसके नेतृत्व में दिए, किसके ऊपर भरोसा रख करके दिए. मोदी जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए. बाद में धोखा दिए. कौन धोखा दिए? हमने धोखा नहीं दिए. जनता का धोखा देने का काम अगाड़ी ने किए.
Only 2-3 of my friends, they call me up, so I came to receive them. I don't know, I have never counted how many MLAs came or whatever things. Are you a government representative receiving No. It's a personal relation I came here. On personal relation I came here.
What did they say?
No, they said that they are coming to Assam. Yesterday night they said they are coming to Assam, so I came to receive them.
And in other national news, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde meets 2 envoys sent by Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to Surat, conveys to them that he is with the Shiv Sena, but that the Sena should form a government with the BJP. Stresses he does not want to sacrifice Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva ideology. Consequent to this, the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena have moved to a hotel in Assam. As the northeastern state of Assam stands battered in the second wave of flash floods, State Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma announces launch of a portal wherein people can register their losses and other complaints to claim respective flood relief.
Roundup from the world of sports. Serena Williams came through a dramatic women's doubles contest alongside Tunisia's own Jabeur, which marked the 23-time Grand Slam singles champions' first match for almost a year, as the pair defeated Spain's Sara Tormo and Mary of the Czech Republic at the WTA Eastbourne International. English Premier League side Liverpool have agreed to sell Japan international Takumi Marimono to French League One outfit Monaco for $18.9 million. French side Monaco were one of the number of clubs interested in the 27-year-old who joined Liverpool from Red Bull Salzburg in 2020.
के ऊपर टीका टिप्पणी नहीं करनी है। मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के एमएलए हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे। एमएलए अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं।
अनरेस्ट है एनसीपी के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है कांग्रेस के अंदर, संभालना हमारा जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। आप सोचिए 2019 में जनता ने वोट दिए किसके नेतृत्व में दिए, किसके ऊपर भरोसा रख करके दिए? मोदी जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, देवेंद्र जी के ऊपर भरोसा रख करके वोट दिए, बाद में धोखा दिए। कौन धोखा दिए? हमने धोखा नहीं दिए। जनता का धोखा देने का काम अगाड़ी ने किए।
कैबिनेट के अंदर जो हमारे मुद्दे थे, जो एजेंडा के अंदर थे, उस एजेंडा के हिसाब से ही चर्चा हुई। उसके अलावा कोई भी पॉलिटिकल चर्चा यहाँ पे नहीं हुई।
And in other national news, rebel Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde meets two envoys sent by Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray to Surat, conveys to them that he is with the Shiv Sena but that the Sena should form a government with the BJP. Stresses he does not want to sacrifice Balasaheb Thackeray's Hindutva ideology. Consequent to this, the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena have moved to a hotel in Assam. As the northeastern state of Assam stands battered in the second wave of flash floods, State Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma announces launch of a portal wherein people can register their losses and other complaints to claim respective flood relief. As per sources during the meeting in Surat, rebel Shiv Sena MLA Eknath Shinde tells Uddhav Thackeray's emissary Milind Narvekar that for them, Hindutva is paramount and they would not compromise on it. During this meeting, there was a 15-minute telephonic conversation between Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray as well, where the Chief Minister tried to assure Shinde that his concerns will be addressed. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut says Eknath Shinde was well aware of why the party's alliance with the BJP broke in the state. Says they are trying from our side to establish communication with them. With him, Raut also said that they, that is the MVA, are ready to face anything. Shiv Sena releases official letter announcing appointment of Ajay Chaudhary as Legislative Party leader in Maharashtra Assembly. Chaudhary replaces Eknath Shinde, who is presently leading a rebellion in the state.
मुझे इतना ही बात है कि जो शिवसेना के एमएलए हैं आज यहाँ मौजूद है और बाला साहब की जो हिंदुत्व की बात है उसे हम लोग आगे जाएंगे। सर किधर जा रहे हैं? सर कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
अनरेस्ट है शिवसेना के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है एनसीपी के अंदर, अनरेस्ट है कांग्रेस के अंदर, संभालना हमारा जिम्मेदारी नहीं है।
Not counted any MLAs, only 2-3 of my friends they call me up, so I came to receive them. I don't know. I have never counted how many MLAs came or whatever things. No. It's a personal relation. I came here.
Round up from the world of sports, Serena Williams came through a dramatic women's doubles contest alongside Tunisia's own Jabeur, which marked the 23-time Grand Slam singles champions' first match for almost a year, as a pair defeated Spain's Sara Tormo and Mary of the Czech Republic at the WTA Eastbourne International. English Premier League side Liverpool have agreed to sell Japan international Takumi Marimono to French League One outfit Monaco for $18.9 million. French side Monaco were one of the number of clubs interested in the 27-year-old who joined Liverpool from Red Bull Salzburg in 2020.
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Arnab Goswami on the debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group and Century Ply.
Good evening and welcome, viewers. Uddhav Thackeray said in his Facebook Live that he is ready to resign, and I think he said it about 20 times. He kept saying, I'm ready to resign, I'm ready to resign, I want to resign. It's just that my rebel MLAs must tell me to resign. And then half an hour back, his main man Sanjay Raut came out and he said, no, he's not going to resign. Now, who do we listen to? 4 more MLAs in the meantime joined the rebel group. And estimates now are that 38 of the 55 Shiv Sena MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. That's just over 2/3, well over the halfway mark. And crossing the number required to not come under the anti-defection law. Meanwhile, Pawar and the Vadra Congress are trying to lure the rebel Sena leaders by offering Eknath Shinde the chief ministership. But I think that's unlikely to really work. And I think even Sharad Pawar knows it, because Shinde's one-point agenda is a return to the Hindutva agenda of Balasaheb Thackeray, which means that he will not accept any tie-up with the Vadra Congress and the NCP. So then, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to talk to you tonight about what the possibilities here are. 3 possibilities, let's talk about it. Possibility 1, that Eknath Shinde gets 38 to 40 MLAs and joins hands with the BJP. And in any such coalition government, he gets a top job himself. Some say chief minister, some say deputy chief minister, anything really. Possibility 2 is that he also tries at the same time to do a takeover of the Shiv Sena by claiming to be the legitimate head of the legislature party and in fact the party itself. Possibility 3 is that Sharad Pawar, who's unwilling to let go, manages some kind of a miraculous comeback by breaking the group which is sitting with Eknath Shinde right now in that Guwahati hotel, and does a miracle by beating the BJP. Now, what is most important to note here is the fact that Uddhav Thackeray looks completely hostage to his allies and advisors. It hardly seems that he's taking any decisions on his own. Also important to note is the refusal to accept defeat by Pawar and the Congress, which means they too realize just too much is at stake in Maharashtra. If Maharashtra falls, if they lose Maharashtra, the entire pack of cards for For political personalities and coalitions can come crumbling down, ladies and gentlemen. What's happening in Maharashtra is very, 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 very critical, and we are following it closest here on Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, debate number 1 tonight. My first question is, what's going to happen next? Clearly, he's at the weakest. He's at the weakest. What's going to happen next? Debate number 2 tonight at 10 o'clock. Is it because of his compromise of the Hindutva agenda that Uddhav Thackeray is in such a position right now? Food for thought, ladies and gentlemen. All this and more is coming up, and here are the headlines this Wednesday evening on the debate tonight. MBA on the verge of collapse, but Uddhav holds a baffling address, goes on complaining about the rebels.
तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे आणि ह्याच्यावरती विश्वास नसेल तर आज आपली फेसबुक लाईव्ह झाल्यानंतर आज संध्याकाळपासून मी माझा मुक्काम वर्षावरून मातोश्रीला हलवत आहे.
A cornered Uddhav repeatedly says he's ready to quit as chief minister, but his top 8 says he will not resign. What will Uddhav do next? Uddhav is completely isolated. 49 MLAs in a rebel camp, less than 20 with Uddhav now. Sharad Pawar suggests naming Eknath Shinde as chief minister, but Eknath Shinde remains firm, says break up the MVA. Compromise on core ideology hits the Shiv Sena hard. Will the MVA be the fall of Uddhav's party as well? And the BJP, Congress, NCP and Sena hold hectic meetings, but who has the edge in Maharashtra? Very fast-paced developments taking place in Maharashtra. Fascinating. Uddhav Thackeray is giving Facebook Lives, preparing to leave the official chief minister residence if sources are to be believed. But there is no resignation yet. Meanwhile, Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs have dug their heels in. It's a game of numbers and strategy. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, here are the developments so far. We have a lot of live reporting on the show tonight, and then we shall debate.
The Mahavikas Aghadi is lost and adrift. The volley of meetings exposes the panic.
Police, that's Sharad Pawar, that's Supriya Sule and Sharad Pawar. Supriya Sule and Sharad Pawar have just entered, so they've gone in without speaking to the media. A day of back-to-back meetings that started with the Congress having its internal meeting, the NCP meeting its leaders, and Congress leaders sent from the centre meeting Sharad Pawar, including Kamal Nath and Pawar who met, and then a cabinet meeting that was supposed to be physical but yet happened virtually. Uddhav Thackeray was there. He claimed he had COVID. Later, some leaders of his party said he had tested negative, but later he claimed that he had tested positive once again. But several meetings have taken place, but the most critical one when Sharad Pawar met Uddhav Thackeray along with Supriya Sule and senior leaders of the NCP.
The words of the Shiv Senics close to Uddhav Thackeray prove the faction does not have much going.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये राजस्थान आणि मध्य प्रदेश पॅटर्न प्रमाणे उद्धव ठाकरेंचं सरकार पाडावं, पण मध्य प्रदेश पॅटर्न, राजस्थान पॅटर्न हा महाराष्ट्रात चालणार नाही. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा, सत्ता जाएगी और क्या होता है. सीएम साहब से मेरी मुलाकात होगी, उनके साथ मैं बैठूंगा, लेकिन जो करना है वो महाविकास आघाड़ी एक साथ बैठकर निर्णय लेगी. जब तक विधायक मुंबई में नहीं आते तब तक कोई निर्णय नहीं होगा.
The rebel camp led by Eknath Shinde is looking confident.
Amidst the political turmoil in the state of Maharashtra, 34 Shiv Sena MLAs have now passed a resolution extending their support to rebel Eknath Shinde, and this resolution has also been forwarded to the governor of Maharashtra.
The numbers stack up in their favor.
सेना के 40 MLAs अभी यहाँ मौजूद है और सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं.
MP of the party, Bhavana Gawali, please do not take any action against them. Instead, consider the points that they have raised. Still, they are sympathetic towards the Eknath Shinde camp, and they believe that the chief minister, even if it is a difficult decision, needs to take a conscious call after examining their complaints and their grievances.
In fact, the meetings of BJP MLAs at Devendra Fadnavis' residence prove even the BJP knows they could gain from it all. After all, they might just need 11 more. The allies are prepared for the worst.
शुरुआत आगे के लिए बहुत खतरे की बात है। हमें शिवसेना को अपने आप तय करना है, वो अपने विधायकों से कैसे बात करेंगे, जहाँ तक।
And without numbers, a desperate Uddhav Thackeray, instead of resigning, held this baffling non-committal Facebook Live.
जर त्याच्यापैकी एकाही आमदाराने समोर येऊन मला सांगितलं किंवा जर त्यांनी स्टेटमेंट दिलं की उद्धव ठाकरे मुख्यमंत्री पदावरती नकोत, तर मी आत्ता मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा राजीनामा द्यायला तयार आहे. मी शिवसेना प्रमुखांचा पुत्र आहे. कोणताही मोह मला खेचू शकत नाही, अडवू शकत नाही, थांबवू शकत नाही. पण हे माझ्या समोर येऊन बोला. उगाच काहीतरी शिवसेनेशी आम्ही गद्दारी करणार नाही, पण ही शिवसेना आहे आमची शिवसेना, कशाला तुम्ही हे करताय?
Uddhav Thackeray is going to vacate his residence, Varsha, his official residence, Varsha, and go back to his personal residence of Matoshri, which is an indication that he's going to more or less leave the Chief Minister's post. He hasn't resigned. He's sticking on to his post as of now, but he's leaving the residence. He hasn't resigned yet.
The race is to reach the 145 MLA mark, because if not, will the assembly be dissolved? Will there be a floor test? Will there be fresh elections? Will Shinde and BJP form an alliance to come to power? Or will Uddhav miraculously manage to remain Chief Minister? Let's debate.
Kishore Tiwari, where are the numbers? I mean, I want to start with you. Uddhav Thackeray said about 17 times that I want to resign. If he wants to resign, he should be allowed to resign. Why is Sanjay Raut stopping him from resigning? A person should be independent to take his own decisions, at least at a time like this.
No, 7-8 MLAs from their camp, because we sent 4 people now. Around 24 people are there.
No, you sent 4 people means? The 4 people who went in the chartered plane and are in Radisson Hotel right now, you're saying Uddhav Thackeray sent them?
They were earlier with us and they have gone there, they are reported. So around 10-12 people are saying that we will not trust these no confidence move. So we are relaxed. In fact, a recent development are now, the Eknath Shinde has given lot of terms and conditions. So he has considered something.
What terms and conditions has he considered? Can you just elaborate?
2 guardian minister and lot of things, equal distribution of fund, and there are 7-8 issues which were there.
So you are saying that Eknath Shinde is sitting in Guwahati and negotiating with Uddhav?
Yeah, that is the only thing he can do.
So, but he has a total of 38 MLAs with him, right? We are 55 and 17 or 17, 18.
38 means 8 are the independent MLAs and 4-6 MLAs are, we have a support of 14 MLAs from his camp also. And so, there is nothing, any danger. And even though this man is from our side only, in any way he will not sabotage Uddhav Thackeray. Eknath Shinde is very trusted man.
You're really desperate, aren't you? You're very desperate. He just said that he's just not. You're really desperate. I mean, seeing that. No, Shriram, are you seeing?
I know. You are taking. You are taking this discussion live. You are taking this discussion live. That I am seeing. You are taking this discussion live. But you need not to be so happy. Nothing will damage in Maharashtra.
Why should I be happy or unhappy? I'm watching this. I'm always smiling. But are you seeing this, Mr. Sriram? He's unwilling to let go of Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde has been attacking your party leadership and you're desperately holding on to him. He has said, I'm not negotiating. You're saying he wants to negotiate. He has got 38 MLAs. He's in a position of strength. You're in a position of weakness. Shriram? Shriram, so what does that tell you?
What I could think of, this is a recent modern Mahabharata, what I could bring an analogy to. The Shakunis and the Duryodanas have lost their game. I mean, the Shiv Sena had no moral right. They betrayed the mandate of people of Maharashtra. They betrayed their alliance partner. They betrayed, most importantly, the values of Balasa for which this party stood. And they have the audacity to say that, they are a very secular or they are a Hindutva party.
Arnav, I will come. Arnav, I will come first. Arnav, you should allow me to face.
Eknath Shinde has stood the values of Balasab, and I'm sure he's not going to return back. This is going to be a dream that these people can be sitting on. Gone is gone, and good sense prevailed in his mind.
Sir, the cause for the split between Shiv Sena and BJP was the policy of BJP itself. It was in January 2018 that the first split occurred between Shiv Sena and BJP. And even after coming together in 2019, they again underwent the split.
Hindu attacked. And
Arnav, I mean, Mr. Uddhav, if you notice, he stopped wearing the tilak. Balasab insisted on every Shiv Sainik to wear a tilak whenever they come for a meeting or a gathering. And our man had a short-term memory loss of Hindutva, so he stopped wearing tilak, and they are the torchbearers of Hindutva. They didn't care for the issue. They were the torchbearers of Hindutva.
A minute, please, viewers. A minute, please. Let me explain the situation, the way it is positioned right now. Right now, you see, Uddhav Thackeray should read the tea leaves because the message is clear. The numbers are not with him. Okay, the numbers are not with him. The MLAs with Uddhav Thackeray range from anywhere between 16 to 19 in the best case scenario. The MLAs with the BJP are 106 on their own, 7 from independent MLAs, 1 from the MNS, right? More when the cross voting happened, and now 30, maybe 34 from this group. So the question is really, who is the real Shiv Sena? That's the only question now, Prafulla Ketkar. Is the real Shiv Sena the 15 or 16 or 17 who are with Uddhav Thackeray, or the real Shiv Sena the 30, 35, 37 who are sitting with Eknath Shinde? That's the only question that in my view. Prafulla.
See Arnav, today, Uddhav Thackeray gave emotional appeal and he made broadly 4 points. What did he say? He said, oh, this Balasab Shiv Sena is continuing and we are the same, we haven't changed. 2, he said, because of Sharad Pawar and Sonia Gandhi, I became chief minister. They were the ones who insisted that I should be CM.
You don't join hand with the Shiv Sena.
Let me complete. He said, what did he say? He said, even if one Shiv Sainik doesn't want me to continue as chief minister, I will resign. If that is the thing, no, sir, please, I didn't disturb you. The point, the reply by Eknath Shinde is, his tweet says, Hindutva forever. What does it mean? He doesn't want Uddhav Thackeray to step down. His basic issue is alliance with NCP and Congress. What did he say in the tweet? That in the last 2.5 years, it is only Congress and NCP that has thrived. Shiv Sena, as an organization,
let him complete.
Shiv Sena as an ideology has been systematically scattered.
We have taken it seriously.
That is his basic grievance.
We have taken
and what is Uddhav Thackeray's answer? I am ready to quit.
The issue is not a Hindutva.
Because NCP and Congress wants me to continue on my own.
There is the issues of development and other things.
No,
don't go otherwise.
Eknath Shinde didn't see that. Eknath Shinde is just venting the frustration. Eknath Shinde,
this is his tweet is drafted by BJP. We do not want to lose Eknath Shinde, that's the final. We do not want to lose Eknath Shinde.
So he's not your man.
We will lose the power,
so he's not your trusted man.
We do not want to lose Eknath Shinde.
Few minutes back you said he is your trusted man. So you don't trust him. You don't trust him.
No. Just a minute. A minute. Allow me. Prafulla Ketkar, you are saying. Prafulla Ketkar, one minute. Just Prafulla. Let's bring Karan in and Rajat in. and let's bring Vivek in, and let's bring Pankaj in. Now, let's put Pankaj in and Kishore in. I'll come to Vivek in a minute. You are saying, the Shiv Sena is saying, we don't want to lose Eknath Shinde. I completely understand with your situation. But I would change it. What you should say more appropriately is, we cannot afford to lose Eknath Shinde. It is not a matter of choice. Don't turn your compulsion into a virtue. You cannot afford to lose Eknath Shinde. Huh? Point one. Point two, it's very easy not to lose Eknath Shinde. All you have to do is officially call his bluff. And how do you call his bluff? You'll ask me, Arnab, how do I call his bluff? The only way to call the bluff is saying that Hindutva matters. I will break the alliance with the Vadra Congress, which supports the Shaheen Bagh model. I will break the alliance with the NCP, and it will be Hindutva first.
Useless argument.
Useless argument, but that's your only choice.
Not at all. Our Hindutva is intact.
You can't have Hindutva intact by having an alliance with the Vadra Congress. I'm sorry. You can't. You've got to decide.
Arnab, they called it cancer.
Arnab, you have your personal grudges against Vadra Congress. You have got your personal grudges.
There's nothing personal.
But we have a minimum common program. Why
I don't have any grudges. I'm a man without grudges. All that I'm analyzing this. You see, I have no grudges. I'm not like you. Kishore Tiwari, you're very senior to me. But I can tell you one thing. I have no grudges. You are a bundle of grudges. My point is, you decide. If you don't want Uddhav to resign, you have to quit the alliance. There is no other way. Read my lips. और कोई उपाय नहीं है आपके पास. Is there any other way, Karan? Is there any other way, Karan, for them?
Not. Absolutely not. When Shiv Sena always revered Veer Savarkar as their hero and lobbied for a Bharat Ratna for him, how can they sit in alliance with a party that doesn't miss out a single opportunity to insult Veer Savarkar? When they walk out Arnab, in the Rajya Sabha on
that is your agenda.
That is
Karan,
what
that
it
is your
shows.
agenda.
That is when you betray Hindutva. When you leave the sadhus to fend for
I'm getting
themselves in
I'm getting some breaking news pictures that are coming in now, Alisha. Alisha has sent some pictures, and I'll try and get her live. She's reporting from outside the Chief Minister's bungalow. It is news is coming, breaking news is coming, Rajat, that the luggage is being taken out from the Chief Minister's bungalow, which means that they may be taking all these, positions that we won't resign, etc. But then if you're not going to resign, why are you beginning to move out of the Chief Minister's bungalow?
Arnab, on a lighter note,
Yeah.
on a lighter note, I saw the Facebook post of Uddhav Thackeray.
Yeah.
He's trying so hard to come across as a tragic hero. मेरे अपनों ने मुझे छोड़ दिया and all of that. But the
Alisha
truth
is reporting live.
people can't wait for him. People can't wait for him to go. People can't
No
wait
comments.
for him to
It was a
goodbye and leave the
sabotage with the
stage.
blessings of the Honorable Home Minister of this country. It was horse trading of the worst kind. Read at its best with the Gujarat police involved. A misuse of the
Rajat and Vivek on screen. Rajat and Vivek after that, Alisha. Rajat and Vivek. Rajat.
The fact that the MLAs went and were holed up in Gujarat is very clear that the Honorable Home Minister of this nation,
not today but 3 years ago,
did not
when
value
these
the
people, these people mocked people's mandate. These people joined hands against the will of the people of Maharashtra. For 3 years, they have been misusing the morals. Today, there is no point of quoting morals. BJP is not an NGO. BJP is there to do politics. BJP will do politics. So far, you are not able to hold on to your MLAs. You can't even ensure that your MLAs can't be bought out. Today you are accusing the opposition party that they have lured your MLAs. Is this the level of morals that has been inculcated in your party, that they can actually be lured away? Let me tell you, morally Aditya Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray have given in. Look at the Twitter bio of Aditya Thackeray. He says voicing the youth, poems and photography. He says passion, president of Yuva Sena. He has removed the ministerial portfolio Aditya Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray, this family fiefdom that they believed as a baton can be passed on and on over in generations is the same virus that Congress has been suffering with. In this alliance, what Shiv Sena has lost as a fabric is they have lost what true ethics and morality of politics stood for, what principled positions stood for. For the chair, these people sacrificed every single thing in a cascading effect and went in and joined hands with Congress party. And today they're trying to preach morals, giving in this. Look at what Sanjay Raut is saying. He's sounding so different. He's sounding so conciliatory. But look at the past 3 years, the way he has been mocking every single institution of democracy, the way he has been arresting people out there for simple posts. That's the level of illiberal democracy that they have been pursuing. And my point is, karma has been late to catch on to these people. Today, karma is taking revenge with all the interest that has been pending for the past 3 years. And Shiv Sena in this current form cannot sustain. It will have to break. This is historical moment. When Congress I was broken in the late 60s, this is the same thing. Shiv Sena would be broken into two halves. We will see re-emergence of true Hindutva politics in the state of Maharashtra, where people are ashamed and take a vow that Palghar level of lynchings do not happen in the state ever again. The culprits are brought to the book and justice is finally delivered. That would be the day when the political revenge would be over. Karma's own revenge would be over on the politics of Maharashtra. Wait for that moment. And I'm telling you, today there is absolutely no number jugglery that the Mahavikas Aghadi can conjure up to save this government. Morally, Uddhav Thackeray has written that he has resigned. He should submit that resignation letter to the governor
submit the resignation
and call it quits. He should call it quits.
If I look at the numbers here, majority mark in the Maharashtra Assembly is at 145. Without Deshmukh, who is in jail, Nawab Malik, jail, the number comes to 143. And if the 33 MLAs who signed the letter of resolution from Shinde's camp refuse to come back, which number is now 37, MVA's strength will go down to 119. Halfway mark 143. Halfway mark 143, numbers anywhere between 117 and 119.
No, I'm sure the Chief Minister knows more about these numbers than us. And I'm sure that he's also trying to work upon something. So let's not just stand over here and give predictions. And I'm sure something is worked upon also. Despite all the hard work by our Honorable Home Minister.
The question is, why don't you
despite all the hard work,
why don't you dissolve the assembly?
Why
don't you dissolve the assembly, Prafulla Ketkar? Let there be a dissolution of the assembly.
It's a duly elected government and it should continue.
Let there be a dissolution of the assembly.
Let the rule of the law be followed.
Well, you see, if Eknath Shinde, if Eknath Shinde joins hands, Prafulla Ketkar, with the BJP and the BJP calls for a no confidence motion, then Eknath Shinde has 45-46, with the BJP 106, number is 152.
Yeah.
152.
So,
152. 152 is 9 more than 143. 143 is halfway mark.
At least you agree that it's a BJP conspiracy. At least you agree that it's a BJP conspiracy. At least you agree that the Home Minister is using the Gujarat police.
Everyone on the screen, please,
people.
Everyone on, please.
Did not let the people.
I'm saying the numbers. There is something called. The problem is the numbers. If you don't have the numbers, you can keep complaining.
Why numbers?
No, if you don't have the numbers, you don't have the numbers. Nobody can help you.
Let
No.
that be decided on the floor of the House if ever needed.
If you don't have the numbers, Pankaj, you don't have the numbers. End of story. If you don't have the numbers, you don't have the numbers. Now that's all. End. Finito. Over.
Yeah.
What's the point complaining?
It seems that Uddhav Thackeray has no numbers.
Okay, 1 minute.
Numbers are not with him.
Because of
But democracy is much more than the numbers or getting majority in elections.
Keep all Shiv Sainik.
1 minute. Prafulla Ketkar. Everyone's coming up. I'm asking for Prafulla. I'm asking for specifically Prafulla and Pankaj. Listen.
I fail to understand.
Yeah, you tell me. Tell me what do you fail to understand. You can tell Pankaj directly. Yeah.
I fail to understand if Eknath Shinde is not happy, if the Shiv Sainiks are saying that this alliance is not viable. Shiv Sena is going down the drain because of this alliance. How is BJP responsible for this?
No, but you must understand this.
If Eknath Shinde person
you surely understand this, that BJP is behind all this. The politics of today is heavily dominated by the new misrule book written by the BJP, the largest political party in the world,
BJP is doing its own
which believes only in grabbing power
from BJP.
by hook or crook. Only grabbing power by hook or crook.
What you are saying is right.
Have you heard BJP Maharashtra president saying yesterday?
To give answer to this.
Their leaders are openly saying that we are not running a bhajan mandali. We are not running an NGO. What does it mean?
That is what I say.
A political party has every right to give burial to all ethics, traditions, and values when it comes to
Okay, tell me one thing. Okay, tell me one thing. Tell me one thing. Pankaj, just allow me for a minute. Allow me. Pankaj, let's not be facetious here, okay? Let us be honest with each other. Don't tell me BJP is in politics for power. And what are you in politics for, my friend? It's another thing that you are not in power and are unlikely to be. No, don't give me these comments, oh, BJP is in politics for power. It's like crazy stuff, crazy stuff. It's like 1 minute, you're sounding miraculously like the news channel that does not get ratings and says we will walk out of the rating system itself. That's because they've been rejected by the people. Now here's a question to you. The numbers, ladies and gentlemen, the numbers hang by a thin balance. What we have here is a truly baffling situation. Till the numbers are really counted in the assembly, we will not know for certain. And that is why the Shiv Sena is trying to push the dates as far as possible. Let's be clear, they're trying to push the dates. The real question is, should the numbers be tallied today? The BJP has 106 MLAs on its own, an additional 28 as per assembly polls, and side as per the MLC polls. Eknath Shinde has 46 MLAs. They could form the government. And the problem is, you see, Karan, 1 minute, yaar, 1 minute. We are experienced journalists, we're really good at this stuff. The fact is, the governor can call for a floor test anytime if there is no confidence. Supreme Court in April 22, in a verdict pertaining to the process that led to the fall of the Kamal Nath regime in Madhya Pradesh, said the governor can call for a floor test anytime that he feels the government has lost the confidence of the House.
No, if the central government...
No, so we need to have a floor test.
Including the governor.
We need to have a floor test.
It's only
let there be a floor test, I say. Karan, let there be a floor test.
Absolutely. Any reasonable person who wants to prove the numbers,
Karan.
floor is open.
And location.
Prove your numbers on the floor.
I say let's have a floor test. What do you say, viewers? I say let's have a floor test.
There has to be application of anti-defection law first.
What anti-defection law are you talking? If they have 37 MLAs.
No, sir. 2/3 of the members. Constitutionally, if at all there is a defection of such a kind takes place, the speaker has to take a call. Immediately, Eknath Shinde as well as the other MLAs, they need to be disqualified if they do not have 2/3 of the overall members.
So how do you know they don't have 2/3 the number, Lokesh?
First of all, please, they need at least 36 of the MLAs from Shiv Sena.
So they do
and
have
secondly,
36.
whatever
How
MLAs are weak, they are independent MLAs, sir. No, you're wrong. You're
How do you know
they are
that
independent
they don't have
MLAs.
36?
Let me tell you, Eknath Shinde will not be able to escape the anti-defection law itself. Absolutely. Out of 46, there are majorities from the independent MLAs. You don't know the right situation there. What has been stated is he has a maximum of...
Okay, so 1 minute, Lokesh.
No, first there should be application of anti-defection law.
Lokesh, 1 minute. Lokesh, 1 minute. Listen to me, Lokesh. Lokesh, listen to me. You will agree with me that the independent MLAs are not subject to the provisions of the anti-defection law. So let's keep them out of it. Now let us assume that there are 34 MLAs who are with Mr. Eknath Shinde. Now there are two possibilities with them. One of the possibilities is that this number crosses 36, goes to 37, 38, they avoid the anti-defection law, they go lock, stock and barrel on the other side, and BJP along with this group and independence forms the government. Option 2 is that there are 30, 35, 34, and viewers on the screen, we are seeing some movement outside the Chief Minister's residence in Maharashtra. Let's go back to what I was saying. Option number 2, let's come back. Option number 2 is that these MLAs are disqualified. Now, if they are disqualified, what happens? Wait at option 2. No, why are you jumping to option 3 first?
No, why not? I think that is the easiest option, because the anti-defection law will anyway throw them out.
No, my point is I'm still on option 2. I'm on option 2. If they are disqualified, okay, I'll finish this fast. If they are disqualified, Rajat, then the halfway mark comes down by 15 to 17.
No, they will make sure they are not disqualified. Why should they get disqualified?
So if they are not disqualified, if they are not disqualified, then they are with the BJP.
They'll save themselves. If they know that their numbers are not adequate,
no, you're not getting it.
They're going to go. Yes, absolutely.
Game is slipping out of your hands, Vivek.
37 nahi hai. They are going to go back, sir. They are going to go back to Shiv Sena, apologize, touch the feet of the Chief Minister, beg for forgiveness, and support the government. That's what is going to happen.
By the very definition, they themselves are Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray is no Shiv Sena anymore. Uddhav Thackeray is Uddhav Thackeray.
No, I'm not saying that.
It is game over for him. That is why he has left Chief Minister's bungalow.
Number game.
Whatever little bit of political property respect is left of this individual, he should now go and submit the resignation. It is story over. It is story over for Thackeray's for now. They should, if they want to say little bit of democracy left in Maharashtra, he should stop horse trading and submit his resignation before the governor if he wants to stop horse trading. Let me tell you, this emotional drama of carrying suitcases outside the CM's bungalow is not going to cut any ice now. Let me tell you, at this stage, the only possibility, respectful possibilities for him to resign. Let me tell you, if all these MLAs who are now, these 37 MLAs are now claiming that they are real Shiv Sena, and Uddhav Thackeray is not real Shiv Sena anymore. Please understand, there is no possibility, no number jugglery that can today claim that the MVA has the numbers on the floor. They know it really well, and this is why all this drama, all the circus that we are seeing on the TV screens.
I would say to you, Kishore,
lakhs of cadre.
Kishore
Shiv Sena is the lakhs of cadre.
Kishore.
We don't need your advice.
Kishore,
the Chief Minister will prove the majority.
No, he doesn't need my advice. Neither I'm here to advise.
Chief Minister will prove the majority.
I'm just saying whatever is left
I don't want to need your advice.
Sir, please hold your hand. Let me tell you,
who is having a,
at this stage, there is some level of respect that our leaders have in the eyes of a common voter. I, as a common voter, I'm just telling you, whatever little bit of respect he should just finish it off. Why cling on to it? I had promised you that I will not come on Republic TV shows till this government doesn't go away. Because I know what he has also gone through. Just because of these highly undemocratic, immoral government which has been latching on to power for all of these years. And I'm happy today that the day has come when I can join his TV panel and be back with Arnab.
The cadre of Shiv Sena, they will come back.
Sir, there is a different Shiv Sena now.
They are trusted.
This Shiv Sena is not led by Uddhav Thackeray. This Sena's MLA unit is sitting in Guwahati.
They are just taking the fun of the BJP. I am telling you.
Sir, look at your motor mouth leader Sanjay Raut. Just look at his body language. You don't need more data point. When people like Sanjay Raut are now, who are principal troublemaker for this alliance, are now coming in and with a conciliatory note. He is the principal problem. You look at what Eknath Shinde has been saying. It's been simple. It's because of Sanjay Raut.
अरे गद्दारों का कोई भविष्य नहीं होता. गद्दारों का कोई
गद्दार कौन
भविष्य
है?
नहीं होता।
किसने गद्दारी करी? किसने राजनीतिक सुचिता से गद्दारी करी? जो
उद्धव जी के साथ रहेगी, ये मैं बताता हूँ। बाला साहब की लीगेसी उद्धव जी के साथ रहेगी, ये मैं बताता हूँ।
Now this is interesting. It is being said now. Okay. It is being said now. It is being said now in a lighter moment. Mr. Tiwari, 1 minute. It is being said now. Mr. Tiwari, can you? Mr. Tiwari, 1 minute. Mr. Tiwari, wait a minute. I also have with me Umesh Patil. Kishore Tiwari, wait. It is being said right now, Prafulla Ketkar. 1 minute, Mr. Tiwari, can you be quiet, please? Thank you. It is being said now, Prafulla Ketkar, that all this is being organized by Uddhav Thackeray. And Mr. Kishore Tiwari, the great, is saying we are just having a little bit of fun at the BJP and the whole country's expense. In other words, Kishore Tiwari is saying that he sent Eknath Shinde to Surat. He's saying he sent Eknath Shinde to Guwahati. 4 more MLAs have been sent by Uddhav Thackeray to Guwahati. This is all being organized. Prafulla Ketkar is also part of the pantomime game, right? Everybody is part of the great game. Uddhav Thackeray is the master strategist. Even the Facebook Live is to fool people. He even offered to quit to fool people. It is all part of a game. How wonderful, Mr. Tiwari. You should open a theatre company. Why are you running a political party? Huh?
Amazing. All will come.
Confusing.
They are liable to
more confusing position now.
They are our trusted voice.
Because Mr. Kishore Tiwari is not clear whether Eknath Shinde is a trusted person or Gaddar. Please tell me, Kishore ji, please tell me one thing.
We will have a debate.
Whether Eknath Shinde is a trusted person or a Gaddar.
Yeah, Prafulla.
On the one hand, you are saying he is the most trusted person.
He's a trusted
on the other hand, you are saying गद्दारों की कोई जगह नहीं होती। तो एक बार तय कर लो ना। Uddhav Thackeray is confused, we know. Uddhav Thackeray is saying, oh, I am hurt because my own people are saying that I should not be there at power. In the end, he is saying, if one person tells me, I am ready to resign. What kind of position is this?
Umesh Patil of the NCP next.
Tell me whether he is hurt or not.
पाटिल जी आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? एक मिनट पाटिल जी, प्रफुल्ल केतकर, मुझे अभी किशोर तिवारी जो शिवसेना से हैं, उन्होंने बहुत बड़ी बात कही। उन्होंने कहा जो भी हो रहा है वो सब कुछ एक्टिंग हो रहा है। 1 मिनट, इन विच अभी जो ये अभी आई वांट टू प्ले द शॉट्स व्हिच केम फ्रॉम द चीफ मिनिस्टर्स रेजिडेंस। उनका कहना है कि बहुत बड़ी एक्टिंग हो रही है। तो ये जो सूटकेस लेके, एक मिनट, ये जो उद्धव ठाकरे वर्षा के बाहर खड़े थे और जो ये विजुअल्स अभी आए, ये सब कुछ एक्टिंग हो रहा है। और ये लोग जो सूटकेस लेके निकल रहे हैं चीफ मिनिस्टर के घर से, वो भी पूरे प्लॉट के पार्ट है, वो भी एक्टिंग कर रहे हैं। कल आप कहेंगे कि जो मीडिया खड़ी है वहां पे भी वो भी एक्टिंग कर रही है। ये कह रहे हैं सब कुछ एक्टिंग हो रहा है, ये सच नहीं है, ये नाटकीय सिचुएशन है, ये सब कुछ एक नाटक हो रहा है।
मजाक बन जाए अर्नब, जब सरकार की एक मजाक बन जाए।
जब जरा मैं पाटिल जी की बात सुनो, वो एनसीपी के प्रवक्ता। हाँ जी पाटिल जी बोलिए। ये पूरी एक्टिंग, पूरी थिएटर किसने प्लान की?
नहीं, देखिए
शिवसेना कह रही है सब कुछ वास्तविक नहीं है।
उद्धव जी का इंप्रेशन पूरे महाराष्ट्र में, देखिए ये वास्तविक अवास्तविक का बात नहीं है। अभी उन्होंने लाइव में खुद कहा था कि अभी मैं छोड़ रहा हूं वर्षा निवास स्थान छोड़ने की बात और सीएम पद भी छोड़ने की बात उन्होंने कही थी। उन्होंने ये भी अपील किया था कि शिवसेना का मुख्यमंत्री बनना चाहिए। अगर आप मुझे अगर
बताते हैं तो छोड़ूंगा, अचानक निर्णय क्यों बदल गया?
एकनाथ
वही तो बात कही है ना,
मतलब क्या
उन्होंने अपील कीजिए।
अरे उन्होंने शिवसेना नहीं बोली।
देखिए एकनाथ जी शिंदे ये एक दिन का प्लानिंग नहीं है। वर्षा निवास स्थान छोड़ने की बात है। और दूसरी बात ये समझ में तो आता है ना, ये पूरा प्लान जो है एक दिन का प्लान नहीं है।
क्यों नहीं लेते?
ये एक दिन का प्लान बिल्कुल नहीं है सर, 3 साल से डिजास्टर चल रहे हैं।
तो प्रॉब्लम है। एकनाथ शिंदे has clearly said that this is unnatural alliance.
Truth is stranger than fiction. Actually,
I think the only way out now, the only way out. I think this is, I said yesterday. No, I said yesterday on my program, Karan, I said that, it's a very cruel joke at the expense of the people. I'm saying let us have a floor test. मैं कह रहा हूँ Lokesh ji, Lokesh is on the program, Lokesh and Pankaj, and I'd like them to debate. Shriram, I think there should be a floor test, and elections can be held if MLAs are disqualified. And the Supreme Court in November 2019 had upheld the disqualification of 17 Congress JDS MLAs in Karnataka after they had expressed defected and then allowed them to contest in the upcoming bypolls. In that case, Eknath Shinde's 46 MLAs camp's disqualification can be accepted by the acting Speaker of the House. The MBA government can get a chance to prove the majority even after President's rule. That's also the fact. In 2016, the Uttarakhand High Court gave a chance to Harish Rawat government to prove the majority in a floor test after they challenged the imposition of President's rule. So if President's rule is imposed over instability, such an option is the last saving grace for the MLA. Our constitution allows ourselves all these alternatives. I am saying if you have the numbers, then prove it. Don't do this drama. I'm saying prove the numbers.
No, 100%.
Just prove the numbers.
It's not about BJP coming to power or not.
Shriram and Pankaj.
Yeah. It's not about BJP coming to power or not. The basic logic is that whether they have the numbers, let us go with the floor test and prove that they enjoy the majority of ruling the state. That is the foremost important thing. Forget about the other combinations. But what is important is, do they have the moral numbers to rule the state, which is the paramount importance. Let's go for a